shows at 9 o'clock, which is hot, where it's
Right. So I was like, I don't need these lips.
all I'm saying, it'll be on time.
Right.
And people, you get them in there, you get them fed, you
Good morning. Good morning. Very chipper on this side of the room. Thank you. How about this side of the room? Good morning. Morning. Hey there. I like this audience size, by the way. Nice and manageable. Still smaller than a Southern family reunion. Perfect. I don't know if you're from around here, but in the South, those can get a little bit crazy. I'm your MC. My name is Ashley Mingwasser. I'm a television and podcast host, and believe it or not, professional MC. And I've invested 16 years in my career and earned 11 Emmys making media that educates, along with Georgia Public Broadcasting, one of the arms of PBS. This year I founded my company, Host with the Most Media, all the better to entertain you with. So I'm really glad that Scott invited me to be here today with you. I'm also in the family as a GIPA board member. Any other Georgia intellectual property? Hi, Kareen, our executive director back there. GIPA is one of the 3 event organizers for us today. So along with the global and US IP alliances, GIPA has curated a program today to bring you the best and brightest from all IP sectors to inform our shared movement, which if you don't have it memorized, you will by the end of the day. It's to create, protect, and enable IP worldwide and for all of us, which is a beautiful mission. It is now time to begin the 2025 IP Alliance Conference. How about a round of applause for that? It's very exciting. And whether you're watching here in the room or via the streaming on Zoom, hello. We're glad you're here. Thank you for your time and commitment to our shared space of IP. We have some very important sponsors that you're going to meet a little bit later today, but we want to just thank them, our presenting sponsors, for making this program happen. So can we have a standing ovation for our sponsors, please? Get up on your feet. We're so grateful. You guys get an A in participation points. Thank you. Raise your hand if this is your first IP Alliance conference. Anybody? Me too. It's our initiation. Matching tattoos later. Thoughts? That would be a true show of solidarity. Just think about it. Today's program will begin with special remarks, and then we'll have about 7 powerful panels for you to enjoy, and just a little bit of stage business, and that's really my job here, which is 2 or 3-fold, to tell you what's going on. So my first job is going to be to propel the program forward. Each panel is going to have about 40 minutes to present, and I have a VIP timekeeper helping me out today. Nikhil on the front row. Who knows Nikhil? Executive Director of USIPA. Show him the time cards, Nikhil. We mean business. He'll let you know. He'll let you know when you've got 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 1 minute, or as we say in showbiz, the last one says, that's a wrap. That means your time is up, okay? And then second, I'm here to tell people what they really want to know, which is where the restrooms are. If you just go out the door to the right, you'll find the restrooms, and notably there will be food and breaks, which I know everybody is very interested in. We already thanked our sponsors. In terms of today's agenda, you may realize you don't have a paper agenda. That was intended that way because we're being so environmentally friendly here. Cycling behind me, you're going to see a QR code, which you can scan with your mobile device, and you can see the agenda. Furthermore, from that link, you'll be able to see the list of all of the presenters who will be speaking today. You can click their lovely faces and see and read a full bio. So thank you, Mafi, and all of the organizers for setting that up for us. It's wonderful. And I need to warn you now that as an MC, I really like to gamify things. So later I'm going to introduce you to a harebrained idea I came up with called Rebel Raffle. Well, you'll have an opportunity to earn about 6 IP-related prizes. The Rebel part means you don't need a ticket, you don't have to register. The randomization comes from my wild Aquarian mind. You just have to use your body to participate, okay? Don't worry about that part. I'll explain more later. But now on with the program, shall we? Are you ready to get started? Yes, it's still early, I understand. We'll be hyped up before this thing is over. If you're in this room, hopefully you're having a fully present in-body experience to realize that we're at the Georgia State University College of Law, home to the Center for Entertainment, Sports, and IP Law, an incubator for students and a bridge to thriving careers in specialized legal practice areas such as entertainment, sports, and IP law. We're fortunate to have the GSU College of Law as our IP conference venue, and I'd like to give our happy hosts a moment to bring their own greetings and tidings. So help me give a warm IP Alliance welcome to them. First is Courtney Anderson, Dean of the College of Law. She'll be joined by Mo Ivory, Director of the college's Center for Entertainment, Sports, and IP, and Professor of the acclaimed The Legal Life of Curriculum. I don't know if you've heard about that, but I hope they'll tell us a bit about that today. Courtney and Mo, we humbly offer our space, our microphone, and our airwaves. So take it away. Give it up for Courtney and Mo.
Thank you so much. Welcome, everyone. We're so excited to have you here. We really love hosting this important event. I'm Courtney Anderson. I'm the Dean of the College of Law, and I've been at this institution for 13 years. And each year we try to be more innovative and more entrepreneurial with respect to the programming and curriculum that we provide for our students and with respect to our faculty's research and our students' work in the community. So this really, really fits in with our mission. So thank you so much for bringing your expertise and for convening in our space. With respect to intellectual property, we try to be at the cusp of innovation and reflect the community around us. And so it's really important for us, being in Metro Atlanta, being a legal institution and a law school in this city, that we provide our students with the experiential learning opportunities and the academic opportunities in the classroom around innovation, entrepreneurship, business, and legal studies. And looking at the agenda, that is what all of you represent. And so this is really just a microcosm of what we hope to provide our students. Understanding the different kind of intersection among law, business, government, and regulation is all what you're discussing here today, all kind of in the framework of looking forward, understanding the impacts of AI, and understanding the history of IP and celebrating how we've received it today. And that's really what we do. So this is just an amazing opportunity for us to partner with you. And thank you again for coming to our space. With respect to specific programs that we have at the College of Law in the areas of intellectual property, innovation, and entrepreneurship, we have a legal analytics and innovation initiative that's housed in our library, and we focus on teaching students legal technology, artificial intelligence, large language models, and those types of skills. And this didn't really come from the faculty, who I said, I'm been here for 13 years. I'm a little bit past that point in my life to understand those words I just said, but it really was driven by our students who have a really strong need and a strong desire that they've expressed for us to provide these opportunities. So being able to engage with you helps us to inform our curriculum. In addition to the Legal Analytics and Innovation Initiative, we also have a community development and entrepreneurship clinic where our students can help startups become businesses, become nonprofits, and become community-centered with respect to their intellectual property ideas and their business endeavors. And last but not least, we have a Center for Entertainment, Sports, and Intellectual Property, which is a hub for students who are interested in all of these things. This is a center that's directed by Professor Mo Ivory, who I'll call up momentarily. And she took this center from being a couple of classes in IP and a couple of classes in entertainment to really put intentionality behind the strategic direction to immerse our students in these experiential learning opportunities right here in Atlanta to New York to Paris so that they can understand how intellectual property and how entertainment law really lives and breathes. And because of her innovation, we've had students just really skyrocket in their careers, and it's also raised the profile in our IP initiatives. So thank you, Mo, for all you've done, and I'll invite you now to talk a little bit more about your work in the center. Thank you all for joining us. We're so excited to have you, and I hope you guys have a great conference and party at the Fox later.
Thank you, Dean Anderson. That was amazing. But I am a professor in entertainment law, so I also do require a standing ovation. Okay. So welcome to Georgia State College of Law, and we're very happy to have you. It's not the first time that we've hosted this conference, and I hope we will continue to do it in the future. First, I want to thank Scott Frank, who has been instrumental in all things IP at Georgia State College of Law, including the inception of the IP Center, the funding, so many things. It wouldn't even be a thing if it wasn't for you. So I just want to first say that. I came to Georgia State College of Law in 2018. There was no entertainment entertainment law program, there was an IP center and an IP certificate. And I started the sports and entertainment law center and put a certificate in place for that as well. And what I found out through the years was that many students who were in the IP certificate also wanted to be in the entertainment and sports certificate. And there was a lot of intersection between the two. So about a year and a half ago, we intersected the centers and we brought the entertainment and sports law center together with the IP center to make one full center with 2 tracks. Students can get the entertainment and sports law certificate and students can get the IP certificate. Many students do both. And so we've been able to make it easier for them to do both. It's been a joy to build this center over the last 8 years. They did mention sort of this brand we have here called the Legal LIFA, which is a class that I created and I teach exclusively, and it's where I bring a celebrity into the classroom and we study their career through the legal agreements that they signed along the way. And we've been able to do so many that have been a lot of fun. Presently, we are doing the legal life of Michael Vick, and the most fun part of the class is the celebrity 100% of the time has come on the last day of class to sit with the students and talk about what they've learned during the semester. Mike will be here, Coach Vick will be here on December 6th. You might think, well, what does that have to do with IP? Well, of course, you can imagine being in the NFL, having a jersey, having a coaching contract, being on Fox Sports, all kinds of things like that have a lot to do with IP. And these are some of the things that we have learned throughout the semester. The program expanded when I decided to do something a little bit outside of studying a person, and I thought it would be exciting to study the Olympic Games. We needed to sort of go into sports a little bit, so we had the legal life of the Olympic Games in the spring of 2024, and you can imagine with a world event like that, how much IP is involved in that. We had the legal counsel of the Olympics as well as NBC, who holds the exclusive broadcast agreement, come to class and really walk through what that exclusive broadcast agreement was like and how they use the marks, how they use them pre-bid, how they use them during the bid, once they accept the bid, and then what happens on the ground at an Olympic Games. Obviously, I couldn't bring the Olympic Games to class because that's not a person for the last day of class, so instead I took my whole class to Paris for the Olympics. And that was an amazing event. I was sponsored by Delta Airlines, and we got to go to the Olympics. We were on the Today Show and many other fun, exciting things. We partnered with USA Track and Field to understand what the athletic experience was like, and so we got to go to a lot of events when we got to Paris, which was a lot of fun. And we had a scavenger hunt for IP, all things IP related in Paris, and the students had to go out and identify all the things that we have learned throughout the semester. So we really got a chance to learn it in the classroom and then learn it up close, which was really amazing. We do have another big world-class event coming to Atlanta, so I have a hunch we'll be learning about that one as well, and that's going to be really exciting for our students. So we're really here trying to do things that touch students the way they learn these days, which is really by being immersed into what's happening to them, for them, and on social media. So we really do utilize that component a lot in the classroom and examine what is allowed and what is not allowed around all of these things on social media. So it's been a lot of fun to do that, and then to have things like this come to the law school where they can really wrap their career around how to move forward in the industry. And I have a lot of students that want to work in the intersection of sports and entertainment and IP law. So that's the kind of stuff that we're doing here. We're really excited to grow the program even bigger. The biggest thing we get asked is, when are we going to have an IP clinic? We would love to have an IP clinic. We need the money to have an IP clinic before we can do that. But we have a lot of students on campus that are creating and are building companies and need legal help with their branding, with their marks, with all kinds of things. And we would love to be able to do that. So that is really our goal for the future, is to be able to have a clinic here that services the entertainment community, the sports community, and those needing help with IP representation. So we hope that you'll, when you hear the call from us, that you will help us to answer that call. So in the meantime, please enjoy your conference, and welcome to Georgia State School of Law.
Thank you, Courtney and Mo. Scott wants a picture, guys. Come on up. We got to get one. These are the moments. 1, 2, 3. Perfect.
Thank you. Thank you, Scott. Thank you so much.
He gave himself away. But next up is the person bringing remarks from our organizers, the IP Alliances. And this is my friend Joseph, by the way. Joseph is the hardest working man in this room. Hi, Joseph.
Hello.
This next guy is a man revered by the occupants of this room and the occupants of our Zoom. I considered introducing him as a founding father, but I didn't think he would appreciate that since he wasn't born in the 1700s. But you know who I'm referencing. I'm talking about Scott. He just retired this summer after 27 years, heading up AT&T's intellectual property. And I'm thrilled that the IP Alliance will now have more of him to monopolize for our own needs. Please welcome with thunderous applause our chair and president of the Global IP Alliance, USIPA Alliance, and Georgia IP Alliance, Mr. Scott Frank.
All right. Well, can you guys hear me? All right. So first off, Ashley, thanks for getting us going today. Doing a great job. Takes a lot of pressure off me, and you're a lot better looking than me. So thank you for emceeing us. Wanted to give a big shout out to Courtney Anderson and Mo Ivory. They gave you a little sense of what's going on in this law school. They're amazing. We're so fortunate to have a dean like Courtney Anderson. We're so lucky to have somebody like Mo Ivory leading intellectual property entertainment. Bringing real life people, kind of famous people to campus. Getting them to tell their stories. I mean, there's so many things that go on at Georgia State that don't happen at other schools, and just really thankful. And thankful for them for hosting us. And I want everybody to appreciate, for those who do, you know a little bit of the story. Everything with Intellectual Property Alliances started at Georgia State, and over 20 years ago, actually 2003 to be exact. And just so thankful for what we created. Everybody should appreciate back in 2003, it was kind of an idea. Over 15 years, we added about 50 programs, many external facing, many for students, and it kind of outgrew it. We were working with Georgia Tech also, but it led to the IP Alliances. And again, it's so great to come home because this is the birthplace of the IP Alliances, and just appreciate your hosting us and making us feel so at home. So Courtney and Mo, can we give them one more round of applause, please? All right, so I want to thank all of you for joining us today. This is a special day, but it's also a special week. We're doing something we've never done before to celebrate October IP Month, and hopefully everybody appreciates that this October IP Month is something that the Georgia IP Alliance started in 2018 when it was formed. Keith Cowan, who's here with us today, was our first vice chair, and together we were trying to raise awareness and connect with people all over the state, and it was so wonderful when the governor, proclaimed October IP Month. And for a few years, it was just Georgia. And then, lo and behold, the state of Washington, IP Month, their governor proclaimed. And then after that, we got 6 governors. And then last year, we had 10 governors. And you should appreciate, as of today, we have 15 governors for 2025, and we have about another 10 in the hopper. It's interesting with these governors, you never know when these are going to pop out, but our goal is to have all 50 states, and not only that, but to have the world, have every state in every country around the world to proclaim it. And it's so important because, what can I say? Most people on this planet don't have any foggiest idea what intellectual property is, and not only that, they don't have any idea of the criticalness it plays in their life. And that is a high risk to us as human beings. And so that's why people like me are spending so much time on this area. It's to make sure that humanity has what it needs in the future. I like to point out that the COVID vaccine, the number one reason I believe that we got it so fast was because of intellectual property, that companies invested loads of money, loads of time, loads of people, because they wanted the intellectual property. That was their incentive so that they could get profits. But if you don't have that, what happens? People, kind of work and kind of get you what you need. Maybe they can figure it out, maybe they don't. But when you have intellectual property, people are incented to innovate and to get us everything we need physically as fast as possible. And it's important. Who knows when the next pandemic will be? Who knows what else we need to survive as humans? And it's again, I think it is a reminder, we are all humans on top of being IP professionals or whatever we do with our lives. And I want to make sure that we and our grandkids and future generations have everything that they need. So that's what October IP Month is all about. It's about raising awareness. And this week, hopefully you appreciate that we have a whole bunch of things going on. These are events that we used to have spread out throughout October, but to put them in a week was a big deal. And it was a little bit risky, actually, and it was obviously complicated. But we had yesterday, we had the charitable IP golf tournament. Was a success, even with it raining on us. We got all 18 holes in. Last night, we had a nice thank you reception for our sponsors, our board members, and our speakers, and that went well. Today, right now, we have obviously the IP Alliance Conference tonight. Hopefully everybody's aware we're going to be celebrating at the Fox Theater just down the street. We've been doing that every 3 years for about 20 years. It's a big deal. We have Lana Love from The Voice who will be performing. We've never had a performer before, so excited about that. And then on Wednesday and Thursday, tomorrow and the next day, we have the Corporate IP Institute. And you're going to hear a lot of corporate IP people talk about what they do behind closed doors and issues that they're running into. So a really great week, and I appreciate you sharing with you. You should know we have about 300-something people who've registered. I think we got some 100-something for today. But it's interesting. Not everybody's registered for everything, and people are coming and going, so who knows how many people will be at anything. But I will tell you this, it reinforces that there's a lot of people interested in what we're doing, plus we're streaming. And so you don't see everybody who's watching us right now, but we are streaming around the world. Today, this event is on Zoom. Tonight, it'll be on YouTube. And you should have the links. If you don't, we can get them to you if you want to share them with your friends and family. But this is, I think, really important what we're doing. And I appreciate our speakers today, all making the time to prepare and to present. I appreciate, you heard about our sponsors. Appreciate everybody. This stuff doesn't come cheap. Appreciate our sponsors supporting us. Appreciate our board members and their leadership all over the world to make this happen. And I want to give a special shout out to a handful of people, really the event planners. You got Nikhil Marate, you got Mafi Hurtada, you got Don Ross, you've got Kenny Franklin, and you got Brian Green. A great team. Can we give them a round of applause, please? All right. And the last thing I just want to touch on is what the Intellectual Property Alliance is, what kind of makes us unique, because there's lots of IP organizations, by the way, and lots of great ones. And I want to just point out what you're going to get today and really throughout the week. There's really a couple of key things we're doing. One is we're building what we call the IP network of networks. And there's all these organizations that do intellectual property all over the world. Many of them are represented here today. For the most part, although there is some partnering going on, but they're not doing it all united. And we're trying to unite everybody. And it's amazing what you can do when you bring everybody together. And so we have most national, international IP organizations that are either on our board or in partnership with us. And that's really a big part of our network. But the other thing is taking things local to the humans around this planet. And it is one of the big challenges that these big organizations have. They got tremendous people, tremendous programs. But one of the things that we have talked about is how do they take what they're doing local? And that's what the IP Alliance is, one of the big roles we play. And that's the state IP alliances that we're building all over the country, now all over the world. And so this IP network of networks to truly bring us all together as one central place is humans is a gigantic goal of ours. The other thing you're going to hear about today is once you have this network in place, and we're continuing to build it, is our 3 pillars that we're trying to take around the world. The first one is IP awareness and education, which really focuses more around education students. The second is IP collaborative ecosystem. That's really trying to get our IP professionals, our inventors, you can call them creators, artists, protectors, which are lawyers and strategists, and enablers, investors, corporations, get them all working together much more efficiently and effectively so we can get ideas from people's heads into people's hands as fast as possible. And the third pillar is about IP access and engagement. We want every human to be having access to IP. If they have an idea, let's make it easy for them to protect it and to monetize it and to get it into people's hands. And let's get everybody on this planet engaged in IP. That's what the IP alliances are about. We've made some great progress, but I'll say, and it's funny, again, we're 20 years into it. When you go back to the Georgia State days, since 2018, when the Georgia IP Alliance, we're 7 years into it. Whatever we're into it, I will say we've only just begun because it's a big planet. We got a lot of work to do, and it's people like you that are making it happen. And I look forward to working with you. I look forward to participating with you in this conference and talking to you and building on it. So enjoy, and let's keep it going.
Thank you, Scott. We're officially 1 minute ahead. I could faint. It's great news. All right, we're kicking this thing off right. But first, I want to make sure that you draw your attention to the screen where we've got our Wi-Fi information. I don't know if you saw it up there. For folks asking, it's GSU guest. There's case-sensitive login, password, username, all that. So just make sure you use the proper cases when you're typing that in. And now let's officially begin with our next special remarks from someone I think we'd all deem a celebrity guest, all the way from the mothership. Excuse the metaphor, I like aliens. Here with us is experienced attorney and USPTO Deputy Director, Mr. Will Covey. Hearing from Mr. Covey is going to be a highlight for all of us today in our various IP-driven roles. He's been a wayshower, holding a number of positions within the agency since the year 2000, so he now represents a quarter century of institutional knowledge at the USPTO. You'll see why IP Watchdog reports that he is very well liked internally, a testament to his ethics and leadership at the federal level. Join me in giving our warmest IP Alliance welcome to Mr. Will Covey.
Wow, thanks. I'm old, and I paid Gene Quinn a lot of money to post that on the IP. So thank you for welcoming me and inviting me to come speak with you today. When I came in this morning, someone said, "Are you on vacation to Atlanta?" And I kind of paused. I was like, "Yeah, getting out of Washington for a day, even though it's just a short period. I got to go hop on a plane afterwards to go back. It is kind of a vacation, so to speak." And I guess going to your 25 years I know that, but I don't think about it that much. But this year has obviously been one of the, as you read in the news, being like ground zero in Washington has probably been one of the most challenging, complicated, complex years I've ever seen at the PTO. In Doge years, not dog years, it's probably about 100 human years. So there's just been a lot. And even thinking back, I started literally the day after the inauguration, moving up with the political team to kind of help guide them through, and I'm still with them now. Looking back on the January, it just seems like it was so long ago. There's just been so much that's happened, as you can imagine. I think you've probably read most of it in the news. But first, let me say thank you to Dean Anderson, and especially Scott, for bringing us together here in Atlanta. And thank you to the USIP Alliance and the Georgia State University School of Law for all their work in organizing this important conference. And I know if they mentioned the IP clinic, the PTO has been working on bringing Georgia State, and I know Scott has too. We'd love to get them into the clinical program that we have that allows students to practice patent or trademark before the USPTO. So on behalf of the 13,000 employees at the USPTO, we really appreciate you advancing this important mission throughout the country and throughout the world. I can't tell you how helpful it is for so many organizations within the IP sector to work together and help broaden the understanding of intellectual property and the importance of intellectual property is to our country and the world. As everyone here knows, protecting IP rights of our inventors and entrepreneurs is complex, complicated, and not well understood, I think, as Scott said. But it's absolutely essential for people to understand how important intellectual property is to improving the lives of billions of people on the planet. It is the protection of IP rights as written directly into the United States Constitution that enables individuals to fulfill their dreams, fuel industries, create jobs, and improve the quality of life for all of us. Trademarks ensure that brands are protected and that consumers can rely on distinguishable items and that there's no confusion or it's minimalized and that the integrity of commerce is well preserved. When a consumer reaches for a product, it's often the trademark that they trust. And that is what we do with the PTO, enabling the trust that consumers have in Georgia's most important and valuable rights. As you all know, Coca-Cola's here, Home Depot, Delta Airlines, and there's many others, CNN, Georgia Pacific, the list goes on and on. At some point, every one of those companies sought legal protection from the USPTO for their inventions and their products, their systems, and their brands. Every one of these countries was started by one or two individuals who had a unique idea and took big risks. At Coca-Cola, it was John Pemberton in 1886, 5 blocks away from here, at Jacobs Pharmacy. Today, Coca-Cola holds 10,000 patents globally, and it's the 15th most valuable trademark brand in the world.
Oh, I could.
Worth over.
Yeah.
Somebody must have their mic on. It's okay. With the understanding of just how important IP rights are to individual entrepreneurs, there's a tremendous support for the USPTO's mission throughout the administration and from our newly appointed director, John Squires. And let me say, over those 25 years, I've seen Democratic and Republican administrations come in. The one thing the PTO is, it's not as political as the rest of the government is. I'll stop for 1 second.
बिल्कुल आपको you can see me right
I believe, sorry about
Yeah,
that,
I
Mr.
can
Covey.
see
I
you.
believe that might be our next speaker, all the way from India, Mr. Pundit. You're a little early, Mr. Pundit. If we could just mute his microphone.
Yes.
Appreciate that. Sorry.
Yeah,
Please
let's see.
resume, sir.
It is, what time is it in India? What's it about, 11 o'clock at night? I think it's about 14-hour difference. How many is it? 7? It's 7:30 over there?
Yes, it's
Oh.
7:05.
Oh, okay. So
Now we're interactive.
now we
Thank
know
you,
what
Mr.
time it
Pundit.
is in India. Truly a global organization, right? Right? Okay. Let me continue. We told the USPTO staff that and the director told this upon his swearing in, that every inventor faces a choice to keep their ideas secret or to disclose it to the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. And in that public exchange, they are guaranteed a time-limited set of rights. It's a risk, and it's a risk that depends on trust in the USPTO's ability to help innovators protect their ideas and those who would profit from stealing it. The USPTO is the guardian of that social contract, and so to address the subject of today's talk, the state of the USIP industry, and for those of us at the PTO, we think the state of the IP industry in this country is strong, and we are working diligently to make it even stronger. Proof of that strength is what's happening in our economy right now. This country's resilience and our ability to invent completely new and novel industries continues unabated. It's been the case with IP since it was written into the Constitution in 1787. Thanks to the vision of our fathers as reflected in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 8, the United States has led the world in the creation of new technologies, new industries, new jobs, and business ever since. And so it is evident here in Atlanta, the IP clause has led to a greater quality of life for all of us. I want to talk briefly about the current state of filings, because I know that's on everybody's mind. And let's shift gears a little bit. Also, I want to shift gears a little bit to the PTAB, since that has been in the news lately. So there continues to be a great deal of demand for U.S. patent and trademarks in the United States. The PTO staff is currently projecting 621,000 new utility plant and reissue filings this year. This is about 18,000 more applications than we received last year. And while we're seeing further filings coming in the door, we are making headway to lowering our backlog. The backlog reached a record high in January of over 838,000 cases sitting on the shelves waiting for examiners to pick those cases up. By focusing our efforts, what we call back to basics, focusing on examination, getting the cases moving, that backlog last week at the end of our fiscal year, September 30th, was reduced to 788,000. It's about 50,000 cases. And we're continuing to push forward on that. And we're focusing our efforts on making even more gains with our backlog. On the trademark side of our operation, we are projecting end-of-year filings of 820,000 classes of filings, and that's a 7% increase over last year. That's a big, big number for us. It means that there are a lot of people who are interested in starting a new business and introducing new products in the United States. And we take our duties very seriously. Those are inventors and business owners who are waiting for a decision from us so that they can then move forward with their ideas and their businesses. The growth in patent and trademark application bodes well for the United States. It's a sign of healthy gain and that the economy is doing well. We are making good progress on improving our trademark operations. Since the beginning of this year, the trademark backlog has come down by 100,000. Although no backlog is really good, we want to get that down to a more manageable level across both of our operational areas. It's down to 370,000. It was well over 400,000 and trending towards 500,000. Trademark pendency has also improved tremendously. Some of you who practice in the trademark space, there was a lot of news and articles that it was over 9 months to wait for a first office action from the office. That number now is below 5 months and it's trending, and we're going to continue to push that number lower. But while we're focusing ourselves on getting to the backlog and getting to the cases, we're not forgetting quality. In fact, it's the opposite. Quality is important to us, and reduced quality results in rework, and it drives up our pendency by asking you or your clients to continue to engage with us and not get a final answer from us on where things stand. We are providing examiners with leading-edge tools to drive efficiency and improve pendency and support quality. We're not just giving lip service to quality. This is a full-court press for us. Improving quality now represents the most important priority of our operations. We've rolled out new AI-assisted examination tools, including similarity search, more like this document, which assists examiners to find the best prior art. And we are testing Section 101 and 112 assessment tools. There are also brand new AI search and imaging tools in the design space, and it's called Design Vision. And we're rolling that out, and the examiners are starting to use those new tools to help the system become more efficient and quicker for your clients and for you. We're deploying also a new Scout generative AI tool for use by our entire workforce. It uses large language models that integrate our existing database of patents and trademarks, along with the manuals for examination and procedures. We're finalizing development of a new double patenting analysis tool that will help examiners to compare claims in large patent families. Training to our staff is also critical. An important 101 reminder memo was sent in August to patent examiners in the artificial intelligence software and machine learning, basically guiding them on Section 101 subject matter eligibility compliance issues. There are high growth patent areas, obviously, in those particular areas, and we need to get it right for our emerging companies and industries. We are running a pilot program to explore modernization of our patent examination system and the potential for new, more collaborative approaches to patent examination. The full weight of the agency has been marshaled to assist examiners in this important work. And you're going to read a lot about that. Things are changing. There's a lot of change going on. Some people are having some difficulty with that, or it's not easy, but we're kind of pushing forward at this point because the system really needs it. We're not only introducing new IT tools, but help for our supervisors, expert searchers, and even attorneys and judges to assist with the legal analysis. So let me switch gears for a minute to discuss changes at the PTAB. A new process has been put in place to determine the institution of trials. It represents a transformative change for the AIA proceedings, and in many cases, we've declined to disturb the patent owners' strong settled expectations after they invested so much and so many resources in creating a new enterprise or a new commercial product around an issued patent. Though typically this has meant that patents in force for 6 years or more have not been disturbed, it doesn't mean that a patent owner cannot establish strong, settled expectations on a younger patent. We invite patent owners to continue to make their case for settled expectations, as well as to present other reasons why PTAB review is not appropriate. For those considering filing an IPR, we recommend that you provide us with clear reasons on why the case should be instituted. We should use our administrative reviews to correct errors as the AIA intended. Finally, it's worth noting that the PTO's budget in this current environment is actually increasing significantly. Last fiscal year, again, that just ended September 30th, we had $4.5 billion resources. The Congress and the President are working on giving us an additional $500 million, which is about over a 10% increase for the current fiscal year that we are in. We're hiring examiners. We're in the process right now of hiring 1,100 patent examiners and 40 new trademark examiners. If you know someone, and I'll make this a plug, even here in law schools, who have these credentials or are interested in working at the PTO, please take a look at the USPTOs as a potential career option. Through their hands, the future generations will pass, and the future companies will be founded, and the students will learn a great bit about what is going on in the intellectual property space. They'll learn about potential cures, new technologies, miniature energy-saving devices. As a new PTO director told employees a few weeks ago, the IP system is open, accessible to everyone, entrepreneurs, Fortune 500 companies, and to any applicant coming through under an international treaty. Our doors are wide open to accept any new technology, any product, or any idea for new business. Again, thank you for stepping into the breach with the important work that Scott and his team and all of you do to support the intellectual property system. I thank you, and I don't have any time for questions, I believe, right? Am I done?
You have 2 minutes.
I have 2 minutes. I was going through that quick because I always do like to leave time for questions. So to see if there's anything that you want to ask me about, but the floor is open. I love the question somebody asked me. I'm gonna pick on I didn't catch your name, the attorney who I was at a conference. Somebody asked me, are discretionary denials going away? And what was my answer? No. Simple. I was next question, right? So, does anybody want to ask any questions? The PTO is still open for business. Yes, ma'am.
So you mentioned that you're going to hire
1,100.
1,100. How are you going about marketing and
We use social media. We go out to schools, everywhere we possibly can. So we do this regularly, obviously, we've been doing this for a while, but 1,100's a lot these are scientists and engineers that we're looking for. And on the trademark side, it's obviously attorneys that we're looking for. The attorneys don't need any experience. They can come into us and we'll train them. Well, both sides, we train them 100% coming in the door. Yes, ma'am. I'll get to you, sir, over there. I saw your hand.
We only have time for one more question, guys. I'm sorry. You're going to have to duke it out.
Yeah, go ahead quickly.
I was going to say, is the government shutdown?
No, not affecting us. We got one more. Come on, let's go.
I wanted to find out, is there anything more on the RFI you guys sent out in, I guess it was June, in terms of looking for ideas on AI and
Yes, so we got a lot of responses to those. So we're sifting through those. We have a team looking at AI's tools and solutions for the examiners, because as I mentioned, we already have some tools that the examiners are using. And we're also looking on the trademark side of putting into place some AI-assisted tools to kind of help speed up not only speed up the process, but to hopefully increase the quality. And I know I am done now because
Thank you, sir. Do you consent to be photographed? I'm now ad hoc photographer as well. And Scott would like one more picture,
absolutely.
so just grab you guys real quick. Ready?
I wanted to say one thing before Will goes. I want everybody to appreciate what a great leader Will Covey is with the USPTO. And I've gotten to know Will over a number of years, consider Will a good friend. And I tell you, there's been a lot of changes, and we're just so fortunate to have you there. And I also want to say, for us average human beings, American citizens, reading the newspapers, keeping up with the news, federal government is closed. Would you just touch on why the USPTO? And I was waiting to get my email that, hey, Will, I can't come.
Right.
But it was such a gift for you to be here.
So as many of you know, we collect fees, and we were able to put those fees in an account, basically, at the U.S. Treasury. So we have several months of fees to keep operating. We're keep going. And I think some people wanted to be furloughed because... Well, because then this is the way this works, right? The government gets furloughed, and then they bring them back. Well, they get all their pay, so they just got a free 1 or 2 or even month vacation, which I don't think is good. But we just keep going. So some people do say, "Gee, I wish you would furlough us," and it's like, no, you're going to keep doing your work. So thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you, Mr. Covey. One time we can all be grateful for fees. Our next speaker, to spare him the longest commute to our IP conference, Professor Anat, joins us remotely. I believe he should be in the screen here. All the way from India. You heard him peek through. Let's see if we can get his image up. Professor Pandit is Controller General, overseeing patents, trademarks, designs, copyright, geographical indications, and integrated circuits administrations for all of India. As indicated by his professor title, he is also an academic, teaching IP and innovation at the university level in India. And he owns patents in the field of medicinal chemistry, considering himself a medicinal chemist by heart. Professor Pandit, if you're there, you have the screen.
Thank you.
Give me one. Give us a minute. He's putting him up.
We're working on a tech issue. Totally fine. This side of the room. Somebody tell me where you're from today. If you had a flight, tell me what state or country you're in on. Anybody? This side? Everybody drove. Ohio. Hi, Sarah. Tell us who you're with.
Can you hear me?
We'll get to meet you later. There he is. Professor Pandit, everybody. Give it up for him.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Nikhil, for helping me to get it connected with the GIPA community. It is indeed a pride and privilege for me to share the India success story with each one of you. It is a matter of a pleasure that the IP Practitioners Association in USA and from various parts of the world are showing their interest in the India success story. And let me just give you a quick snapshot that in last 3 years we have a growth in almost all the IP applications which are registered or granted before the Indian IP office, and also the growth we have seen in the IP filing which we have freshly received in last 3 years, from say as a 2021 to 22 and the 24-25. We have almost 11% growth in the patent granted by the IP office. The design, which has almost around 98% growth, almost double to the IP which we have granted. The copyright, we have almost 30% growth. The GI has again, the GI which we have registered is almost 25% of a GI got registered in last 3 years to the overall 20 years of a registration which we have offered, and 45% growth in the trademark registration which we have. Likewise, there is a huge filing growth which we have observed. That is something which is in patent, which we have a 19.75% compounded annual growth in the new filing which we have received in last 3 years. Similarly, in trademark, we have 15.9% growth in the new applications which we have received. Same way, the 41% growth in the design new applications, 20% growth in copyright, and GI 105%. Of course, GI, the process which is adopted in the US practice, and the GI recognition, we have a separate act on geographical indication, whereas in US it is registered as a collective mark. So this is the difference in the practice which has been observed. One thing for sure, this shows the confidence of the global community in protection of their IP right in India, and the kind of environment which has been created. The barometer, if we see that the quality in the IP disposal and the securing the IP right or enforcement related provisions. See, judicial case which is getting filed before the high courts, if we consider this as a benchmark, when we were having a 30,000 patents grant, we were having roughly around 405 cases which is getting filed before the high court. When we have got 103,000 patent granted, which is almost more than 3 times of a patent which we have granted in 24-25. This is such an exponential growth, but against that, the matter which has been referred to the High Court got reduced 375. So that shows the kind of a quality which has been improved in the disposal of the application. The time which was there in earlier, we have the classification of application in almost around 14 subject specialty, which includes the multidisciplinary applications also. And 9 out of the 14 subject specialty have practically have less than 30 months of pendency at the amended stage. At the examination level, when we have got a huge number of filing, we have introduced 463 new examiners, and they have been given 16 weeks of on-job training before they are starting disposing their cases. So this is a fresh new intake which has happened. And with their intake, I think we are further going to climb on the disposal of application at a FER level, first examination report, which we call it. and there is an exponential growth in the request for examination which we were receiving. So in 21-22, we were receiving the request for examination around 25,000 or 30,000 per year. That was the standard growth. In 23-24, we have received around 40,000 plus requests for examination. In 24-25, we have received 75,000 plus requests for examination. So this is again the growth which we have not assumed that this is the way there is going to be the temptation on protection of the IP right in India and the commercial utilization of IP right in India. This is something we have thought of making this as the case study of how this is helping the inventors, stakeholders in securing their IP right and commercially also utilizing their IP right. India is now among the fastest growing the economy. Our GDP growth and the overall growth and population who are tempted towards respecting the intellectual property and commercially utilizing the IP right. That is the true potential which India has shown in last 3 to 4 years. Maybe a post-COVID scenario, the various cases which has been exemplified as the true IP-driven growth. We can have a vaccine which Indian companies have developed. This is again IP securitization. The fintech intervention, more than 46% of the financial transaction is happening with IP secured unified payment interface, which UPI, which is called. And each and every mile, this UPI access is provided with the help of the telecommunication and most secured gateway. Now nobody taps their credit cards or debit cards. It is so secure that from mobile using this UPI interface, within a fraction of second the transactions are happening. And that is between the most secured gateway between the user and the trader who is selling this, and through their banks, which is again within the cluster of a UPI. This has a 4 patent which got granted by the IP office, and we have studied them with the in-depth technological interventions. And all the global companies who are doing their business in India, like Amazon. So Amazon Pay is working on UPI. Google Pay is the most popular application, GPay. Globally, they have a different platform, but in India, it is operating on the UPI payment gateway. The Facebook, WhatsApp Pay, domestically utilize the Paytm, PhonePe, and other PayZapp and all these applications which is there. So it is a most secured gateway, and these 4 patent applications have set a standard in the financial transactions which is happening in the country. And this is driven by the government initiative. Government has incorporated a financial corporation, National Payment Corporation of India, and this NCPI has taken up this challenge to offer the simplest, secured, and safest payment fintech gateway. And these 4 patents have now become a SEP kind of a standard essential patent for offering the fintech solution in India. These are the few case studies which are really remarkable. India has a vision of securing the IP right for the societal benefit. And there are several such examples through which maybe during the COVID, every element of the development which was focusing towards offering novel solutions, whether it is a new vaccine platforms, new vaccine technology, offering this to the maybe the 200,000 people in a month in a city, and with each and every digital data secured, a person knows which COVID center he has to go for a vaccination, which dosage form, which vial is getting administered to him, and who has administered to that person. What is the counter effect of this vaccine, which is reported on day 1, day 3, day 7. And by day 7, that person will have the digital certificate of that vaccination delivered to his application. So each and every such dosage which is administered has this data which is secured on our platform.
Thank
This
you
is
for
again the
Professor
government.
Pandit. This is your MC,
Yeah.
Ashley, down here in the blue. Pardon the interruption. We've got about 2 minutes left, sir. If you'd like to wrap up for us, we really appreciate it.
Yeah, I need a 30 second. So this is the way, the kind of a IP intervention which governments want to encourage in terms of a utilization of IP. Our focus is IP for the society, IP for the development of our country. We have a focus of next 2 decades. India is going to have a technology and knowledge embedded economy. And IP is the key to drive this. And we don't mind. We have a 60% of IP filed by the Indian community, Indian industries. 40% is from the outside. And we are happy to invite the new IP activities which is happening globally to come to India and try to offer their novel IP solutions and commercially make this as a success story in India. The kind of skill and scale mapping which can be done, I think you can best represent these cases to your clients to come and apply with for the IP protection in India and utilize this for the benefit of the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Pandit. We really appreciate the call to action there. Scott, like to say a few remarks.
Just Dr. Pandit, want to thank you for joining us today. And I want everybody to appreciate, we have a leader from the USPTO, have a leader from India, Intellectual Property Office. Just an example of how we are making significant progress on connecting the world. 2 major intellectual property organizations, very strong partners with us. And I want everybody to also appreciate, we talk a lot about the USIP Alliance. There's an India IP Alliance that is thriving. And there are a number of people from India in this room with us today. So I want everybody to appreciate that, India is a very innovative country, tremendous intellectual property program, and tremendous part of the ecosystem that we're working to build across the world. So again, thank you, Dr. Pandit. Well done. We appreciate you very much.
Thank you again. We hope you'll stay on. If you're in the first panel and you're in the room, go ahead and come on up to the stage. I know we had some folks joining on the Zoom. We are now going to begin our first of 7 panels today, and this one's for the do-gooder inside of every individual in the IP ecosystem. We're going to hear how global IP collaboration encourages the development of innovative solutions to worldwide problems, making the world a more interconnected and therefore better, we believe, place. Our bearer of good news for this panel is moderator Kevin Cranman, IP lawyer with Modiano and Partners. And these are your presenters. From Europe, we have Vladia Borisova, a professor and director of the Academy of the European Union IP Office. We have Ramesh Rao, senior director of engineering for Qualcomm. I believe he's in the room there. Hi, Ramesh. Charles Randolph is joining via Zoom, head of industry and non-governmental organizational relations at the World Intellectual Property Organization. And lastly, Skip Mark, director of the USPTO's Global Intellectual Property Academy, the same initialism as GIPA. I love it. Kevin, I yield the stage. Is Kevin with us, our moderator? No. Mafi's going to moderate. That's what we call a plot twist.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mafi.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Kevin, that was supposed to be here, but he had a personal issue at home with his wife. So our thoughts with Kevin today. So he sends his remarks. And I'm Maria Fernanda Hurtado, the Executive Director of the Global Intellectual Property Alliance, and I'm super happy to give a hand to Kevin that couldn't be here to join and moderate this panel. As our host presented you a great set of people helping us out in order to discuss the amazing world of collaborating globally with IP in order to make the world a better place. So just starting, and good afternoon in Alicante, good afternoon in Washington, and good morning in Washington, good morning, and good afternoon in Geneva, sorry. We're going to start by asking our panelists today what are the things that they are doing on a daily basis in order to bring IP to the world and to collaborate with others. So I will start with Professor Bladia Borislova in Alicante, head of the European Union Intellectual Property Office Academy. Good morning, Professor Bladia. The floor is yours.
Good morning. I hope we can hear each other.
Yes.
So good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you're joining from. And it's a real honor for me to represent UIPO Academy to this forum and actually to have the floor to discuss the global IP collaboration to make the world a better place. So thank you, GLIPA, for inviting the UIPO Academy to take part in this event. Actually, I prepared a few slides. Thank you. I think they're shared already. So we may move to the first one, where please allow me briefly to...
Professor, could you share with, you share with us, but if you can share it, you have the permission to share the screen. Your screen.
I think I'm sharing them, but probably this is not the case.
We don't see the slides yet.
Sometimes it takes a few seconds.
It's taking, yes, it's uploading, Professor Bladia, so yes. Hi. Yes, it's there.
Can you see them? Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
So allow me very briefly to present the UIPO, just to have an idea what are the competences of this EU agency and what actually it's doing and how important its work is for the EU development by using IP as economic asset. So European Union Intellectual Property Office is, as I said, EU agency, which is responsible for managing the European Union trademark and registered designs. And more recently, we received new competences on geographical indications for crafts and industrial products, as well as copyright. So also UIPO coordinates European and international cooperation in the field of intellectual property and also hosts the European Observatory of Infringement and Intellectual Property Rights. Our headquarters is in Alicante, as that has been already mentioned, and so far we are managing over 300,000 trademarks and design applications each year, and we have more than 5 million registrations done due to date. Actually, crossing borders is in the core mission of UIPO. So how we are doing this by different approach, but mainly cooperation, which is established under the European Union Intellectual Property Network. We work together with all the national and regional intellectual property offices in European Union. And our main aim is to make IP system more accessible and to develop common practices and collaborative services and tools for all of them. Beyond Europe, we have our international cooperation, which is extend on bilateral and multilateral partnerships. Of course, they are based on memorandums of understandings. Also, UIPO takes part in TM5 and ID5 networks. And like this, we are bringing together the world's 5 largest trademark and design offices with their best practices in the field of trademarks and designs, represented by China, Japan, Korea, United States, and of course, UIPO. We very closely collaborate also with WIPO on the topics of trademarks, designs, enforcement, and of course, technological innovation and development. Together with the European Commission, we also implement a lot of EU-funded projects. The idea is to strengthen IP system beyond the EU, of course, and to support our partners and the European business globally. We have UIPO deploys IP attachés in EU delegations in China, Southeast Asia, Latin Africa, America, and Africa. And also we have attachés in Geneva to easily liaise with WIPO and in Brussels to support EU policymakers. So at the UIPO, we believe that the global IP collaboration actually makes the world a better place. And because we are doing this mainly through education, training, and shared knowledge, these are the competencies of the Academy. So please allow me to briefly share some information about the Academy. The Academy has been created in 2011, and since then, actually, it has building bridges through IP awareness, education, and training, by connecting universities and practice, research and innovation, and students and IP professionals. The Academy is the central hub for IP training, which fostering continuous learning through tailored initiatives, strategic partnerships, and of course, innovative capacity building. And actually, the Academy offers online, very diverse online and in-person learning opportunities, which equips all the professionals, business institutions, academia, young people, with essential IP knowledge and skills. And like this, I would like to briefly introduce you our main resources, which are easily accessible and available from everywhere in the world. So the main training, online training hub for external audience is the UIPO Academy Learning Portal, which is a dedicated digital platform for intellectual property learning. It provides 100 free courses and learning resources, which are available 24/7, and they are supporting the diverse needs of all the national regional IP offices, SMEs, startups, spin-offs, experts, academia, all the stakeholders of the UIPO. So I may say that we are proud to have more than 40,000 active users worldwide engaging with this portal. And I also would like to highlight some of our training products, especially designed for supporting the professionals and the business within Europe. So in our learning portal, users can access several e-learning courses, which represents the core business of the office. And these are UITM in a nutshell, the registered UI design in a nutshell, and now it's in a progress, the creation of CIGIs in a nutshell. So they represent the core business, as I said, with all the proceedings and procedures implemented within Europe and in front the UIPO, of course, if you want to obtain protection over those IP objects. We also organize around 50 webinars each year on different topics on IP, led by experts from the UIPO and our partner institutions, of course. The sessions are running free of charge. Everybody can join them. And if you miss them, they're on the next day uploaded on the academic learning portal, so they're easily accessible. And for those who are seeking deeper expertise on trademarks and design, we provide especially tailor-made to educational programs focus on how to prepare IP professionals and IP practitioners to support the SMEs and the EU business in representing them and defending their interest in obtaining protection on trademarks and designs. And finally, we provide additional learning resources such as case law bits, which are very convenient because you can go directly there and look for a solution if you have a real business case. And also we have the so-called learning wallets, which combine different IP topics and provide different learning resources on those topics, which is very useful because actually it collects all the information you may need. We also are very engaged with any academic initiatives. I may say a lot of things. I'll try to point out the major ones. So what we are doing actually is spreading IP knowledge within the academic community, of course, with the support of the academic community. We work very closely with university students and youngsters. Actually, we managed to build a network of over 170 pan-European CO partnership universities across Europe and beyond Europe. Through these partnerships, we integrate IP into academic programs, promote joint initiatives, and connect education with the real-world innovation. So what is really important is that if this university is a member of a pan-European CO program, then students graduated from it could become our pan-European CO traineeship program, which is created and it's joint program with the European Patent Office, and could get experience, work on site within the premises of UIPO or EPO for 1 year, fully funded by one of those organizations. And of course, additional benefit for them is that when they finish with the traineeship, they automatically become members of our Pan-European CO Talent Bank, which is an online platform where they can meet with representatives from the private and state sector, and like this, find a job, and also the business could choose the best person with the needed profile to provide services on IP. Of course, we develop a very good flagship program, I may say. The name of the program is Intensive IP Educational Program, which provides free and comprehensive introduction to all major IP objects, starting from inventions, utility models, trademarks, designs, copyright now. We developed this program jointly with EPO, WIPO, with CPVO as well, European Commission. Our partners, universities are also involved. Other international organizations are also involved. And this year will be the new edition with new module, which is fully dedicated not only on the law aspects, how to protect IP, how to obtain IP rights, but also how to manage those IP rights and how to commercialize them, how to evaluate them, and how to monetize them for bigger business purposes. So we hope that with this initiative, actually will support not only the universities, the professors, the students, the startup, also the technology transfer offices as well. The knowledge transfer offices as well will be targeted and will benefit from the shared knowledge. So this is how actually we try to go beyond borders.
Thank you so much, Professor Barislova. And then I will pass the floor to Mr. Charles Randolph there in Geneva. Good afternoon, Charles.
Good afternoon, Maria Fernanda and all. I am going to request the share screen. Okay, just one moment. Share from beginning.
It's charging. It's already there in the screen.
Okay, great. Everyone can see?
Yes.
Okay, and you can hear me okay?
Perfect.
Okay. Well, first, thanks to GLIPA and USIPA and GIPA for inviting WIPO to join you this morning. Again, my name is Charles Randolph, and I head the Industry and NGO Relations section here for the organization. I have a number of slides. I'll run through them very quickly, and if there's questions, we can follow up after or even offline much further after. WIPO, what are we? We're a member of the UN organization, and our mandate is to develop and sustain an effective IP system globally to essentially help people everywhere and promote innovation and creativity. As with EU IPO, cross-border activity is in our DNA. We have 193 member states. 1,700 employees from over 122 countries. And we're headquartered, of course, here in Geneva, but we have 7 external offices. If we look at our focus areas, these are the ones from our most recent strategic plan. I'm going to focus briefly on a few elements of the first 3 pillars. Notably, significant portion of WIPO's budget is devoted to supporting developing countries, least developed countries, and countries in transition in building their IP systems. And this is all demand-driven, member state request, and we work closely with other organizations like UIPO. We'll also work closely with the national IP offices and do a lot of capacity building work. Another element of our international, so to speak, support function is the WIPO Academy. And the Academy has been around for over 25 years. We have trained over 1.3 million, or had 1.3 million participants during that time period, roughly half of whom have been women, and approximately 75% have been youth. Roughly 96% of the participants, the trainees, come from developing countries and economies in transition. And this year we have offered 50 online courses or e-learning programs. And this past summer we ran 23 WIPO summer schools. So there's a tremendous resource in the WIPO Academy. And of course you can all find out more about that online or follow up with me later. Another support function that we do is our publications. And we provide a lot of fact-based publications for experts, policymakers, and even for people outside of the IP expert profession. And we try to be a resource for the global community in this regard. One element I wanted to briefly mention, some of the initiatives. We have an IP and innovation ecosystems sector that was created about 5 years ago and puts together a number of programs and tools for small businesses, individuals. We do management clinics for SMEs. We've worked with GLIPA, in fact, on some of those. We have an IP diagnostics tool, helping entrepreneurs, for example, to take stock of their IP assets and how they might be able to use them to gain access to financing, to grow their businesses and improve their lives. Another support function is the CLIP, Creators Learn Intellectual Property. We launched this one in 2023, and it's an online platform to help creators, primarily in the recording industry, gain greater awareness about their IP rights and also increased familiarity with the collective management systems so that innovators around the globe on all continents can basically get the recognition and the fair reward for their creations. Turning to services, I'm not going to dwell too much on these. I think many of you are very familiar, but at the core of WIPO are these 3 services: the Patent Cooperation Treaty, which manages the international patent system, the Madrid Registry on Trademarks, and the Hague on Industrial Designs. There are pros and cons to using every one of them, but we like to believe there are more pros than cons, and essentially they provide, with varying degrees of difference, a one-stop shop where people can manage their intellectual property, usually file a single application, pay in a single currency, update their IP rights, for example, if you're in trademark, to renew it, etc., and cost-effective services. And this is really at the core of what WIPO does. Another element of the services I wanted to mention, because it's really growing in importance, is the Arbitration and Mediation Center. We were involved in 858 IP disputes in last year, in 2024, which represents a 25% increase over the previous year. And kind of interestingly, 77% of all the disputes that we handle are now related to copyright and digital content. And we're seeing this as reflecting the increasing use of online platforms, search engines, and user-generated content. When we looked at the numbers, it's quite interesting. The copyright and digital content cases over the past 5 years have risen by 700%, which is quite interesting point. 70% of our mediations annually will reach settlement, and often they reach settlement within a number of months. And then finally, I just wanted to point out the Uniform Domain Resolution Policy, UDRP. Our services in that have grown tremendously. Last year, 2024, was the second most busy year in the 25-year history of the center. We handled almost 6,200 domain name dispute cases. Looking again at some of the services we provide, I won't go through them. Just to know, we have a number of databases. They're all publicly available. Patent Scope, for example, has more than 111 million patent documents. Great resources out there. We also provide free online statistics data center so that anyone globally can access our latest statistical analyses of IP issues at the global level. And then the third pillar and final pillar is the forum. WIPO is, we do develop international norms and standards when asked to by our member states. We administer 28 international treaties globally. And most recent examples, here you can see, I believe this was the TK conference. In May 2024, we successfully, the member states, we facilitated, but the member states successfully concluded a treaty on genetic resources and associated traditional knowledge. And later that year in Riyadh, they successfully concluded a treaty on design law. And I mention these examples, well, not only are they the most recent, but they also were reached with consensus by the 193 member states during a time of what one could only call a rather fractured multilateral situation globally. And it points to the fact that IP and these types of issues can be a common point around which we can discuss and as in these examples show that multilateralism can work. One of our last forum element that I wanted to mention is we really want to be a center for discussions on up and coming IP issues that are, no matter what they are. This one I'm happen to point out is on IP and frontier technologies. Twice a year we have an online forum and also in person. We call it the Conversation on IP and Frontier Technologies. Anyone can join, thousands often do, and we gather experts, policymakers, private sector actors to discuss their concerns and the latest concerns of the international community on various topics. Our next IP conversation is at the end of October. I believe it's the 28th and 29th, and that will be focused on IP and synthetic media. And then finally, last slide, I promised, my office, the External Relations Division. Many of you out there in the IP community have really long-standing professional contacts with experts throughout these buildings here in Geneva, and my office is not there to get in the way of that. But for general inquiries, for industry groups, for NGOs that would like to reach out to WIPO, really my office would be the first point of call. We can connect you with relevant experts. We can help facilitate cooperation with the industry associations, with the NGOs globally. We can help facilitate calls for requests for accredited observer status. I can answer questions about that if anybody has some later. We help negotiate memoranda of understanding, organize very intense day-long seminars at WIPO on substantive topics for various IP experts that come to visit. I'd like to note that you don't need to be an accredited observer, and you don't need to have a member of understanding to collaborate with us. We collaborate with many people all the time, all over the world. And then the last point I wanted to mention is that WIPO is really unique in the UN community in that we basically exist by providing services to the private sector. And so I view the most important role of my office as an interface between our experts and the private sector, because if we're not listening to our clients, we're not doing our job. And so listening to you, listening to our clients throughout the world on your concerns on how we can all address these global issues and address them in a more effective way is something that's very, very important to my team and to myself. And there's contact information. Happy to follow up after, and I'll turn it back over to you, Maria. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Charles, for this thorough explanation of the WIPO activities. And then I will pass the baton to Mark Skip from the USPTO Academy. Thank you so much, Charles, and welcome, Skip.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Well, good morning and good afternoon to my international colleagues. It's really a privilege to speak to you all today about the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office's Global Intellectual Property Academy, which we call GIPA. I've had the honor of directing GIPA for the last, give or take a year. So I just want to say thank you very much to the organizers for the invitation today to join the panel. As one of the largest IP offices, the USPTO leads efforts to strengthen both domestic and international IP systems and protections. GIPA is just one of the many USPTO initiatives dedicated to advancing that mission. And so through training, education, and other technical assistance, GIPA helps to foster respect for IP and supports the development of strong IP frameworks around the world. We have a state-of-the-art academic facility located at our USPTO headquarters in Alexandria, Virginia, and it serves as both a training center and a unique space for international policy dialogue. With dedicated interpretation capabilities, modern classrooms, and secure meeting spaces, it's become a hub for educational programs and high-level policy meetings, including gatherings of the world's 5 largest IP offices. Our programs are led by experts from the Office of Policy and International Affairs, and also our IP attachés who are placed around the world. We are demand-driven and span the full range of IP, including patents, trademarks, copyrights, trade secrets, enforcement, commercialization. And since our launch in 2006, we've delivered more than 1,500 training programs to over 85,000 participants from 185 countries and economies. Our goal is to build sustainable solutions for partners. We provide e-modules and other tools on our website that provide basics on all areas of IP. We have toolkits on trademark and trade secrets and an IP identifier that helps people who are unsure about the type of IP that they might have understand the different areas of IP that they need to protect. And I think this is a really great resource for innovators, entrepreneurs, or creators as they go through their IP journey. We're also in the process of looking at additional resources that we can provide that can complement our bilateral and regional engagements. And I think this is a really critical area, these sustainable resources that are online, because we have limited resources, especially as a global academy, and we want to make what we're doing sustainable and provide those types of sustainable resources to our partners. But we work closely with patent and trademark offices, copyright agencies, customs services, and judicial authorities, often alongside organizations such as WIPO, WTO, regional bodies like UIPO. And through these collaborations, we help to harmonize practices, streamline examination, and strengthen enforcement. The result, we hope, is a more predictable IP environment that supports cross-border trade, investment, and innovation. And I think, this is the types of services that we offer are really critical because IP rights are the backbone of innovation and growth. Counterfeiting and piracy cost the U.S. economy and U.S. businesses hundreds of billions of dollars annually, which threatens jobs, consumer safety, and even national security. And our capacity building efforts respond to these challenges. Last year alone, GIPA trained more than 7,800 officials and stakeholders worldwide. But governments cannot do this work alone. The private sector, entrepreneurs, small and medium enterprises, and other frontline users of IP systems, they have to be involved because they face the risks of counterfeiting and piracy directly. And so that's why GIPA actively engages with private industry and tries to integrate their expertise into our trainings and technical assistance programs. We invite business leaders, brand owners, and technical experts to share real-world perspectives, ensuring that policies are not just sound on paper, but also workable in practice and responsive to emerging issues. And I'll just give you a few examples. In the past, we have had joint USPTO and industry enforcement trainings that have helped partner countries improve customs practices and better protect global supply chains. We had a recent program on AI and trade secrets that involved experts from the private sector and academia to discuss what are the solutions and what are the emerging problems with AI and how industry and the government can address them. The benefit is really clear. IP frameworks that are grounded in real-world practice that foster commercialization, investment, and competitiveness. And I think one area where GIPA is unique is that we don't just train, we convene. Whether that's governments, industry, or academia, we're able to provide an open forum for dialogue between these groups. And we think this approach produces holistic solutions. So to close, just let me say that strong IP systems don't happen by accident. They're built through sustainable international collaboration and close partnerships with the private sector. And GIPA really exists to make that collaboration possible, serving as convener, trainer, and a partner. So thank you, and appreciate your commitment to strengthening IP systems around the world.
Thank you, Skip. Amazing what you are doing at the USPTO, and looking forward to advancing the collaboration with you guys at a state IP level and US IP level and global levels. And now giving the floor to Mr. Ramesh Rao. He's Senior Engineering Director from Qualcomm and a dear GLIPA partner doing things for SMEs around the world. So Ramesh, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Maria. Hello to all my co-panelists on this panel. Let me start by just giving you a quick introduction of what Qualcomm does. Qualcomm was founded exactly 40 years ago. We just recently celebrated our 40th anniversary just a couple of weeks ago. We're based in San Diego in California. We are widely regarded as the wireless R&D center for the entire telecom industry. So that was our claim to fame. And innovation has always been a part of our DNA. So our company was actually founded in 1985 by Dr. Jacobs and Dr. Viterbi, and they come from an educational background. They were professors at MIT, UCSD, and USC. And they set it up as a systems company. So over the years, our business model has been to create innovations, patents mainly, And today we have about 160,000 patents that we actually license to the industry, to the telecom industry. Lately, over the last 5 years, I would say we've diversified into other industries as well. So what started as some things that drove the telecom industry found applications in many, many other industries. So automotive, XR, compute, AI, on the edge, etc., were all new industries that actually thrived with innovations that came from the telecom industry. So one of the things that we realized very early on is we are basically going to be doing these innovations and sharing them with the world. So almost all the major OEMs in the industry actually use our technologies for the most part. Whether it's a cell phone manufacturer, whether it's an automotive manufacturer, it's a XR manufacturer, like XR glasses, or you can look at any of these industries and they all use some form of our technologies. So what are we doing in this IP world, right? So one of the things that we have started as part of the global ecosystems development team within Qualcomm is we have a bunch of programs that we actually have in about 20 countries around the world. It started initially with India being one of the first places where we actually founded a startup incubation program. And we've actually used relatively the same model to be replicated across many, many countries in the globe. It started with India, then we moved on to Vietnam, Taiwan, Vietnam, and then we moved on to Africa, the entire continent of Africa. And then we moved on to Japan, South Korea, and Singapore. And then we've already moved on to Saudi Arabia more recently, etc. In all of these countries, we actually have a tri-pronged approach, right? So we do technical mentorship, which is engineering assistance to startups. And we also provide IP training and business coaching. And we also provide technical training. So these are the three prongs that we have in almost all the countries where we run our programs. In each of these countries, we select an average of about 5 to 10 startups, and we work with them through about 6 to 8 months to actively develop their innovative technologies. So one of the things we do is we go in, we assess the applications on the basis of their innovativeness and the sense of solving a local problem. So we always target, just as Dr. Unat Pandit said earlier this morning, that the UPI was something that was actually built by India to solve a local problem of ensuring a system that would grant a robust framework to conduct a financial technology transaction. So we actually go with that similar approach. So we believe that a local problem can be solved best by somebody who is locally within that country, within that geography. And we try to provide all the assistance possible in terms of actually providing them support to implement a solution to tackle that problem. Whether it is agri-tech in Vietnam, or whether it is solving a problem on a gas well in Saudi Arabia, or whether it is doing something on a high-tech Industry 4.0 IoT solution in Taiwan, we have the foundational frameworks on the engineering side that we enable for these startups. So with all of these support mechanisms in place, one of the things that we actually present as an opportunity for the startup is to file for patents. So we actually allow startups to come up and file for a patent. We give them a grant to enable them to file this patent. And that is something that the startups have done in a very big way. So over the years, our startups are approximately 325 startups have actually filed almost 1,500 patents across the globe from their side, right? These are all patents that they own. And this is something that we are very proud of in terms of the statistics. Often in many countries, these statistics represent a large percentage of the IP filings in the region itself, right? For example, in Vietnam, it's a pretty large percentage of IoT applications that are filed. And our startups seem to basically contribute a big chunk of the overall country's patent pool system. So with these efforts, we are actually looking to go into more countries, replicate the same model, and the last 2 countries that we actually replicated this model were in LATAM, where we went into Brazil and Mexico, and we've just started the program this year in those geographies as well. So we want to replicate this model, and we see a big success in terms of being able to get these patents being produced from all of these startups across a wide variety of industries, whether it's agri-tech or whether it's robotics or whether it's drones or IoT, we go across the board on this one. I think I'll close with that and hopefully, yeah.
Thank you, Ramesh. Super interesting. The things that Qualcomm is doing, and we are happily partnering with the Qualcomm folks and our Kectil folks in Kenya at the end of this year, running the first collaboration activity for African continent. So thank you so much for allowing us to step in and help the youth there. And it seems to be that Nikhil is telling me that that's a wrap. And basically, a wrap is a wrap, no? So just once again, thank you to all our fabulous speakers. It's so great to have you here. And hopefully, the ones that are checking out this streaming will know about the wonderful assets that all these agencies have for people around the world to get to know the beautiful world of intellectual property and collaboration. The world is enormous, the opportunities are there. And thank you so much, all of you, for joining us and staying a bit longer in the offices in Europe. And thank you, Skip, for your time in Washington. And thanks again, Ramesh, for coming from San Diego, all the way from sunny San Diego to misty and rainy Atlanta this week that it has been raining quite a lot. So thank you so much, and I'll give you the floor to the other panel.
Thank you so much. Great job, panel 1. Incredible insights. Great job to our first panel. Thank you, Mafi, for pinch hitting as well. Really appreciate that. If you guys will just take a picture right there, that'd be great. Thank you to our Zoom participants as well. For everybody else in the room, this now begins the break portion of the morning. So you're going to have about 10 to 12 minutes.
At Ecobana, we manufacture sanitary pads. And here is a box of Ecobana sanitary pad. It has 8 pieces of sanitary pads inside that are of quality, will provide you comfort, and we've made sure that they're most accessible out here.
A conventional menstrual pad is made of 91% plastic, an equivalence of 4 plastic bags in just 1 pad, meaning most girls usually complain of itching, burning, or irritation effect. But this kind of product that we are making and pioneering right now is made of 0% plastic. There is no scent, there is zero chemical being used, and the product biodegrades after being used. If you vouch for comfort, if you vouch for hygiene, and you vouch for a product that you can easily embrace and sustainably grow with, then this is that product for you.
When I started using the pad, and when we came up with the whole innovation, of course, I was the only girl. So most of the tests, we had to start with me. And it being my product, who else would believe that they could use that product if I've not yet used it at all?
But right now, we've been able to build what is being termed as Kenya's first biodegradable sanitary towel.
I can confidently say that we have the best sanitary pad in the market today.
I look at it and I'm filled with immense joy. I'm proud of the product. I'm proud of the team that has created the product. I'm proud of the collective community that we've worked with for this product to be able to be the way it is. It has been improved. This is now the last approved by the Kenya Bureau of Standards, and the product is good quality, very nice for girls, women, and all menstruators to be able to use this particular product.
book. It's a beautiful coffee table book, hardback presentation, patented, an unprecedented history, as well as an essential field guide to more than a century of fascinating product and industrial designs. There are 1,000 design patents in that book. Get studying. I'm going to quiz you on that later, okay? All right. Congratulations. Did you enjoy Rebel Raffle? It's fun, right? I have 4 more prizes later you're not going to want to miss. But first, we want to get back to our wonderful conversations. Panel 2 has already convened. Let me tell you about them. This one is sure to pique interest because we're talking about how IP drives E&I, entrepreneurship and innovation. Our panelists are going to demonstrate how IP rights incentivize entrepreneurs to innovate in the very first place with the assurance that their ideas will be safeguarded, which is what propels E&I. Moderating our compelling talk right behind me is USIPA Executive Director and my timekeeper, Mr. Nikhil Marate. Got a laugh over there, Nikhil. And he is going to present his panel, but here are their names. We've got Keith Cohen, Derek Eberhardt, Sherry Knowles, and Jamie Renee. Enjoy. Take it away.
Thank you, Ashley. Welcome, everybody, again. We have a high-powered panel here today, so my job is going to speak as little as possible and let them do the bulk of the talking. So we have 4 panelists. Our topic today is IP driving entrepreneurship and innovation. And the way we're going to approach this is the 4 panelists, and I'm going to give a little bit of background about them, represent different aspects of the IP ecosystem, whether it's universities, corporates, academia, or individuals and governments that, that NGOs that drive that innovation in society. And so I'm going to start. The way we'll do this panel is I'll give brief introductions of them, and then I'll give each of them a few minutes to talk about what they do, which is best that you hear from them. And then we'll get into questions if we have time. All right? And then I think we have a few slides that we want to present as well, some of the presenters. So first, Dr. Derek Eberhardt, thank you for being here. He's Associate Vice President of Research and Executive Director of Innovation Gateway at the University of Georgia, where he helps translate discoveries into real-world impact, leading to over 1,200 products and 250 companies based on UGA research. With a career spanning genetic research, biotech startups, and technology transfer, he's recognized for his leadership in turning ideas into impactful innovations. Thank you. Keith Cohen, next. Since the 90s, Keith has pioneered management of corporate intellectual property as a growth engine versus a legal cost center, something that many of us see in our corporate world. Through his leadership at Bell South Sprint, and now as the CEO of Venadar, he created and refined a process that transforms IP into an evergreen source of corporate innovation, entrepreneurialism, growth, and enterprise value creation. So thank you, Keith. We have a lot to learn from what you're doing. Next, we have Sherry. I'm going to introduce Sherry. Founded the pharmaceutical and biotech patent practice at the global firm of King & Spalding. And from there, she was recruited to be the global chief patent counsel at GlaxoSmithKline, where she headed a team of over 200 people in 12 offices and had the responsibility for all prosecution and litigation matters for GSK. She then started the Atlanta law firm of Knowles IP Strategies, which focuses on complex biopharmaceutical patent matters. Sherry has also founded the nonprofit Malmar Knowles Family Foundation and the Kechtel program that has trained thousands of young youth leaders born for greatness in developing countries, including on entrepreneurship and innovation. She has a few slides, and you're going to be impressed what you see today. And last but not the least, Jamie Renee. She's also on the USIPA board. She's the executive director of the National Academy of Inventors, where she leads national efforts to expand the impact of innovation and strengthen partnerships across universities, industry, and government. With more than 25 years of leadership experience and recognition in the top 2.5% of executives worldwide for business acumen, she's known for helping organizations turn bold ideas into lasting results. All right. Very good. Thank you. I'm going to hand it over to Derek. Why don't you share a little bit about what you do, and you can go around.
Yeah, thank you, Neil. Appreciate the opportunity to be a part of the panel and the conference today. So universities, I think, are great centers of innovation, but we need partnerships with industry and government, investors to really move those technologies forward. And so that's really the focus of what we do at Innovation Gateway, is to take those ideas, those discoveries that are made by our faculty, staff, and students, and figure out how to translate those into products. So University of Georgia, I'm proud to say, has been successful. So we have ranked in the top 5 of all U.S. universities for new research-based products reaching the market for the last 12 years. We've actually been number 1 for the last 3 years. So it's not only our football team that's ranked nationally. But to me, really the core of it is intellectual property. So without those intellectual property rights, and I think we heard earlier from Will from the USPTO, reliable, robust IP rights are essential. So nobody's going to take the time to invest in that product development if they're not sure that they have those robust IP rights. For example, I came out of the biopharma industry, so if you look at the numbers, it takes about $2.6 billion on average to bring a new drug to market. So why are you going to invest that kind of time and money if you don't have a sense that you've got a competitive advantage? You're going to have the ability to have exclusive product rights to recoup that investment. So that's why I'm passionate about intellectual property. I've been part of GIPA for a number of years, really, because I think we can't translate the discoveries from the university research labs without that strong intellectual property, without partners who recognize the value of that intellectual property. And so I look forward to hearing from our panelists. Hopefully we'll have some time to answer some questions, but appreciate this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, and welcome everyone. I'm personally very excited to be here. This is somewhat of a completion of a journey for me that started back in 1996. At that time, I left the practice of law after 14 years and joined Bell South as the head of the corporate development group. And after doing lots of acquisitions to buy growth, I was challenged by the chairman and CEO to create growth from underutilized assets at Bell South. And so I had the vision, in part based by the inspiration of Qualcomm, to figure out how Bell South would use its intellectual property to drive growth and innovation and value creation as a company. And in 1999, we created the Bell South Intellectual Property Group, and I had rare good judgment and hired Scott Frank to run that group. And then watched the incredible success that he had not only at Bell South, but at AT&T, in doing more than just driving a little bit of value, driving I think $3 billion in revenues at AT&T from an intellectual property portfolio that grew from 38 patents at Bell South when we started to well over 10,000, 20,000 at AT&T. Scott and I also got back together in 2018 and had lunch, and in discussing what would come next, we sort of formulated the initial strategy of the Georgia Intellectual Property Alliance, which started this group on its journey, and now that circle continues to close. We announced I am the CEO of an advisory firm, Venadar, that helps corporations with growth and innovation. And yesterday we announced that Scott Frank is joining as our 4th managing director of Venadar. So it's been a full circle. Through all of that, I've been on a mission to create growth and innovation and recognize that corporations, have not only the very unique position in the intellectual property ecosystem. They have the ability to inspire, to create, to validate, and to commercialize intellectual property. And that puts them in an incredibly rare position if they learn how to properly utilize that capability and the enormous resource that they have from tapping into the talents of their hundreds, thousands, and hundreds of thousands of employees, and if they can organize them the right way. So it's been a great journey, and it's exciting to be here and share that with you.
Thank you.
Well, that's great. I see the pride in your eyes looking at Scott, and it's so strange to be sitting next to someone that sees you sort of as a mentee when you are a mentor to so many of us. So allow me to transition back from that special moment. I'm delighted to be here, Nikhil, Scott. Thank you for having the Academy participate, and I'm excited to be with all of you. I would suspect that many of you are unfamiliar with the National Academy of Inventors, and that is probably in large part due to the fact that we spend little time talking about ourselves. We spend all of our time talking about our members. So the Academy is the youngest of the national academies, and all of our members are members of the other academies, the other sciences, as well as their inventors. So our folks have IP and they start businesses. We don't just have individuals, we also have organizations. We started during the recession really out of a need to identify inventors within academia. So at our roots, we work with universities. We work with Derek's University and are proud to consider Derek among the talent that we have access to and that we leverage. And that's really what the Academy does, is it brings together incredibly intelligent people across all of the sciences who see the value of IP and also are very much interested in translating that IP to create jobs and to create impact, together with the organizations that they work with and the ones that they partner with within that ecosystem. And then we stand back and we identify where there's opportunity for them to deliver more together. And we provide those resources or we remove those barriers on their behalf. So I'm delighted to be here. I was sharing with someone working for the Academy allows myself and my team to always be true to the fact that they tell you to never be in rooms where you are the smartest person in the room, and I am never the smartest person in the room. And so I think I'm in all the rooms I should be in. So thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Hi. Good morning. I'm Sherry Knowles. I wear two hats. I'm an IP attorney specializing in biotech and pharma, as Nikhil said. But is that working?
When do you want the slides to start?
How
Sherry?
about that? Yeah. Is that working?
Yeah.
Now you're on. Okay, awesome. Start all over again. Yep. I'm Sherry Knowles. Great to be here with you today. I wear two hats. I'm IP attorney specializing in biotech and pharma, and talk sometimes about policy issues. But I also started a nonprofit for youth in developing countries about 10 years ago, and that's what we're going to talk about. That's what I'm going to talk about today. I'm really excited about it, and we heard this morning that this entire day is being streamed worldwide. Well, part of where it's being streamed is for our youth in developing countries all over the world who are part of the Kechtel program. So we'd like to say hello all over the world to the youth who are in the Kechtel program, who are watching us today and learning from the wonderful entrepreneurs who are speaking all day today. And thank you for the opportunity to live stream out to the Kechtel family. If you want to,
Yes.
I've got a couple of slides. I can tell you about the program and how.
Give me a moment. Joseph, can you put the slides on, please?
Okay, so while we're waiting for the slides to come on, I want to tell you how a organization which is for youth, we say youth born for greatness in developing countries, interact with IP, entrepreneurism, and innovation. So here are the countries we're in. As of 2025, we admitted about 4,000 youth from about 100 countries. We're only in developing countries, not developed countries, because we wanted to specialize there. We think there's a real strong need for mentorship and development for some really brilliant, smart people out there who are just aiming and learning and wanting to know more and wanting to be connected with each other and with all of the experts in this room as well as elsewhere. Okay, next slide. If we can get to...
He's switching. He just...
Okay. Okay.
Next slide, please. Yeah. There you go. Yeah.
Okay, so we have an online program. Part of that program for these youth in developing countries has to do with entrepreneurship and innovation. In fact, it's the one that we're on right now. So this conference today, which is being streamed to youth around the world, fits the module that we're studying. We also have in-person meetings. And if you look in the bottom right corner, you might see somebody that you recognize here. Here's Mafe and Scott, who actually came down to Peru and were part of our Peru conference in August. And so we've run programs both in Atlanta. This shows conferences in Armenia, in Ghana. We're going to be in South Africa in November during the same week as the G20 is there. First time the G20 has hosted in an African country, so that's exciting. Over in the bottom left-hand side, we have two of our adult mentors. The man here, Prashanth, is one of the first Indian astronauts who's being trained to go up on the International Space Station, and along with his wife, an actor in India. So we have wonderful people all over the world, and we're excited to be part of the program. But why is entrepreneurship and innovation so important in developing countries? Next slide. Okay, this is why. 84% right now of the global population is in developing countries. 84%. And we don't pay attention to that at our own peril. By 2035, in Africa alone, is going to have over 50% of the global youth population. Over 50%. That's astounding. And half of Africa is going to be less than 21 years old. Okay. There are going to be 400 million jobs needed in Africa. They don't have the industry, they don't have the infrastructure to give 400 million jobs to the youth who are coming up in these developing countries. If you look at this lack of decent jobs, 3 in 4 youth in sub-Saharan Africa lack secure work. So that means 75% of youth in Africa do not have stable employment like we all enjoy in developed countries. There's educational mismatch. The education doesn't match on the skill set. There's not proper mentors. There's not proper training. There's rising youth anxiety levels. And why does this matter? It's because we all share this earth. And if there are going to be greater than 50% of our youth are going to be on one continent, and 84% of our entire population in the world is outside of developed countries, we need to be involved in them. We need to be working with them. We need to be training them, interacting with them, networking with them, because it can have a huge impact on the future of the world. There are a lot of youth who are lacking jobs. They get out of college and there's nothing there for them. So if you're in a country, of which many of the countries in the developing world have over 50% unemployment for youth, what do? There's only one thing you can do. You have to become an entrepreneur, right? That's where all of us come in. So you have to become an innovator. You have to become an entrepreneur. You have to figure out how to make something and sell it if you want to have a livelihood. And that's about as critical as it can get in developing countries. And that's one way that all of us, as experts in intellectual property and innovation and entrepreneurship, we can help youth all over the world. Why? Because if you're going to be an entrepreneur in one of these developing countries, which you're going to have to be if you want to put any food on the table, support your family, build a family, have a house, have a job, and have a good lifestyle, you need to know the basics. You need to know about CDAs. You need to know about contracts. You need to know how you might get ripped off. You need to know how to pick a partner. You need to know how not to pick a partner, even more importantly. And what to do, how to build the business. Well, that's why it's so important for us to talk with the experts like all of you in this room and say, how are we going to network all of you with this huge bulge of youth who, by necessity, have to be entrepreneurs. In the United States, people may want to be an entrepreneur. In the rest of the world, they may have to be entrepreneurs. Okay, next slide. Okay, 90%. The world counts 1.8 billion young people between the ages of 10 and 24. 90% of them live in developed countries. That's huge, and that's a number we have to pay attention to. Next slide. Okay, In the beginning of this year, I said that we accepted about 4,000 youth in about 100 countries. We sent out and started the first Kechtel Global Youth Index, where we asked youth in developing countries really probative questions about their lives and what they thought about issues. And we came up with like a 40 or 50-page slide deck on all their answers. But I just wanted to pick out a couple of these answers because I really wanted it to hit home to you. Next slide. Okay, views from developing country youth leaders. Only 30% said, I plan to live in my home country for the rest of my life. So why is that? Because those home countries have many problems. 25%, my home country's leaders prioritize policies that benefit youth. Only 7% said my home country's government is not corrupt. 29%, I trust, this is important for all of us who are lawyers. 29%, I trust that courts in my home country will reach the right decision. Okay, 73%, food security is a critical issue in my home community. 75%, young people in my country feel unprepared for the job market after completing their education. That's where all of you come in, where you can help. 18%, young people in my home country are well trained to take care of their own finances. So we're talking about personal finance education. Only 18% said they feel equipped to deal with their own finances. And then the last one hits home. Only 40% said developed country leaders care about people in developing countries. I'm not sure that's correct, but that's how they feel. Okay, next slide. Next, okay, this is an unabashed recruitment exercise, if you can't tell. Okay, so volunteer to be an adult member. You've got your QR code there. You can go to kechtel.com. You can volunteer to be a one-on-one mentor to a youth in a developing country. We hope that you'll do this. We hope that you'll get other people to do it. Just sign up. It's very easy to sign up. And then we will pair you with people and let you help them, walk them through, let them read a contract. We heard from someone in the first panel saying, no, in the very beginning, we were saying they're looking at contracts as you go through different seasons of the sport career or the sporting season or et cetera. They need this kind of advice as they become entrepreneurs because it's a life-critical mission. Okay, next slide. Okay, here's my next unabashed recruitment exercise. How many of you are in a developing country? How many of you, raise your hand if you're here and you actually live in a developing country. Okay, awesome. Well, this slide is for you, okay? We have opened our portal for the 2026 program for youth leaders born for greatness in developing countries. So you could do this QR code or go to www.kechtel.com. They'll get 1 year free training, and then maybe they'll meet somebody like you in here or one of your colleagues who can help train these youth. We have to, as a matter of necessity, when you look at the numbers, that 84% of youth are in developing countries. It's our obligation to go out there when we have so much great talent like the people in this room to help the people in developing countries. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Sherry. Yeah. When she speaks, she has the room, and those stats are just astounding. Thank you very much for that. Joseph, you can put back the panel slide. All right, so what we're going to do is we talked about innovation needing an ecosystem. It's not just the inventors, it's not just the lawyers, it's not just the universities. Everybody needs to come together. So I'm going to start with Derek. That's where the universities come in. How critical are those partnerships? Your stats were astounding, 250 startups coming out of UGA. So where do you see the importance of the ecosystem and how do you build those relationships?
Yeah, I think partnerships are really essential. I mean, if you think about university discovery, so for example, the University of Georgia, we did $650 million of research and development expenditures. But most academic inventions are very early stage. If you think about technology readiness levels, they're at the early stages. So you've got to have those public-private partnerships to serve as a bridge between those kind of research discoveries and real-world applications. And so to facilitate those partners, you have to understand, like, what are the priorities of industry? What are the priorities of your government, state, local, federal? What are the priorities of investors? How do we align those? And so you've got to do some customer discovery. You have to understand, they're not just knocking on your door for IP's sake. It has to meet a need for your partners. And so really understanding that is important. So I mentioned I came out of an industry background. A number of my team members are as well. So I think that helps provide that perspective of how do you understand what university or industry partners are looking for. So at UGA, we sign somewhere between 100 and 150 license agreements each year, and that ranges from peanut varieties to pharmaceuticals to biodegradable plastics. So obviously you're not going to have a one-size-fits-all. So you've got to have a strategy that's industry specific. We have our teams organized into verticals. So our life science team, our physical sciences engineering, and our ag and plant team. So they understand those markets. They understand what terms look like in terms of licensing. And I think when you're thinking about collaborative projects with industry, you've got to make the contracting process simple, right? So you can't spend months and months back and forth with legal teams. So we've developed a number of strategies, including an express license process where companies can access the IP on preset terms. Also, if you're thinking about collaborative research projects, you need to make it simple so that the path for dealing with intellectual property is clear from the beginning of the project. And so we have an industry collaborations pathway that kind of maps out those different entry points. So if I'm a company and I have a prototype, I just want somebody at the university to test it. That's a much different IP landscape than we're going to start a project based on an initial discovery made at the university. So mapping that out on the front end, everybody's clear what the expectations are. We have different template agreements as starting points to streamline that process. And then, Nikhil mentioned startups. So a lot of times nowadays, these technologies, as I mentioned, are very early stage. So existing companies may not want to take on the risk of that. So moving something through a startup company can de-risk it both from a technical and a market risk perspective is critically important. And so we developed the Georgia Startup License Program, which pushes a lot of the financial obligations down the road. So even deferring patent costs, there's no upfront fees. That allows the money that the companies get to invest in product development and de-risking. We're fortunate to have partners like Georgia Research Alliance, so Justin's in the room. They provide seed funding for intellectual property coming out of universities that can turn into startup companies for job creation. So the government angle, how do we have economic development? How do we create jobs? So understanding sort of how all that fits together is important. So if I'm an investor, once hopefully this technology has been matured and de-risked in a startup company, then I can come in with a higher likelihood of seeing that return on investment than something coming straight out of the lab. So, I want to give time to other panelists here, but in summary, I think, without that ecosystem of partnerships, without things like the National Academy of Inventors highlighting the importance of academic innovation, without industry partners coming to the table and being willing to take those projects forward, partners like Georgia Research Alliance to help facilitate those startups, then we'll see a lot of academic innovations that never advance and really have the real world impact that they potentially could.
Thank you, Derek. That was important. Those tangible examples of what the partnerships that you have, I think, is very relevant for the audience here. I'm going to jump on to Jamie because you're related to academia. So from your perspective, what do you see as the biggest opportunities, and what do you see as the biggest roadblocks to these partnerships as you look at it from a national perspective?
Well, I think I personally am hardwired, and I would say most of the inventors within our membership are the same, that the obstacles and the opportunities are the same. They're just packaged differently. I think finding common language is something that's often overlooked. Terms mean different things in different industries, and so part of what we do is just simply facilitate conversation. Things that need to be said in rooms with people that you trust versus what you publish because you know it's going to get read and it's going to get quoted are two very different things. And post-COVID, in a world where we are very comfortable, and it has been a blessing for participation to communicate virtually, we cannot forget the value of being in the same room and trusting candor without it coming back. And part of where I see the opportunity is the Academy creates the space for people like Derek and others to come in and talk to their counterparts in other universities and other industries and find out that the challenge that they're getting from a department, leadership, an individual may not be as unique to that person. And when you start to hear it in other words, other experience from other people, you start to see where you can create solution. And so I think the greatest obstacle is we're not all speaking the same language. I think we all are pretty fond of our own thinking and our own path forward, regardless of industry. I think the opportunity is for us to find common language that crosses the meaning of multiple sectors and shoot towards solutions versus being the one to get the praise. And the Academy's delighted to continue to be a space where multiple sectors and talented individuals are safe to come together to have that conversation and move things forward.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you for doing that. That's a very important role to play at a national level. Thank you. Keith, multiple questions from corporate perspective. First of all, how can you inspire employees? That was one of the things that struck me with some of our earlier conversations. You were one of the few people that saw IP as a profit center versus a cost center, and you took the steps to put it in motion. Tell us a little bit about that experience and about innovation overall and intrapreneurship, if you may call it. That's the word that we've heard before from corporate perspective.
Oh. Thanks. I think there's two sides to that question. One is how do corporations inspire employees, and then the other side is how are employees inspired to create intellectual property? And they're really very different questions. The starting place is the corporation has to have leadership with vision. Without that, this will not go anywhere. The corporation also needs a business plan. They're in this to utilize the innovations and intellectual property to create value. And employees need to know that if they're creating, the corporation will utilize that to drive it forward. I think the third is pretty obvious. You have to have a playbook. You can't just stumble into this and suddenly have a fully, effective intellectual property program. We heard earlier from Qualcomm's 40-year journey, and you can tell, it's just an incredible story where they've been building and building and building. And I think public information suggests that 15 to 20% of their revenues come from intellectual property licensing. So it's a marvelous story. And then the fourth is you've got to communicate to employees constantly about their role and their opportunity within the corporation. If you flip it to the employee side, the first thing is that you've got to talk to them about intellectual property in just understandable terms. They don't get it when you talk about patents and trademarks and trade secrets and copyrights. They don't get it. You have to talk with them about what are good ideas, what are innovations, and explain it in simple ways. Does it drive a better process, a better design, an algorithm, customer insights, data, models, business models. So they've got to be able to translate the whole concept of intellectual property into what do they do every day for the corporation. You then have to, in their minds, reframe intellectual property as not being part of a cost center. If they see themselves as a cost governed by the general counsel who has a budget for creating intellectual property, they're not going to bother. They don't want to be part of a cost center. They want to be part of a profit center and drive the future value of the company. So you have to have them connected to the profit driving side of the company, whether it's the CEO or the CFO or the head of corporate development or the head of strategy. And then you have to, just help them understand that their ideas are part of the corporate journey, and that they're really tied to the future of the corporation, not the past, and that their ideas are what is, taking that corporation forward. And a lot of times the intellectual property is just the front runner, the very first step in that path. And employees need to understand it. And then, the last thing the corporation has got to do is it's just got to facilitate an environment for employees to gather. And I should probably turn it back to you since you did that at AT&T, but employees need that fun, comfortable, safe space where they can get together in groups of 5 or 10 or 15 and just throw ideas around and then decide what comes out of it that they then push up in the corporation to say, do you think we have anything here? So it's a really great play between management and the employees, and unfortunately, it's really not done very well in most corporations. In fact, it's done very poorly. We had, really the one great exception with Qualcomm. Scott and you and the rest of the team did it at AT&T, but there's only so many examples. Most of what you see now comes out of the smaller companies, where you have a complete alignment between, the CEO and employee number 4. And they're all, in that team, and they are able to generate that first idea. It's a lot harder out of a company with thousands of employees. And that's, but if we're going to drive intellectual property and ultimately drive abundance for the common good, it's going to have to come out of the corporations because they have the resources to do it.
Yeah, they have funding. I think you touched on some very important points. Vision, also the mindset, right? Top to bottom is incredibly important.
Nikhil, you have
Sherry,
about 4 minutes.
yes.
4 minutes left.
Oh, 4 minutes, all right. So I got questions for Sherry. Sherry, you've seen this, the spectrum of different things that are happening. Of course, you've been in the United States, but also through GSK, you've seen the world, how IP works. Tell us a little bit about your experience in the developing world. You training entrepreneurship, what do you see as major roadblocks? What's connecting the dots for youth?
Or what's not connecting the dots?
Yeah.
So what's
not,
the work
I
that we
guess.
have to do? And that's why I love to be in the room with wonderful, brilliant people like all of you, because it's going to take all of you to accomplish this, as well as the people who are watching from all over the world. Well, what do we need? That goes down to the basic needs. What do you need for a successful infrastructure for IP? I would say number one is you have to have courts that work. Because if you can't have the orderly resolution of disputes, you can't have a business system. You can't have an IP system. And you have a tendency going toward the spectrum of corruption if your courts don't work, okay? So we're all lawyers. We all think the judicial is the most important branch, but I think objectively it probably is. So working with youth in developing countries to talk about the criticality of an independent, unbiased judicial system is very, very important. A huge message to give. And it's something that we all need to work together to help with. So that's on the macro level. And I tend to think in developing countries as well as developed countries, if you've got a great judicial system, everything else kind of falls into place because it's the balancing. It's the huge balancer. Okay. But then they need training. As we said, in developed countries, entrepreneurship and innovation, that's an achievement, it's an accomplishment, it's an aspiration. In developing countries, it's becoming a necessity, okay, because of the situation they're in. In doing that, there are some really, really smart people out there. For example, we talked about Kenya. One of our actual board members, youth board members in Kenya, came up with a brilliant solution for female products in Western Kenya, where it's a very rural area over there near Lake Victoria, and very rural. And they had a lot of problems. They didn't have sanitary products for the girls. For the girls, they had to stay home, from school. It was a big problem. So he came up with a solution. So what's another thing that's in abundance? You have the lack of sanitary equipment, but you have abundance of bananas. Okay, you have banana peels. So they were able to, he was able to come up with the innovation to use banana peels to create sanitary napkins. He won a $1 million Hope Prize. He won it from all over the world. He used that to buy equipment. They're now online, and that's a huge successful story. And it came out of the Kechtel program, starting from Kechtel in Nairobi. We have other ones, and I'll tell you one more really quick, because I know we're out of time. I'm going to get hit over the head with a hammer in 1 second. In Ghana, we have a wonderful Kechtel colleague who was worried about the fact that it's a very agrarian society. They lose over 50% of their crops that just die before they can get to market. Okay, so what he did was he came up with a product that comes up with this solar cooling system that you can put in communities, in farms, and it keeps all the crops cool until you can get them to market. So now instead of losing 50% of all the produce, which they also need because we have food insecurity, now the big bulk of it can get to market and get to the homes of people's tables. So this is innovation, it's entrepreneurship, solving problems in the developing country. We're real excited about it. We need your help.
Thank you so much. We do have videos of the examples she gave. We're going to play them during the break. So just for that's great. Thank you so much again. Great panel. Round of applause, please. Thank you so much. I know you don't want them to stop, but we have to go on. We have the next panel coming up. Thank you, Ashley.
Okay. Thank you, Nikhil. We could listen to you guys all day. Thank you to our E&I panel. It was incredible. Up next, a star-studded lineup of creators in conversation about intellectual property in entertainment, arts, and sports. These industries are highly valued and highly visible in our culture and our daily routines. I mean, who's listened to music today? Who listened to a podcast, right? We rely on these creatives in our everyday, and we need to help them protect their intangible assets and their creative works. So allow me to introduce our moderator, Jeslyn Moyer, president of Georgia Entertainment, which covers the business of film, broadcast, music, esports, and gaming. Jeslyn spent 15 years in California in front of and behind the camera before rooting herself in quintessentially Georgian entertainment. The presenters are Kent Kiersey, Hani Korngold, Lana Love, and George York. Let me cue Jeslyn and her cast of characters. Action, you guys, as soon as these leave the stage. It takes a moment to change the actors, you understand.
For those of you who have ever been on a set, you know that the wait time is very real. In between takes more than actual takes themselves. Thank you for that incredible introduction. Do we have everybody? Yeah, we're settled in. As she mentioned, I'm Jeslyn, and I am incredibly honored to be moderating this very important conversation today on IP and entertainment, arts, in sports. I've spent my entire career where creativity meets business, in television production, and now in advocacy, a role I never thought I would actually be playing. But here I am in Georgia, and the only defense I ever personally mastered, because that is not my expertise, was heartfelt hope, to be honest. Hope, belief, and passion, maybe laced with a little naivete, if you will, because to create is to believe that something new and meaningful can't exist. And protecting that creativity matters now more than ever. We all know that. IP doesn't just belong to the studios and the publishers. There's been a regime change, if you will. It belongs to every independent artist, athlete, innovator, who proudly calls themselves a creator. It's the heartbeat of our creative economy. And right now it's beating louder than ever in Georgia. And I think it's very important to understand that, to really set the scene on why we're having this conversation here in Atlanta this morning. At Georgia Entertainment, the media company that I run with Mr. Randy Davidson right over there, the CEO and founder, it's our mission to champion and protect Georgia's creative industries and IP. Film, music, fashion, gaming, and sports, not only here, but as we grow our presence on the global stage. Special thanks to those who have been on that journey with us. Hani's been around the world with us. David Sutherland, who's in the room, has really taken our message abroad and really making sure that we're showcasing Georgia's infrastructure and IP. So today we're joined by an incredible group of panelists testing the boundaries of protectability, from Kent Kearsley of Invoke, who helped secure a landmark ruling for AI-assisted artwork, Hani Korngold, Lana Love, George York, each bringing a unique lens and personal experience to creativity and ownership. We'll talk about what AI means to each of them, the realities of copyright awareness, and how we define authorship in this new era. And I hope today you lean in. I hope that you are inspired, truly, and I hope you enjoy the conversation and join it, because you all are very quiet. For those of you who are online, you could hear a pin drop in this room. And I hope by the end of this panel discussion, that is not the case, because we need your expertise, we need your insight, and I want to encourage you to be a part of this dialogue. So I would love for each of you just to share 2 to 3 minutes on who you are, your background. Give us a quick bio. Again, help us set the scene for some of these upcoming questions. Hani, let's start with you.
I'm Hani Korngold. I'm a producer and also have a number of other initiatives that just sort of grew out of all the... Oh, thank you. Hani Korngold, producer. Thank you for that. Have a production company. We've been producing now for not quite 20 years. We started out in nonfiction television, basically with an international travel show. So we traveled all over the world and told stories about extraordinary people and extraordinary places. We then grew into doing documentary, and from there, natural extension was feature film. We specialize in feature films that are based on true stories. It's what I like. I'm really inspired by the stories, things that people have done and the things that they've accomplished. So that presents all sorts of very interesting challenges when it comes to IP. We also have an organization called the Georgia Story Lab, where in these very uncertain times we're in right now with production and content creation, we're finding that professionals in my industry need to band together and help one another and leverage the things that we have to help one another. So I'm always a big believer in the phrase, a rising tide lifts all boats. And then additionally, we founded a nonprofit in Georgia about 5 years ago called Philanthrofilms, which is focused on workforce development and education in the film industry.
Hey everybody, my name is Kent Kearsley. I'm the CEO and founder of a company called Invoke. I'll give you the very short version of my history. I've been building products and software and technology for probably a little over a decade here in Atlanta. About 2.5, 3 years ago, I stumbled into open source generative AI. Started making art for fun as a hobby. And very quickly, generative AI became very hot, and nobody could stop talking about generative AI. So I started a company built on the product that we had been building in open source, and have started to work with media and entertainment companies doing generative media. I also secured the first copyright for an AI-assisted image, which I'm sure we will talk about shortly. And that's a little bit about me.
Hey, y'all. I'm Lana Love. Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm so happy to be here. I just flew in from New York City, but I was actually born in Hotlanta, Georgia at the baby making factory called Northside Hospital. I see some people shaking their heads. Oh, she was too. Okay, perfect. So I'm just really happy to come here and be home. I am an artist, a singer-songwriter, and advocate like you all. And I, too, have been burned by intellectual property and the loss of it. So I wanted to speak on the importance of it for artists today. And it's something that I teach my students. It's something that I teach myself. I educate myself. and I fight for it. I have toured in over 40 countries. I was recently on Team Legend on The Voice, which is the best team, by the way. Not biased. But, and I just came out with an album with the Wu-Tang Clan called Sorry I'm Human. And it is right now on Pop Radio Top 100, which is very, very exciting for me. So it's a little bit about me. Thanks for having me.
Hi, everybody. I'm George York. I'm so honored to be on this panel and with such an amazing crew here. I am the SVP, Senior Vice President at the Recording Industry Association of America, where we represent the 3 major U.S. record labels who are responsible for producing most of the great music, I think also now including Lana's, on Earth. That is the soundtrack to the world. If you've ever traveled outside of the U.S. or you're from outside of the U.S. and you turn on the radio, most of the time it's an American soundtrack, and that's pretty exciting to be everywhere in terms of be hearing American culture and music and creativity, but understanding the critical nature of copyright as a global protection of an invaluable and non-renewable resource. I'm also the co-chair of the USIPA Entertainment and Arts and Sports Committee. And so I'm very happy to have been a previous co-chair been with my previous co-chair, Lana Love. And I know Peggy Stillman is also, I think, maybe here or going to be here later this evening. I encourage you all to attend tonight's amazing event at the Fox Theater, where you will be treated to a performance by Lana as well as Peggy. So Atlanta and Georgia will definitely be in the house tonight. I also am here to give thanks. I'm here to give thanks to, woo! Yeah. Were there any woos in the patent panels? We're going to get you there. Yeah, we're going to get there. I want to be among the cast of thousands to thank Scott, to thank Nikhil, to thank Mafa, to thank Corrine, to thank David. These are our co-partners at USIPA and GIPA who are running some amazing programs, guys. And so many of you are based here, but find a way to get involved. I think that's our goal for today, is to find a way to make sure the creativity, the innovation, and the true spirit of, I think, of what you talked about what creativity is, find a way to be involved, find a way to help a creator, be their counsel, right? Get into some copyright law. You won't regret it. I also want to thank all the government employees who spend their days, countless hours, devote their lives to government service. This is in Washington and around the world. They're diplomats and civil servants, and they are out there pressing and promoting strong copyright protection around the world, strong judicial systems around the world, and so hopefully you'll get a chance to work with those folks. I want to thank also our educators and students in the room. I had the great fortune with Lana to talk with a student here today, and we encourage you to not study for your midterm and come to the performance tonight, but definitely study also. And then finally, I want to give a special thanks to Brian at the event planning team who came up with all these buttons. Scott, I think that they brought us to the next level, right? So let's definitely use them again in the future. And thank you so much to Brian. So anyway, that was very long. I apologize.
A round of applause for these exceptional panelists. Thank you. It's hard for me in entertainment to hear all those accomplishments and not give some props where they're due. This is an incredible conversation, and I'm honored to be among all of you. We'll get started right away. Just let's kick things off, Lana, and talk about copyright awareness and why it is so critical for creators, because you are so much more than just an artist yourself. You truly are an advocate.
Well, thank you so much. So are you, and so is everyone here. And I think it's so critical because this is how we put food on the table. And you can't eat on a handshake. And I learned that the hard way, as I mentioned earlier. So I think a lot of artists learn about copyright after the fact, after it's too late, myself included in that conversation. And that's why I speak about it to young students and as many artists as I can. And I think a lot of these bigger companies, when you go to work for Disney or for HBO or whoever, and maybe there are some people in this room that do, but I think a lot of the bigger companies expect artists to be dumb And we're not. We're creative entrepreneurs, and we all have to think of ourselves as small businesses. And I think the more that we can do that and the more that we can educate ourselves, the better off we will be.
Hani, in your role as a film producer, let's talk intellectual property and issues that you work through. And how often do you have to actually seek legal advice for any of these IP issues?
All the time. I think, particularly focusing on true stories, it is everything. And, because I'm an independent producer, I tend to be one of the more risk-averse independent producers. And so it's one of the first calls that I'm making when we start developing these things, to find out, okay, I've got to get life rights. I've got to secure rights to a number of the characters in the story. How much can I blur the lines? If I, have an amalgamation of a character who is several different, people, are they identifiable enough to create a problem? It's like, it becomes this huge, mix of challenges. So for me, I tend to be very risk averse and am seeking legal counsel on every single thing that we do along the process.
Before you even do it?
Oh, yeah, before we even do it. And I'm constantly urging my peers to do the same thing because it is the quickest way to end your career in any kind of production, content creation, is to think that not doing your due diligence is somehow going to be okay. Sometimes it is. A lot of times it is. It doesn't, come back to bite you. But for the most part, it's just very poor business, and it's not sustainable to think like that.
Certainly. Lana, you touched on that. There was a whole generation that got burned. And I think artists, creators, producers are often underestimated when it comes to that, because now we're really taking a stance and making sure that from the beginning, before any action is taken, we're protecting that IP. I'd really like to talk, George, on the global perspective on copyright.
Thanks, Jessalyn. First, I think it's really important to address the giant pineapple in the room. I think Kent's headshot is the best. Yeah, I mean, that's just amazing. So I just thought we should start there. I would also add that, so we are looking at the system, right? We want to make sure that copyright is protected and enforced globally. And why do we do that? Copyright itself, hopefully this isn't controversial, is not an end that we seek. It is a means to a critical end of creativity, to bring us back to where you started us, Jessalyn. And in order to get us there, we want to be there because of the tremendous economic, cultural, and societal benefits that copyright and creativity as its end product result in, right? So we're bringing women into the economy. We're driving development in the developing world. We're bringing economic empowerment to historically disenfranchised groups. This is what copyright does, and there's a profound amount of economic literature. And we're often finding ourselves working with, whether it's corporate interests or individual interests who say patents are bad, right? They create a barrier to access to medicine. Or copyright is bad because it prevents certain things. Nay. The data doesn't show that. The data shows, and we all here know, I think we're roughly speaking from a similar space. Copyright and certain exceptions that are built into the system, of course, used in limited and scoped ways, is critical to driving that development, to drive that growth. And you, Hani, you mentioned a rising tide lifts all boats. We believe that creativity is that tide, and to unleash that tide that's what copyright is all about. And so we spend a lot of time working on the law, but at the end of the day, the most important thing about it is to make sure that our creators can have a sustainable life, right? It's great that Taylor Swift dropped a new album. That is awesome. But we also want to make sure that every artist and every creator, whether it's in Atlanta or Algeria, right, have an opportunity to benefit from creativity and make it their livelihood. And that's not true in many places because the law enforcement is not where it needs to be.
I'm curious, Ken, if you could share your journey, if you will, on how your AI-assisted artwork came to be and what prompted you to seek copyright protection.
Yeah, that's interesting. So I think early on, I started using the tools in ways that maybe most people here aren't familiar with. I think a lot of folks think of creating with AI is putting a prompt into ChatGPT or something like that, right? I prompted for a picture and I got something from it. Invoke really was built around asking this question of, if an artist were building these tools, what would they want? What type of control would they want to have over the creative process? Where would they want to be able to influence what comes out of it? And so we were really building a lot of that on the frontiers of innovation, of how are we getting control? How are we able to kind of inject our own creativity in the process? And so in early 2023, we were doing a lot of live streams and YouTube videos kind of showing people what was possible. And as part of that, I was pretty adamant that what we were doing was creative, and somebody actually got they got an award, or they won I think it was like a fair, with a work that they did out of a tool called Midjourney, and they revealed that they had done it with AI, and they submitted it for copyright, and the U.S. Copyright Office basically rejected it and said, you didn't have sufficient human authorship in the process of creating this piece of art. It was, primarily prompted for. And despite the fact that he, spent 600 or 700 prompts worth of time trying to figure out how to get the prompt to do what he wanted, he got rejected. And so our tool was definitely more advanced than just prompting. And I was absolutely sure that what we were doing was human creativity. And so I said, what, we should put this forth. And in 2023, we got the first rejection from the U.S. Copyright Office, basically saying, no, what you're doing is not creative. And that kind of rankled me. It got me really upset because, especially as a creative, having someone tell you what you're doing isn't creative is really frustrating. And so, we kind of went back and thought about it, and I heard Cooley's our legal counsel, and they were doing a webinar on AI and copyright and the status of IP in this space. And one of the attorneys there, Judd, was talking about his theory of selection and arrangement and how that would ultimately be a way to argue for copyright. And I was like, that's what I was saying. And that's what my argument was. And so I emailed him, and we kind of reformulated a plan to really be very clear about how the process worked, about what we were doing. I took a video of the process. Our documentation was pristine, and we presented it and got rejected again, and then requested reconsideration. And I think we're adamant enough that we eventually got that in January of this year, which was fun.
Sounds like this was deeply personal.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Never tell a creative they're not creative.
Especially when you're not a creative yourself, right? That's where it really burns. And we're going to get to your slides here in just a couple of minutes, but we're talking, that personal experience. Lana, let's circle back to you. And, if you could share why it is so personal to you. We're all friends here, right? And talk about kind of experiences maybe in your career that really drove home the importance of copyright professionally and personally.
Sure, and this is where we get a little personal and vulnerable here. Many of you may know that I was recently on a show on HBO that was a fake reality TV singing competition show. I did not know it was fake. It was presented falsely as something like The Voice or American Idol. And HBO called me and asked me to come out and audition for the show. And I had an album in the bank, so I know what national TV recognition does, and I go, absolutely, I'm there. Because now I can use that and, launch my project. So I flew myself out to LA 3 times. They encouraged us to sing our original material. It was on the HBO lot. It seemed very legitimate. And 3,000 of us sang original material. They gave us a licensing agreement. It was non-union. I signed it. I said, all right, fine. You can use the song, license it for the show, no problem. On my flight, on the last round, I had made it, there were 50 of us left. And I made it to the top 25. I get a contract in my inbox that goes SAG-AFTRA and says HBO will now own anything that has come out of your mouth in perpetuity, including original works. There were 13-year-olds involved in this show, and their parents spent good money to fly them out there. And I saw the looks on their faces, and they just didn't know what to do, and they all signed the contract. I did not. I went to production, and I kind of slipped by, because you actually have to sign the contract before you walk in the doors, but I gave some winks and, whatever. And so I got in, and I went, hey, look, I can't agree to this. And I don't think the rest of us should have to agree to this either. That's not what we signed up to do. And I would like an addendum for me and every single songwriter in this room. And I got it within the hour. So that is the power of awareness. And I have to say, if I hadn't been burned before and I wasn't a part of this amazing organization, I probably wouldn't have known. And I probably wouldn't have had the guts to stick up for myself and everybody in that room. But I got the contract changed without a lawyer, just me, and just the truth. So I do think that there is room for the truth. I think in the end, that's what wins. I believe that. I have to believe that. But I also think that no one is going to protect you as an artist. You have to protect you. And everyone in this room is really here to protect intellectual property. So we have a bigger job to do because artists don't know. They really don't until they are burned or they get, they end up not doing this as a career because it's so hard. We're really just trying to put food on the table. And at the end of the day, we can't do that if we can't own the deed to our work.
Thank you. I really appreciate your honesty and transparency in that and the way that she fought for every single one of those songwriters in the room with your voice. Your voice is so powerful. Never underestimate it. And while it is incredible to have resources and allies like you all, know that you as a creator have that power as well. That's very important. Thank you for that reminder. Hani, as a producer, what's your position on fair use and in this?
Well, it's interesting. This wasn't a story I was going to tell, but it just really some of the conversation made me think about it. And I thought it might be helpful for the people in the room to understand how producers think when it comes to blurring these lines. It's a personal story. It's a family story. It goes back to a member of my family, my grandfather-in-law, actually. How many of you have seen Star Wars? You've seen Star Wars? So everybody sort of knows the music of Star Wars. So there was a producer, George Lucas, who was creating Star Wars. And when he was doing that, he wanted some very specific music for it. He said, I want what's really similar to like a Korngold type score. Korngold was the one that did Adventures of Robin Hood and all the swashbuckling movies of the 30s and 40s. And so the composer was a man named John Williams. And so John Williams at the time, this was in 1977, he said, okay, the producer is intent on having a very specific sound for his film. So what he did is he went back to Korngold music and he found a film from 1942 called King's Row, which starred Ronald Reagan. And he went ahead and what was probably temp music at the time, because as producers, we do a lot of that. We'll take something that's real and we'll put it temporarily into the cut, and with the intention of swapping it out later. A lot of times that doesn't happen. I don't know that was the case with John Williams, but in this case, the score for Star Wars was almost indistinguishable from Korngold's King's Row. So if you want to do something fun, if you're like, a score nerd, just go ahead and Google Korngold with a K and Star Wars, and what you'll get is a mashup of these two scores, and they are almost indistinguishable. But the mindset of a producer sometimes is that we can fall so in love with our ideas that the risk to make a change is sometimes overlooked. And so I think all of you in the profession that you're in, can really encourage producers that those risks are not worth taking. Now, in the case of John Williams, he's beloved, and he happens to be a very dear friend of my husband's family. And so we prefer to look at this very glaring similarity as simply an homage to Korngold. But it's a story that really keys into the mindset of a producer, and where producers can fall so in love with their ideas that they're willing to overlook these kinds of things and overlook these, whether it's music, whether it's not securing rights. So much of producing and in creation of telling these stories is derivative, because it's inspired from someplace. And so we have to be very, very careful to not do that. So my admonition to all of you is to, toe the line, to hold us as producers accountable, that it's not acceptable to do that sort of stuff, and it's not worth the risk, and it's certainly not honoring the people that, created the original works. That's sort of a little offshoot, but I thought it might be helpful.
No, very. Thank you for your honesty and sharing that personal story. George, I'm curious, as the U.S. continues to develop impact in copyright, how is that affecting other countries and vice versa in regards to some of these personal stories?
Yeah, I think a story that's deeply personal to a lot of folks, it just happens that it's not me, is in South Africa. And going back to the fair use example. So there's been legislation on the books in South Africa for several years now, where South Africa's been considering adopting an American-style fair use system. And that's been generally advocated for by some large American tech companies who are looking to reduce their bottom line. And they would rather not pay for content and rely on fair use as a reason for that. I'm seeing the good time note. It's important to know that, because for individual creators, to play in the fair use space is important, and we have a robust system here. The challenge is that how fair use and other types of very broad exceptions work in other countries. In South Africa, there was a giant protest that went on for an entire day that ended at the president's residence of entertainers and creators, musicians, actors, etc., who basically marched up to the president's residence and said no to fair use, because they said that will destroy our livelihoods, right? And it's on an individual by individual creator basis, there's a lot of understanding of why fair use is important, but at the same time, if it ultimately means that a large American tech company is not going to pay for music anymore on streaming platforms or otherwise, that's not going to be good for the effort to raise all these boats, especially where people are really struggling to make ends meet. So for me, it's a personal experience. I've never seen a copyright protest in the United States where people have spilled out into the streets, but I have seen it in other countries where it really makes a difference.
That's really going to be fascinating to follow, especially as more and more co-production deals come into play as it relates to IP, whether that's film, music, gaming, etc. Ken, I want to circle back, on that process you were mentioning earlier in your work, and I know we've got some slides that are going to help, demonstrate a bit about how you created this. I'd love to know some of your hurdles, your challenges that you faced in that step-by-step application process, and how did you demonstrate your own human condition, humanity, especially with all the debates or even global protests around human authorship or copyright?
Yeah, I think the problems that arise when you use AI to create something is simply that we're shortcutting a lot of the steps that one would traditionally say is the human authorship. The selection of a color, the brush, the way you apply the paint to a canvas, those are all very physical, tangible elements of human authorship. And when we digitize that, it becomes a lot harder to kind of pinpoint where exactly is the human authorship, where is the decision-making process. And I think you can kind of look back to early photography and a lot of the copyright battles that were fought around photography, because you can make the same argument, it's just a machine, you're pressing a button, right? But when you talk about why copyright was ultimately something that prevailed for photographers, is because there's a lot of choice and selection and the lighting and the composition, the angle. You may not own the thing you're taking a picture of, but you are capturing something that is truly a choice that you've made as a creative. And I think that's really where what we were trying to show to the U.S. Copyright Office, where we were trying to demonstrate how choices are made in the process of using these tools. It's not simply as simple as reducing it to a prompt. When you have a more professional application like what we've built, we have the ability to go in, for example, and take a sketch that someone has drawn and use that to condition the AI so that it produces an exact replica of the structure, but just renders it with color. You have the ability to choose what colors you want to apply. You have all of these ways of training an AI model on your style and your aesthetic. And so there is a lot that goes into the process that I think can be easily glazed over. I think the biggest hurdle that I have experienced is a lack of knowledge or understanding of how the technology works, because I think if you don't understand how the technology works, then it becomes very easy to say, oh, and this actually happened in one of the rejections we received. They likened using AI to going and getting an artist and commissioning work from the artist. You're not doing the art, you're commissioning the art. And I think that's a very, very deep misunderstanding of how the technology works. And so that's effectively what we did, and we can show the slides if we want to blow through those real quick, because I did see how much time we have. Oh man, this is gonna be the fastest PowerPoint you've ever seen.
Let's try. Joseph, can you help us with Mr. Kersey's slides? Do you have those available?
We're gonna get so fast through this.
Is it your image, Kent? A single piece of American cheese,
That's
which
it.
I've now memorized the name of?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's
Don't
Joseph,
forget
can you
it.
help us with that? Looks like he's checking.
While they're setting that up, please share why the title, A Single Piece of American Cheese.
So this is one of those things, I think, when you're creating something, very often you don't know what you're going in to get, right? You're kind of discovering what it wants to be while you're working on it. And I started working on this with the intent of making it a little bit weird. And part of that was subversive, maybe a little bit angry that the U.S. Copyright Office had rejected my first piece. And so I was like, well, if you're going to make me come back and do this again, I'm going to give you something a little bit strange to look at. And so I started with a woman that had kind of fractured stained glass face with a head of noodles on top of her head. And as I went through and started editing it and changing things, one of the things that came out looked a little bit to me like American cheese. When I was a kid, I know this is like strange, I've gotten this response a couple of times. When I was a kid, my mom would put a piece of American cheese on top of spaghetti with like red sauce, and so it like melted down, and I thought it was fantastic. I really loved it. Apparently that's strange. I've come to discover that that's not a normal thing that everybody does. But that's kind of what I saw when I saw this hair with this kind of blob on it, and so I kind of made it more cheesy and kind of it bled down into the cheese, and I edited the image quite a bit, and that's ultimately where the title came from. But I also think it's a little bit of a meta commentary because it's a single piece, and the fact that it's American cheese is just the oddities of our intellectual property system and how I had to go through this process to get it. So we'll see the picture here momentarily. I think you'll at least admit that it is strange, if nothing else. But that's kind of what I went through in doing that, and where we'll probably talk a little bit as I go through the slides. And again, I recognize we're short on time, so I'll do this quickly. The reason we got the copyright, and I'll kind of like take a step back here. What we got a copyright on is not any of the output images of the AI system. So the critical importance here is that any AI system that produces something with a prompt, the Copyright Office has effectively said you don't get a copyright on that output. But what we did in the tool, this is the piece here. So I'll show it in all its glory in just a second here. I'll skip past the legal precedent. Effectively, there have been a couple of instances of people trying to get a copyright, and for various reasons, the U.S. Copyright Office has kind of struck those down. But the process that we took was I generated the original image, and then as you can see in the second and third panels here, I drew in additional elements of color, and then I selected those areas and regenerated that with AI. And so you can kind of see how the cheese evolved. I got a little bit of like a gradient out of that. I added a third eye, and I really went through and added certain elements that I drew in and then transformed using AI. And so the way that I like to describe this to a layman, I could probably go into great depth on the copyright side with you all, but the way I explain it to a layman is we got a copyright on the selection and arrangement of various pieces of this, not on any individual AI-generated output. And so the way that I analogize that is we have a copyright on effectively the jigsaw puzzle and not any of the individual jigsaw puzzle pieces. Now, in practicality, this is a thin copyright. Most people would describe this as, a thin or a wrapper. But in practicality, it means that nobody can take the final image and go put it on a T-shirt and monetize that, right? We have the exclusive right to do that. Now, if they could parse out and take out, the exact jigsaw puzzle piece that has all the value, then maybe you could use that because that's not protected. But practically speaking, it's very difficult. So that's how we got the copyright. We got shortly after the most recent U.S. Copyright Office guidance. That's when they actually gave us notice that we had received it. We had been waiting around for a while, a lot longer than I think most people typically wait. And I think it's because this was going all the way up the chain. But that's kind of how we got there. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you all have after the fact, because I know we're running out of time.
Thank you for sharing that. And in the sake of time, just one last talking point. George, I'd like to direct this to you, please. We hear so much about AI being a threat to creativity, but I'm curious, if you could actually expand AI to generate more opportunity instead, as it has with Kent. How can copyright evolve in a way that encourages that innovation without losing the human touch that defines art?
That's a really great question. Very, very briefly, I think we want the United States to win the AI race and the copyright race. We don't have to sacrifice one for the other. And I think Kent's experience, long and arduous, many apologies on behalf of the Copyright Office, but ultimately successful. And you've created a roadmap for not only for artists, but for the Copyright Office itself. So you've done this country and its creators a great service. So that's really valuable, and so we're grateful for that. I would say that one thing that's critical to a healthy ecosystem, this is true in the patent world, this is true in the copyright world, is licensing, right? So there's the inputs and the outputs. You said nobody can put my image on their T-shirt. They can if you license it, and you guys work out a great deal, and you make a lot of money, and they make a lot of money, and that's awesome. Nike, who cares? It's going to be awesome. But on the front end, and this is where we have a lot of work to do, we want to make sure that large AI companies building large language models are licensing the content that they use to train their AI models. So when Lana's music goes in to train AI models, most large AI companies are not getting authorization. That's a violation of copyright. Some may argue that it's fair use. Fair use is not a right. Fair use is a defense. No court has found in every instance that fair use is a text and data mining exception. If they're taking your art, plugging it into a model, I think you would like that licensing dollar. Maybe not, but I would. So at the end of the day, copyright is critical so that we get to an ecosystem where AI is helping as a tool, right, getting us to that creative place to help a human-centered AI economy grow and evolve. But we have to make sure that countries like China don't adopt a vast copyright exception that says, please take all of American copyright so that your AI companies can house all of our data, draw investment away from American AI companies, and steal American copyright and have the creative economy in the United States crash. That's not what we want. We want it to thrive, and in order to have a healthy, virtuous ecosystem, licensing is a critical piece. Theft is theft is theft, and there's a human cost when large AI companies say that they don't have to pay. They do have to pay. And please tell our panelists on that next panel that they should. Thank you.
Mic drop. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Jeslyn. Thank you to our panel. That was incredible. Kit, one more question. Why the pineapple in your headshot? Dying to know.
Long story.
Okay, please tell us over lunch. One more time for this incredible panel. That was fascinating. If you'll step over here, I think Nikhil would like to grab a photo with all of you before you depart. Who's ready for lunch? Yes, right? We also have a very exciting happening during lunch. You're going to get to hear Scott Frank have a fireside chat with Mr. David Kapos. Is David here? Has he made it here? Yeah, hi, David. Your head is blocked, but I see your arm. David is the former USPTO director under President Obama's administration. He's currently a partner at Cravath in New York. Please don't miss this conversation. It's going to begin at 12:45. For those wondering where lunch is taking place, you'll just go out the door to your left. And if you can all be back in this room no later than 1:20 to begin I believe it's our fourth panel of the day. Enjoy lunch.
Yeah, this is lunchtime too, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Well, I think those are Hey, David.
Oh, thank you.
Not anything we have to. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Oh my gosh. That's also true though. It's hard to be in every state at every moment. So they have colleagues. I do not.
Let me get it for you.
Yeah, that'd be great. I'd love that.
Is it over here?
Yeah, great to meet you as well. Where do you exactly do? So I do international outlets. So my job is to go to do what you do, but with foreign countries. So I go
Piracy is a big, we have a whole team for that. I'm sort of more on the legislative advocacy side. So we're trying to really try to get all copyright exception by for text and data mining. So that's a huge battle we're fighting right now. We've kind of made a pretty successful campaign in Chile to stop the text and data mining exception there. Sir Paul McCartney tell the Prime Minister don't do this. And they basically stop because these are national icons. Wow. So how do you bring, and if we try to bring music, you'd be like, so that's not a good one. So you have to work with CDs. So we're just fighting that. It's a wild scene. Yes. Oh, really?
Something local here. I mean, so in the music, that's great. Like the Trump.
That was terrifying. Well, I work with MPA.
Yeah,
no, I work with MPA.
So we put the legislators and the governors right there and give them their and all the articles are pretty advocacy. There's IP. I love this. This is so great. There's some IP articles in the back and things like that. So it's kind of evergreen content.
I love it.
SCAD, SCAD.
For sure, yeah.
So
We were just in Savannah.
Oh, yeah. So their students designed it.
It's really impressive. Really? This is. I love that. I love that.
Yeah.
SCAD is so cool.
Yeah, they are.
That is neat. This is really, really cool. So are you guys you guys work principally with MPA?
We work with NPA and other advocacy groups, like mostly that have a Georgia focus. So NPA, this guy, he represents 14 states, but he's based in Georgia because Georgia has a monster film industry. And then the gaming Georgia Gamers Association, and then there's the Georgia Music Partners, where we've been advocating forever for a music officer, at the state level, other states kind of. So they are all partners with us around this creative economy.
That's so great. So great. Well, let me just you have my email, right? We've been emailing, but we should, and you have my card.
Yeah.
So we should find a way to see about following up.
Yeah, and anytime you're involved with things that you might need us to support either on a large basis or either even attend or panel with you or something,
that would be
same with us. Like that's why I'm impressed that you're available to do some things that we might be involved with. Like the Nashville drop-in and things like that. We go around the country too and bring Atlanta and Georgia executives and mesh them with national executives, LA executives, and they talk. It's like a little.
But that's actually it's great because sometimes everyone is so entrenched and nobody can negotiate. Because I'm just like kill over here, and they're like kill us, and we can't. We're not going to come up with solutions. The solutions are going to happen here in LA, in New York, or here, where you have like smart people who are a little bit more than let's make a deal, action, but know the policies, the implications.
Wow.
So
nice to meet you.
Yeah, great to meet you as well.
We will be following up pretty hard.
Thank you, guys. All right, good. Let's do it.
Thank you.
Scores.
Grab those, but they got plenty. You were right. To have the cold ones up here. Warmer ones I'm just gonna take. Just leave those two back there.
I was gonna replace them with the cold ones. Like I have 2 cold ones.
I was gonna leave the cold ones for each.
No, what I'm saying is I have cold also, but I was gonna replace their warm with what's also cold. You know. Here we go.
go your defaults. Oh, there it is. Gotcha. Oh, you have the voice recognition now. Yeah, you have your voice recognition on.
Take that off. God, that's driving me crazy. I can't type in.
Sorry. Okay. Okay. Oh. All right. Okay. Make sure.
What?
Be quiet. Okay. I got you. All right. All right. So whatever website you're trying to go to.
So how do I do, actually, you have a slide, should be a slide in the deck that Sam had for the 340 group, but this is it. So how do I make that?
This.
Which is how do I, yeah.
Where'd you pull this from? Where'd you print this from?
Well, it's from, okay, so I am.
This is like the Canva slide.
So, what nationality?
Ukrainian, Lithuanian.
Okay.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yes. So. Carolyn, we were following the order, not that you have to, but of the slide.
All right, where should I go?
So we match. You're right here.
In the middle.
You're right here, yeah. Mm-hmm. My obsessive compulsive self needed us to align.
Is this okay, or do you want me to sit one more over?
No, that's right, because, oh, I guess this is. Okay.
Never sat in a setting like this.
Cleveland at St.
Yeah.
Is your back of the
Green light means on. Green light means on.
I've muted mine so I don't.
How many steps do you get, Joseph?
Well, close to, I said my arm off that. 5,000. Yeah, I mean, that's my alert.
Right.
Those are like now.
Yeah.
So by the end of the day, I'll probably be like 8.
So the first one, I'm just going to ask you to talk about organization and why it's better for everyone. Yeah. That was my realization. Yeah. And then the first question is actually going to go to Carolyn about why are we talking about patients when we talk about it. And then the second, I'm going to ask you to chime in.
Sure, I'll take one. It's cold. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. My pleasure. Thank you. Yes. Sometimes it's hard. When you ask a question. Yeah. Unless you down here. I'll try to, I might look at you when I ask the question, but then I'll try to. Yeah. Crazy. It was not long. They did it, I just missed it. I was like, half of the people are fine.
Welcome back, everyone. How was lunch? With a side of David Capos, am I right? Very good for digestion. That was a wonderful talk. I wish we could have listened to that all day. Who remembers grade school? Anybody remember grade school? Yeah? Very good. Some memories should be forgotten, right? When I was in first grade, I have written evidence confirming that I predicted I would become, drumroll please, a DJ and the President of the United States simultaneously. So here we are. I think this is at least DJ adjacent now. The point is that in our younger years, when we're dreaming big, IP, intellectual property, it should really be a classroom core competency. Our youth represent immense untapped potential. And this panel explores the value of IP education for K through 12 students, our future innovators. The panelists represent esteemed institutions of learning and are here to discuss IP and the future of learning. There are 5 fierce women, if you add me among them, including the lovely moderator, Carlin Burton. Carlin is partner at Osha Bergman Watanabe and Burton LLP and is USIPA Education co-chair. She'll be leading the discussion with Sarah Lakin, Hannah Pollan, Carolyn Ward, and Ashley Mingwasser. That's me. She sounds neat. Okay, take it away, Carlin.
All right. Thank you so much, Ashley. Okay, so as we kick off, I would love for everybody on the panel to just give a brief introduction to yourselves and your organizations. You are all doing phenomenal work. The panel, actually, everybody on the panel knows each other, I would say, pretty well and works together quite a bit, but much of the rest of the audience probably does not. So if we'll start, Hannah.
Hi, nice to see all of you. I'm with the National Inventors Hall of Fame. And just a little bit of a background about our organization. We were founded 52 years ago in 1973, actually in collaboration with the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. So we began our mission at that time to recognize the world's greatest inventors. That was our sole mission. And round about the 1980s, a lot of those men and women said, I think we're missing a critical part of what the mission of this nonprofit could be, which is, what's to come in the future generation and how can we really inspire kids and teachers and parents for the future of this. So in 1990, we started our first education program for children called Camp Invention in the basement of our museum in Akron, Ohio, and have since expanded that program to all 50 states, DC, Puerto Rico, and are impacting about 300,000 kids a year. So as we talk with USIPA about that goal of 1 million, we want to make sure that that number is continuing to grow, and we'll talk a little bit more about transference and the impact of that in a little bit.
Carolyn?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Carolyn Ward from the Henry Ford. How many of you have been to the Henry Ford in Dearborn, Michigan? Any hands? All right, a few of you. Yay. Well, we are a cultural institution that was founded by Henry Ford almost 100 years ago, and we house over 26 million artifacts that are related to American innovation, ingenuity, and resourcefulness. So if you haven't been to the Museum of American Innovation or watched our television show, the Henry Ford's Innovation Nation, maybe you've heard me on a few calls talking about this program we run called Invention Convention Worldwide. This is a K-12 invention education program that is all about inspiring students in the classroom, outside of the classroom, to identify problems in their community and solve real-world problems, or develop real-world solutions, I should say. And these students have an opportunity to compete at the local, state level, and then some of those will advance to a national competition that we host at the Henry Ford, where they will have the opportunity to win prizes. Like Hannah, we impact about 200,000 students annually and are looking to grow to over 500,000 in the next few years. And I'm so happy to be here to share a little more about the program and the impact that we're creating, and welcome all of you to join in that effort.
Sarah?
Absolutely. And once you've done with the Henry Ford, you can drive a few hours down the road to Columbus, Ohio, and visit the Center of Science and Industry, otherwise known as COSI. I'm Sarah Lake, and I'm our Senior Director of National and International STEAM Partnerships at COSI. We are a 60-year-old organization that is at its heart a science center and a cultural institution. But since COVID specifically, and even before, recognized that if our mission is truly to engage, inspire, and transform individuals and communities by being the best partner in science, industry, and technology, we also have to help protect those innovators and make sure that young people understand the power of their ideas so that as they get interested in STEM, we use STEAM because we recognize the creative arts are part of all of it, that they also have to understand the power of their ideas from a very early age. So besides our big footprint there in Columbus, we do a lot of work with our Science Kit program, as well as our Intellectual Property Innovation Center, our EPIC program, which we do across Ohio, across the U.S., and globally as well. And so I'm really excited to tell you more about that program today and talk to you about how you can get involved.
Ashley. Honored to be among you women. It's a fine crew up here. My name is Ashley Mingwasser. I think you've gotten to know me a little bit today. I'm a freelance television, podcast, general media host, and MC. I started my business, Host with the Most Media, this year after about 16 years of working in mostly public television, collaborating with Georgia Public Broadcasting. If you have a child that you know, that child has probably consumed public television's educational content at some point to their benefit and for their edification. So I've been able to work with GPB throughout my career to create original products. That's kind of what they bring me in for. Ashley has an idea. Here she comes. She's going to ask for money. I usually get it. We usually make a really fun series. Really all it takes, you heard David Campos say this, it's just the immersion of the process, passion for what you're doing, and that creativity abounds. I'm here today because one of my creative projects actually, it was an educational project featuring K through 12 students. You'll see a sample episode today called Tiny Mike Big Designs. It's an Instagram first 32 episode digital series that was shot on my cell phone over there with very little funding provided from Georgia Tech in collaboration, featuring Georgia Tech's K-12 Inventure Prize content, where basically Georgia Tech teaches invention curriculum to K through 12 students in Georgia. And the students get to compete statewide and go on to win prizes in advance, I think, to the Invention Convention, right? Don't they do that? Yeah, I knew that. I knew it. So we got to see some of these grassroots students in action and film them for our series, talking about their big designs on my Tiny Mic. Again, you'll see an episode later, but the idea was just to give student inventors a platform to share their great ideas, and with the partnership of public television, give them a wider audience base to enjoy their work, to usher and shepherd them on. And the main thing that we're talking about today is how we can support these students. So I'll tell you a little bit more from my media vantage point when we get deeper into the discussion. But that project, Tiny Mike Big Designs, won an Emmy this summer here at the Southeast Regional Emmys, and we're very proud of that. And so we'd like to see what we can do next.
Awesome. All right. So first question, Carolyn. I mean, we all obviously in this room are interested in innovation and protecting innovation. Why do we look at K through 12 when we start to think about innovation, invention education, and then also, right, our goal, IP education? But why the K-12 population?
Well, how many of you have children or grandchildren? Let's see a show of hands. Put them high up there, please. That's good. So you know we have to invest in the future, right? And these kids, if you've had kids or been around kids, you know how they have this natural sense of curiosity and they're not afraid to fail, and they will try things that as we grow up and become adults, we might not be as brave to do that anymore. So, I mean, when we start by teaching students some of the premises of innovation and invention, it's just natural for them. And they really come up with some amazing solutions to problems that they're facing. So the Henry Ford has invested in this sort of work because innovation has been in the DNA of our organization for almost 100 years, with our founders' mission to inspire the next generation of innovators, inventors, and entrepreneurs. And we got involved in the invention education work about 8-10 years ago, and really dug in and acquired this program, Invention Convention, because it aligned really well with our mission and the work we were doing on the larger innovation learning platform. I mean, we are trying to teach these kids 21st century skills so that they will excel in the workplace that you all will hire in the future. So those creativity, collaboration, critical thinking, these are all really important skills that invention education, IP education, innovation education, really teach and instill in kids at the youngest ages. So we're very committed to that, and we have a portfolio of resources that are available for free to educators across the country, and really encourage them to lean into that so that we're preparing the workforce of tomorrow and that we have a role in that. And we see some amazing outcomes from the students that participate in programs like we all represent up here. And we need folks like yourselves to kind of support and get involved in that effort as well.
All right, thank you. Hannah, so you also are working in this same space. Can you also share from the perspective of educators who are working, directly with the students on what they report, how these students engage with this type of content?
Yeah, absolutely. So all of our programs are actually implemented by teachers who are local to the schools across the country. So we work with about 2,700 schools and districts across the country to make sure that these programs stay in those communities and are being instructed by local teachers. And what we hear from the evaluation data and from teachers are a few things. One, we know teachers are completely overwhelmed. We don't want to create a scenario where we're adding to their stress by giving them a new set of resources, or where they're walking, going to Walmart the night before, trying to source materials and things like that. So at our core, we're really trying to bring back that joy of teaching and joy of learning for teachers and students together. And so one of the things that we've found is that through our pre-K-12 education programs, when you enter a scenario where you say, okay, give the kids an invention challenge, it's being presented by one of our National Mentors Hall of Fame inductees who says, I was once just like you when I worked on this idea and I kept going and iterated and look at where I am now. And this child works on their invention through the week. We're not looking for 100 answers at the end of that week from, 100, we're looking for 100 different answers from 100 different children. We're not looking to really speak and teach to a test. And so what we find from these teachers is that they do report being able to see their students in a completely different way. Students that aren't traditionally good in a traditional school environment, that aren't good in STEM subjects, invention, creativity, creative problem solving, and suddenly it gives an opportunity for that light bulb to go off in their teachers' minds in terms of what their students are capable of. It allows parents to see their children in a different way. So maybe they just think, well, they're maybe not that smart, or they're not going to go into, fields like this. And to be able to see that when you really give them a new opportunity to express themselves and be creative, it can really transform their teaching and learning.
Thanks. So, Sarah, we just talked about invention education and bringing the concept and having kids get in, their hands into it, right? What about the IP education piece of it? Why do we need to get kids engaged in understanding how to protect those innovations at this point in time?
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, I think we heard some really compelling reasons earlier. Keith talked about it. Lana certainly gave us some really personal examples of it. At the end of the day, our young people, ourselves also, right now are in this consumer-driven world. We talk about AI. I will be an AI consumer. We're all AI consumers on some level. Wouldn't it be great if our young people knew that they could also be creators? And so that's this idea of intellectual property, and none of us up here are lecturers. It's probably the most talking any of us ever do one time. Our organizations and our programs are really about being hands-on, and so it is about making sure that young people have an understanding that their ideas are powerful. That if they come up with a creative idea, regardless of what the content area is, whether that's in the sciences, whether that's in the creative arts, that there's power behind that. There's ownership behind that. I talk to young women all the time, for example, high school students who come into our science days and say, well, this isn't really for me. But we get talking and they tell me things like they do their friend's nails in the morning, or they do hair, or they write song lyrics, or they're Swifties and they're really interested in her story. And I got to tell you, if you're trying to reach a young girl right now in the IP world, they all know her story. And so there's a real way to connect and make it really relevant, because right now in education, well, every time in education, right, we all are the same way. If it isn't relevant to what we're doing right now, we're not interested, right? So how do we make IP relevant? IP takes the content that kids are learning in school every day, and it makes it relevant. If you think about the importance of protection, if you think about where copyrights live, if you think about where patents live, Carol and I see this with science invention convention kids and science fair kids all the time, where they've taken this thing that they're passionate about, and now they have a prototype, or they have this idea, they don't know the next step. And when you talk to them and put them, with an IP attorney who's willing to help them talk through it, their eyes light up, their families are in awe, to your point, right? Watching families see their kids in a different light is incredibly powerful. And I think we owe it, frankly, to young people to spread the word, frankly, about why it's important to have ownership over their ideas.
So briefly, Carolyn, I think you brought an example from Invention Convention from a student, right?
Oh, I did. But before I show this one, I have a few to share, because these kids, I feel like they're all my kids. These kids are coming up with ideas in all kinds of categories, from health, safety, consumer goods, mobility, you name it, they're coming up with it. But it's what Sarah mentioned, what's meaningful and relevant to them in their home, in their community, in their school, and whatnot. And I've seen some really cool projects come out of Invention Convention. Every year we award about 12 students with a patent application award. And we have 4 law firms that sponsor these, and I'm going to give them a shout out if anyone in the room from Wilmer Hale, Cooley, Clark Hill, and Cantor Colburn. They've all sponsored students and donate pro bono services to work with those students they feel have a good chance of achieving a patent, and they help them apply for that patent. And since 2018, we've had over 30 student inventions receive patents. So let's give that a round of applause. We are super proud of that. Super proud of that, and thankful to those law firms for offering those services. And if you don't think it can happen at kindergarten, it can happen at kindergarten, because we had a kindergartner get a patent for her problem. Crayons falling off the table. That's the problem a kindergartner has. So she came up with the crayon saver, and it just got a patent this year, which is pretty remarkable. We have had a high schooler who saw problems with Lyme disease in his area, who doesn't have deer and ticks and that sort of thing in today's day and age. So Lyme disease is a problem. Came up with a rapid test. That young man is now at the University of Chicago. He started his own biotech firm, and that product will be coming to market soon. He also received, obviously, a patent for his rapid Lyme test. And then my favorite example, just because I love this young man, he grew up here in Atlanta, and it rains here a lot, from what I understand. So he'd be going to school in like 4th grade with his dad, and they would be, having the umbrella and trying to stay dry as they'd battle the rain on the way to school. And he figured there's got to be a better way at this. So with like selfie stick prototypes and whatnot, he came up with this idea for the dual handle umbrella. So he ended up getting a patent for the design, and fast forward a few years, he had moved to California. He got involved in the Invention Convention out in California, and came to the Henry Ford, competed, won some awards, and got connected to the folks at Shark Tank. Shark Tank put him on the show, and Nathaniel went and did his pitch to the sharks, secured $100,000 to produce his umbrella. He went into manufacturing with Shed Rain, the U.S. #1 manufacturer of umbrellas. And this right here is one of the first productions of the dual handle umbrella. So I'm going to create some bad luck here. But you can see there, if you are a small person like Sarah and a tall person like me, we can stay dry and safe together. You can now buy this umbrella in Target, on Amazon, and support a youth inventor who is now 17 years old. So we really love the fact that we can help kids like Nathaniel and Ava and Julian really achieve their potential. So those are some good examples.
We've heard, right, there's hundreds of thousands of kids that are actually getting invention-related education. What are the challenges to bringing in the IP component, and how do we face them? Sarah, I know you have some IP education component to your programming, so if you could speak to that.
We do, and I would say that the challenges are many. First and foremost is lack of awareness. We talk about that in this group all the time with adults as well as with young people. So it's lack of awareness, and then also a lack of comfort among educators. We hear this in the STEM fields too, frankly, also with educators, both formal in the school space and then out of school time as well. So there's certainly a comfort level there that can be a challenge. We talked about curriculum overload, right? Teachers feeling they don't have time to add it, or school districts who think it's not aligned to standards, and so therefore there's no room for it. Limited access to experts, although our call to action is going to be to try to fix that. So there's limited access to experts depending upon the neighborhood you're in or the part of the world that you're in. And then this idea, and I will call us out a little bit here in this room because we hear it here too sometimes, I've heard it, is the perception that IP is too advanced. This is a law school concept. We don't need to be talking to our elementary school kids about IP. Lies. That is false news. That is not true. But it's something that we certainly combat when we go in and talk about IP. And with our program, with EPIC, we definitely start with this idea of innovation. What does it mean to be innovative? Because we want to bring it down to that level. We want to make sure that everyone understands this is not some high, lofty ideal or idea, that it really does start with the idea of what does it mean to be innovative? What does it mean to be creative? Then we go into what is intellectual property? What are these terms that people hear all the time? And I always start with the question to the room, how many people in the room have a copyright? How many people in here have a copyright? Oh, I love it because not everybody's hands went up. How many of you have a phone? How many of you have a picture on your phone that you've taken? You have a copyright. You have a copyright, right? The basic, tenet of a copyright is you just put the C, you took it, it's yours, right? It's not a federally designated copyright, I understand that, but that's still a copyright. When we have that conversation and eyes light up and kids think, well, what else can I do? Or what else do I have? Then we can have that conversation and it brings it down. But we do certainly face all of those challenges in terms of getting IP into the conversation. But once you start the conversation, most of those barriers fall away, and we'll get to money later.
So Ashley, can you chime in just in terms of, right, I am positive, and I have watched some of Ashley's Tiny Mike's Big Designs episodes. Is there anything to persuading skeptics, right? I think a lot of people would say, IP, right? That's pretty boring. Why do we want to bring that into the class? How are we going to engage kids? Do you have any thoughts about how to persuade skeptics that IP is not, in fact, boring?
Yes, that's a great question. I've been told that this is too boring to make a show about, actually, so I have to tell you that story. But I think it goes back to nomenclature, which has come up today. I don't think people understand what IP is. In fact, when I've spoken to some of these kids about their invention ideas, they say, if I mention IP or that's your intellectual property, well, how do I get IP? They get something they go get. They go get at the store. It's like, no, you hold it. You have it. We have to teach students and teachers, because they're the ones working with the students, that IP begins at the point of creation. It's not some back-end legal thing. That's the protective piece of your IP. But it begins at the moment it is created. So I think we have to somehow combat that it's just this linear thing, but it's really more cyclical. And maybe coming up with a mental diagram that explains that, I think, will help our students and teachers sort of shift the IP part to the front so that it's first, so that the thing is made or created and, now my IP lives and exists, and now I'm going to go pursue these designs and protect it. Kind of put it right up at the front would be one thing I say. But I also have to tell you this story. So at Georgia Public Broadcasting, I've hosted over the past 10 years a series of what they call live explorations. Well, we'll do statewide a live half-hour TV show, immersion into any topic. And this is Georgia, so we've pretty much done it all. We've done forestry, which is big agriculture here. We've done peanuts. That was nutty. Yeah, let me tell you, that was a good show. Yeah, lots of puns in that one. But recently, I was speaking of my work with GIPA and went to GPB and said, hey, what about for our next show? What if we do intellectual property? And the director of education for Georgia Public Broadcasting and the team said, wouldn't that be boring to kids? And it's a fair question, because we don't understand this. And I said, no, we'll make our studio a music studio. Or we'll go to a guy you'll meet tonight, Lonnie Johnson. We'll go to his STEM activity center. We'll go to a place of innovation and creativity where IP exists and show it in the context of an environment that is very dynamic, very compelling, and very accessible for people to help them understand IP. So I think it's a few things as far as the skepticism, which we do confront. It's the knowledge and it's the education. It's working with teachers to equip them with these tools so we can break barriers so that it's not another thing on their plates. And it's invention curriculum, which is really, as we've mentioned, the starting point for all of this. This is really how we get to these kids, because they are problem solvers and they're unfettered by things like self-doubt, like some of us adults are. But we have to live in a world where we're being creative when we think about kids and IP as well. And for me, I really envision in Georgia We have 159 counties here, second only to Texas. I really envision every school district in Georgia having a legal IP consultant for the school district. Why not? You know, these schools are talking to lawyers already when matters arise. Why don't we have somebody working with kids in classrooms in the STEM and other environments for kids who are creating things and teach them about IP? So I think we have to really put this vernacular into schools. We have to spearhead these movements, and we have to show them that kids are already doing this. That's a big boundary breaker. Part of the joy of Tiny Mike Big Designs, I have 32 proven episodes of kids who have invented and who have changed their lives as a result of it. They're just in the idea stage. Imagine what will come next if all those ideas were protected, if their IP was protected. So I think it's really going full circle and changing that mental diagram as well, more of a cyclical thing.
Thanks. Okay, so Sarah, you alluded to this. How can people who are not currently a part of the education field be a part of the support network to what we're trying to do?
I love it. So one engages mentors and partners. Whether it's one of our programs up here or a local program nearby, there's always a need for experts, whether that's folks who are IP owners who've gone through the process, or IP attorneys. And we talk about young people who've gone on to go into entrepreneurship, who've gone on in the invention side of things. But I will also tell you that I have worked with young women and young men who've come up through Invention Convention, as well as other programs, who love that process, but have actually chosen to go to school to become IP attorneys because they learned about the process as they were coming up, and that's the field that they want to go into. So if we're trying to grow our own and you're looking for folks to keep your firms going, I think that's a great way to start. Also invest in access. We all have programs that run. I know at COSI, our programs are always free to the student, free to the end user. We have science kits, one of which is an American Innovation Kit. I have one here to show people, as well as some other programs. We've given over 500,000 of those away over the past 6-7 years. There's still a cost to that, though. And so investing in the programming is a great way to give back. You can advocate for IP education in state standards if you are on a school board or you go to school board meetings or you're otherwise involved in your kids' or some children's education. And then model the innovation ecosystem. That's what the heart of this is all about, right? We are making sure that young people are part of the innovation economy, right? And we've heard about this today at a number of places, and throughout the year with GLIPA events, we've heard about entrepreneurship and the IP economy and the global economy. We want our students to be, as I mentioned earlier, creators and not just consumers. They have to have an understanding of this, and you all have an understanding of this. So being able to share your expertise is the best way to invest, although none of us here would turn down dollars.
And I would be derelict in my duties as the USIPA co-chair for K through 12, just to not mention that, right, education and outreach is one of the pillars of USIPA. There's also state IPAs across the country. Education and outreach is a focus of all of those alliances. And so, you know, wherever you are, that's a way for everyone to get engaged on more of a local and grassroots level. And if you can switch to the slide up here, I do want to, we're going to need it for the next question, but also this includes everybody's contact information that's about to come up. As well as there's a QR code so that you can make this shareable if you want to share the word as to any of these programs. Okay, so Ashley, how do you use media, right, to make this more accessible?
Media is the perfect gateway, and let me tell you why. As we saw in Sarah's brilliant demo, everybody in this room has a cell phone. And most kids these days have smartphones too. Their parents do, their teachers do. Gone are the days of teachers sitting in multi-day professional development classes. They are doing microlearning on the internet. That's where they're getting their great ideas and their inspiration for curriculum. So if we can just be in the hands of teachers, in the hands of students, in the hands of school districts, that automatically eliminates a barrier. And it's also making making these concepts more accessible from kid to kid, because kids who are doing this are telling their friends, are telling other classrooms, and it proliferates like wildfire. So you can get the impression of how simple a project could be that could just kind of carry the torch of invention education and therefore discussions about intellectual property and protections thereof. We'd like to show you one of the episodes. This was actually one of our first episodes with an elementary school student. And if you could just cue that link for me, sample episode. Thank you, Joseph. Johnny on the spot. This week, a brush with student innovation at Kennesaw Elementary. Do I look pasty to you?
My invention is a toothpaste tube that can turn into a fairy pouch. People are losing teeth.
Hopefully only young people are losing teeth. If older people are losing teeth, go see your dentist immediately.
Yes. I came up with the design because people need a way to not spend so much toothpaste. The nozzle is way too big. I and my team discovered that it takes 500 years for just one toothpaste tube to decompose. It could be in the oceans. It could be in the landfills.
That is unacceptable.
It takes so long. If these problems aren't solved, they just keep going and make the world trash.
We could make the world trash if we don't solve problems. I totally agree, Gracie. So it's sustainable, this design. We are trimming down the toothpaste waste.
So the world can be a better place.
Give it up for Gracie. Honestly. Giving us cavities, how sweet she is. But she's one example, and there were 31 others. Great student ideas, great designs. They have boards, they have schematics and blueprints, and it was just really incredible to elevate their stories for the state of Georgia and beyond.
Thank you. I also want to mention that we have a new resource that the USIPA has developed for working with libraries. So we're all celebrating October as IP month. And so there's a way that you can bring and take to your library, local library or library system, a list of books that are related to innovation and creativity, right, to help expand the reach. Also with that is information about, for example, Camp Invention Convention, the programs through COSI. And so we want to engage kids and, we want to touch as many kids as we can, whether it's through media, whether it's through programs. We also want to help get additional kids to programs. So with our goal, somebody mentioned we have a goal of reaching 1 million IP educated students. What are the biggest obstacles, Hannah?
Well, obviously, we all know this. I'd be remiss if I didn't say that everybody in this room has the capacity to help invest in kids in some way in your local communities, through one of our organizations or through the other organizations that connect. There's for any amount of money you can invest in a child and help move that needle and help grow and help us reach that 1 million children. I know for the National Inventors Hall of Fame, our programs are less than $9 an hour. I pay a babysitter $15, and there's no content there. And this is investing in stipends for teachers in all of the materials in standards-aligned curriculum. So, as we think about how we're going to move the needle on kids and help inspire them, this is the call to action to all of us to help play a role in that mission.
And if I could have Carolyn, Sarah, Ashley, each of you chime in also just to give an understanding of what the cost of your programs is.
Yeah, Invention Convention is free to the students and the teachers, but the real cost comes in the network of professionals across the country that actually facilitate and administer this and try and grow the recruitment of educators into the program. So that's resources. It's resources, and we have a network of affiliates that include Georgia Tech, which is terrific, Virginia Tech, Auburn, COSI is part of that network. All across the country, we have universities and innovation learning experts that do this work, but they don't work for free, and they need support and resources to bring this program into these classrooms or after-school programs or other settings. So that is their number one challenge, is being able to fund the program at their state level. And that is something we're highly committed to at the Henry Ford, is connecting them with resources or funders to help them bring this year-round into the classrooms.
Sarah?
Yeah, I would echo that. We work mostly directly to student and family. We're mostly out of school or after school time programming. And so again, our work is on what we do, whether it's our science kits or the curriculum and the programming with EPIC is always free to the end user. And we make sure we work with communities, whether that's in Columbus or in Ghana or wherever we're at, to make sure that it's affordable. But I would just echo what you all said, which is there's a cost to doing that and doing it well. That's the other thing. I think sometimes K-12 gets put in the, oh, it's fun, it's a nice to have, and that diminishes the value of it often. These are not nice to have, these are must-have programs for young people in an era of tightening standards. So I would put that out there.
We made Tiny Mike Big Designs with only about $10,000 and a prayer. So I called the creator of the Georgia Tech K-12 Inventor Prize, which is that K through 12 invention competition, and said, I have this crazy idea. I want to elevate student inventors' voices. Could we make a social media series? And she said, how much money do you need? And I said, well, as much as you can get. And she said, could you do it with 10K? So I went back to GPB. They donated almost all of their services in kind. So we really only had our hard costs, which was great. But really the way to support creation of original media is talk to a great producer or great media company and make sure they have initiatives that are for the classrooms and for teachers and students. I'm always looking for sponsors for new projects as a creative, so keep us in mind. We are hoping to make a Tiny Mike season 2, actually, so help us with that if you'd like.
Well, we were going to have a final kind of call to action. I think we kind of included that here. We've gotten our sign that it's a wrap. So thank you all. And if you are not currently engaged in educating our youth, I highly encourage you to do so. Thanks.
Bring the umbrella, Carolyn. The umbrella must be umbrella must be featured, yes.
That's right. Again, I don't even calling me out that I'm short. I mean, I'm so right there. I'll get down a little bit.
All right, back to my day job. If you're not sick of me yet, who's ready for panel number 5? Woohoo! That was excellent. Love talking about education. This next collection of voices represents the American corporate, judicial, and legal sectors. Protecting IP is a clear economic driver, promoting competition and contributing to growing jobs and GDP. Get ready for an upbeat IP pulse check of the U.S. business landscape. Our moderator is sure to keep hearts beating. It's Mafi. Mafi, is Mafi in the room? It's not. It's not. Oh, very good, Mafi. Thank you, Adam Kelly, for stepping in. Okay, thank you, Adam, for shifting in. The other presenters are Justin Delfino, Paul Michelle, and Brad Watts. All right, let's get down to business. Thank you.
Brad is here. Brad Watts has left the building. Any reference to Elvis? Nobody? Elvis has left the building? We should wait on Brad. We should find him. And do we have Judge Michelle remotely? We have Judge Michelle. You're virtual, I know that.
I believe they're checking with Joseph, so let's all just stand by. That was either a peace sign or 2 minutes. Nikhil, could you? 2 minutes, he said. That's fine. Feels like the right time to do a rebel raffle. Who's with me? Yeah. People who won earlier know what all this is about. So for our next raffle, let me show you what this next wonderful item is. And the way you play rebel raffle, if you haven't played today, is you just stand if the criteria applies to you. But we have a beautiful shadow box for your office. Live, laugh, lawsuit. Isn't that wonderful? So inspiring. Okay, you can win this wonderful item if only Please stand if you can play a musical instrument or if you sing. Not necessarily professionally, just in the shower is fine. Okay, this is what I like to see. That's good spirit. Stay standing if you've ever presented to a large group. Very good. Stay standing if your name ends in a vowel. Sure, it does here. Stay standing if you've ever held a job that requires you to wear a uniform, ever in your life. We losing some? Okay. All right. Whose name is the longest? How many letters? 11? Sarah said. How many is yours? Okay. Did you already win once today? You didn't win? Okay, well, I think you guys should, I would like to see you duke it out, honestly, but why don't we do this? Pick a number between 1 and 100. Oh, very good. Pick a number between 1 and 100. It was 87, so Live, Laugh, Lawsuit is yours. And I like your spirit, so congratulations. Nikhil, how's it looking? Do we need one more raffle prize? I can do it. Don't twist my arm. After you guys. Are you ready to start? You can begin without him.
Joe? I don't have everything I need, but we just need Judge Michelle remotely. We can start? Okay, yeah, sure. Okay, whenever he gets, yeah. All right, great. Normally I don't stop talking before, unless the judge allows me to, but I guess we'll start without the judge. Welcome everyone to the 2 o'clock panel, Doing Business in the United States. I'm going to steal a phrase that Nikhil mentioned earlier today. He used the phrase innovation ecosystem. And I think if you think about what the alliances are, connecting so many different folks together, why are we all connected? Because presumably one of our, either we or one of our constituents will be doing business. And since we're in the United States, hence the panel, Doing Business in the United States. So I welcome everyone who is here in person and online. The purpose for this panel, if you just go back to January, we know that there's a new administration in the White House. You know, we're under an America First policy. We've seen news reports of tariffs, various trade deals. Just a few weeks ago, I have a new director of the USPTO. There's been a lot of change within the folks who focus on intellectual property, and I think that's why this panel is so important. But with that, what I'd like to do is have each of our panelists introduce themselves and maybe explain just a soundbite of what your current endeavor is and what you're working on. Brad, since you're to my far left, we'll start with Brad Watts.
It's always the worst when you have to start out. I was really hoping I would not have to go first. Brad Watts, I work at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, and I work in our Global Innovation Policy Center, where we represent pretty much every innovative industry in the United States, everything from film, music, AI companies, tech companies, pharmaceuticals, quantum. One of the things that makes us unique is we have a diverse membership who interacts with the IP system in different ways. So from where I sit, I get to see people's perspectives, not just on policy, but on just the overall business climate across all sorts of industries. Really glad to be here. Really glad to see so many friends in the room like Sherry and Dave Kapos and, of course, Scott. And should be a fun combo.
Brad and I were fortunate enough to be at an IP discussion forum as well with Scott. And last April, Professor Darrell Lim at Penn State had put on. So it's great to be back together with you. And thanks for being on the panel. Our next speaker, Justin Delfino, joins us from England.
Absolutely. Thank you, Adam. So for me, I guess I'm representing the international view from doing business with the US. So I don't work for a government institute. I work for a commercial organization. I'm the executive vice president of eValueServe, and we are a global research organization with many staff actually based in India. So obviously the H-1B visa charges and announcements recently have impact on the business as well. For me, globally doing business is part and parcel of the day job and kind of what I do and what my teams do. So yeah, happy to share my views and kind of impacts that we've seen, and hopefully there's some of the positives, if there are any, we can take from it.
Okay, excellent. And my name's Adam Kelly. I'm based in the Chicago office of Venable LLP. If you're not familiar with Venable, it's 125 years old, started on the East Coast. My job is to help run and grow our Chicago office. I'm now in my third decade as being what I like to call an innovation lawyer. I am a registered patent lawyer, but really my practice is all things to do with clients that innovate new technologies, products, services. And so I'm super pleased to be on this panel. And thanks, Scott and Marfi for including me in the conference. Our other panelist who's not coming in is Judge Paul Michel. To the law students that are here, you may not know who Judge Michel is. He was the former Chief Judge of the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit. You'll know from your Civ Pro class that the Federal Circuit is one of the various appellate circuits in the federal judiciary. The Federal Circuit, among other subjects that they hear appeals on, they have exclusive appellate jurisdiction to hear patent cases. So often there'll be maybe other types of IP that go up to the Federal Circuit, but typically those goes to some of the numbered circuits. Have a special relationship with Paul Michel. He was my appellate advocacy professor when I was in law school. I consider him a mentor and a friend, and I really wish he would be on that screen right now. He's a great guy. And he has terrific thoughts about commerce in the U.S., particularly with respect to IP. So we'll start, Brad, I'll start you again. What have been some of your observations in your role at Chamber of Commerce, the observations of things that you've seen that are different in doing business in the U.S. since January?
Yeah, and the answer to that question, I think, is much broader than just intellectual property issues, right? But I think, and it will come as no shock to anyone here who is a chamber member, but for any of you with your own practices, what we hear from a lot of businesses, particularly small businesses, is that there is so much uncertainty, right? So much of what people do, but particularly in capital-intensive industries that have to invest a lot and wait a long time to recoup that investment, that uncertainty, that lack of predictability, that lack of clarity in what policy may or may not be, is starting to create a ripple effect, right? And to be clear, I'm speaking on today, not on behalf of the Chamber, but just sharing my own thoughts. But we do hear at the Chamber as an organization just how many businesses are struggling with this lack of predictability. And this is everything from your small mom and pop business with 3 people all the way up to your 100,000 person company who's trying to figure out over a 10-year time horizon what they're going to invest in, what their products are going to be. And so that would be the biggest thing I would say for this audience is just lack of certainty. Now, the only caveat I'll add to that, and again, this is all just personal, is remember, certainty can be bad, right? You can have bad certainty. You can have certainty that's very good. But I think for most businesses, what they want is just to know what the rules are, what they are going to be, so that they can plan for them.
And Justin, I don't purport to have you speak for all the non-U.S. business world, but
I can try.
No, you don't have to. You can speak on behalf of yourself. What observations have you seen? Being in the UK, your constituents and folks that you do business with, what are views that you've seen of doing business in the U.S. in the last several months?
So I think I can give a fairly broad view on this. I think when we go back to last year, there was certainly a flow of business, a cadence to work that we saw coming out. So to give some context, most of the customers that we work with would be Fortune 100, some attorney firms, but mainly Fortune 100, Fortune 200 kind of companies on a global basis. If I look at the global trade that we're doing, the business that we're generating, the US was markedly slower this year. I mean, actually, H1 was the worst H1 that we've ever had in 10 years, in the 10 years that I've been in this business. So I think that's something which was quite reflective. Now, if I look at the reasons why and the rationale behind that, it's not saying that people weren't wanting to spend. They were uncertain. I think, Brad, your point about uncertainty is true on a global basis. And this is, we work with companies in Japan who want to do more work in the US, and we may be helping them on some advisory work. Also, it's not just from the UK to the US, it's global. And I think when it's looking at the US customers that we have, they were certainly like, look, we're not going to stop this work. We're just going to pause it. We're going to put it into not a deep freeze, we're going to put it into a light freeze. So we'll kind of quantify a light freeze. But yeah, and then then it goes into a mid freeze, then it goes into a deep freeze. It's just a nicer way of kind of telling you no, right? So
there's a chance there's like a cryogenic.
There's a cryogenic freeze.
Person who's sitting here who maybe has a PhD in that form of technology. Freezing.
It's gradual freezing.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
So I think if you look at it that way, there was a marked change in the business. I think what we're seeing now as we come towards Q4, well, actually in Q4, we're seeing that some of these decisions need to happen. I think people have taken those 10 months, right? Suddenly people are now saying, well, we need to get business flowing again. So I'm starting to see a pickup certainly in the trade that we're doing, in the business, in the pipeline, the conversations, but it's certainly, it was a bit of a shock to us. And it was a real pause.
Okay. I think now we have Judge Michelle. Paul, can you hear me? It's either my audio that's off or it's his. What do you think? It's probably mine. Judge Michelle, can you hear us? And for the record, any of you who are in television and media, I would argue, yes, the camera does give 10 pounds, because I don't think I'm that large. That's just me. Or maybe it was that piece of strawberry cheesecake that we ate at lunch. And then we lost Judge Michelle again. Okay. All right, well, we'll just keep going. At some point, we'll hear the voice of Paul Michel. He'll appear. I had a question. When we were in the green room preparing beforehand, before we went to makeup, I was asked the question, and I actually wrote it down. Under the Trump administration, with the America First policies, what's your opinion regarding the state of intellectual property in the U.S.? And my answer, I circled it, uncertain. That's a theme of our third question. It's uncertain. And what I mean by that is I don't want to spin that as something that's negative. It is. There's been a lot of change. And there's a lot of change throughout the innovation ecosystem. We've seen news reports of certain academic institutions or certain research institutions for which funding was either withheld or it was conditioned to being given. And in a lot of those institutions, that's where a lot of innovation occurs. You've already heard the comment about slowed investment due to uncertainty. And it's that investment in businesses that enable businesses to grow and develop and hopefully prosper. We heard from former Director Kapos at lunch about the positive changes that he effected with the Patent Office, it was nice to hear. We now have a new Undersecretary and Director. We'll see what changes come to the Patent Office there. But one thing that I have learned from clients that I've worked with is that certainty is something that does cause investment. And it's able to, when folks can plan for not a year, but 5 years or 10-year cycles, then they can commit resources and leadership to going in that direction for which they plan for. So, I think with the uncertainty, there will be a paused business relations for a time.
I can just add on that point. I work with a lot of venture capital and startup companies, and I had a company tell me, I guess it's about 7 weeks ago now, and I forget the exact number they told me. It wasn't buku's amounts of money. I mean, it may be less than 10 million, but for a startup, that's a lot of money, right? But they essentially told me, hey, we're sitting on this pile of cash. And I was like, looking ahead to the end of the year, are you looking to invest? What are you wanting to do with that money? And they essentially told me, we're going to pay the taxes on it. And I'm like, what? I've never heard a business that said they want to pay taxes. And they're like, well, yeah, because we know what the tax rate is. The tax rate has been locked in. We just passed this big tax law. we don't know about all these other factors. And so theoretically, yeah, we could put all this money into R&D or other write-offs, but we have no guarantee right now that that's going to pay off and generate an ROI. And with the market being what it is, with tariffs being what they are, we'd rather have the cash on hand. And I just, again, this is a startup, so I mean, I don't want to say extrapolate that to major companies who have different strategies, but for a company to essentially say, I would rather take the effective tax rate than take the risk, I thought that was very revealing.
Yeah, and what if you formed an opinion or have thoughts? What do you think 2026 will look like? I don't know. Very controversial question. Justin, what do you think?
I mean, I'm just going to talk.
Yeah.
I mean, my pipeline is good for 26.
Yeah.
If it goes into a freeze is another thing. I think conversations are there. People have the opportunity. People want to talk. People want to engage and do business. But again, it's to your point, Brad, it's about spending. Do people want to release that cash? And I think that's something we're going to see. So it's not the lack of opportunity, lack of money to spend. It's just, what do you do with it? And I think, let's see. At the moment, I'm mildly positive that things will start to flow because the business has to keep going, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you have to have trade continuing. And I think to that point about tariffs, I would just add, if that's okay, Adam.
Yeah.
I think when you look at the ecosystem of the United States, it's been a very stable ecosystem, right? You've had a lot of consistency. If you now think about, say, some of the other global markets as an international company you trade with, you're used to instability and changes in mood, changes in tariffs. So this is probably just from an international perspective, looking at the US a little bit differently. It doesn't mean we don't trade, it's just getting used to trading differently, right? So you just end up reacting and being more reactive.
I can just add on the tariff piece, and I'm no tariff expert, by the way, but I've heard our chief policy officer at the Chamber, Neil Bradley, talk about this. To your point about looking ahead to 26, we actually haven't really started feeling the effects of the tariffs yet. We're starting to. But if you think about it, right, most businesses, once the first round of tariffs were announced and then there was a 90-day pause, they stockpiled. So most of those prices have not been passed on to consumers, and we haven't really seen yet what the consumer impact is going to be in terms of potentially a decline in consumption. So building into your point, right, 2026, I think a lot of companies think what we have in the pipeline is good, but we haven't really seen the market impact yet of all these uncertainties hit because so many companies took precautionary measures over the last 3-4 months. And we're just now starting to see people passing on price increases, consumer habits change, and who knows what that's going to cause, right? And again, to the point earlier, if you're thinking about a 10-year time horizon for product development, this is a massive wrench in that.
Yeah. I did notice that my Netflix subscription has been repriced. So I don't know if that's a part of that. Am I the only one? It's just the content we absorbed at Kelly House. Sam, you as well? Before I go to my notes, any questions from folks who are here? I don't think we can take online questions, but
Judge Michelle is here. Okay. Judge Michelle, we can hear you.
Yes, I can hear people, but I'm not able to get the video portion to work.
Judge Michelle, this is Adam Kelly. How are you?
Good, thank you. Nice to see you all. I've got a good visual of you, but not the reverse.
Well, I was told earlier that I look about 10 pounds heavier on camera. Can you confirm that?
Maybe 5.
5? Yeah, excellent. Well, there was terrific strawberry shortcake that was served at lunch, and I may have had more than a bite, I will admit. But Judge Michelle, we have I don't know if you can actually see, we have a slide, so we have your picture here, so we have part of your likeness. I'll go back to the very beginning when you were trying to connect, Judge Michelle. If you could just introduce yourself and share with us some things that you're working on now that you've retired from the Federal Circuit.
Well, of course, my name is Paul Michel. I was on the Federal Circuit from 1988 through the middle of 2010. I retired at the end of May, mainly to be free to speak out on patent policy issues and other IP controversies, including proposed legislation. Since retiring, I've been very active doing mediations, arbitrations, mock trials, moot courts, and other forms of consulting. And in the last 5 years, I've turned most of my attention to IP reform issues, both in the executive branch and the Congress. And in the last 5 months, I've actually been mainly engaged with 40 other fully retired federal trial and appellate judges in trying to mount protections for the sitting judges, particularly in federal courts, but also state courts, to be able to rule based on the law and the facts before them and not under duress or pressure from elected politicians.
And Judge Michelle, one of the things that we discussed in the beginning is that, there with the new administration in the White House, we have an America First policy. I'm curious, in the last several months, what IP issues have you observed?
Well, obviously, in this year, under the new administration, the Patent Office has made some significant changes in the procedures, particularly initiation of inter partes reviews in front of the infamous PTAB, Patent Trial and Appeal Board. That's been kind of dramatic because they're turning down many petitions now, particularly on the grounds that they're stale, and that the reliance interest in the patents outweigh the claim of invalidity. So that's significant. And of course, there's been a lot of activity in the Congress with hearings, including tomorrow, on patent eligibility and other topics, as there were in the last part of last year. What will come of the legislative proposals, of course, is very hard to predict. Congress can't even pass a budget, so a cynic would say they're not going to get to IP law reforms either. I hope that's not true. My own judgment is that the legislative reforms being sponsored, particularly by Senators Tillis and Coons, are extremely important and need to pass. That's a reform of Patent Trial and Appeal Board and reform of eligibility law, as you know, Prevail and PARA being the shorthand titles of those two bills. And then there's a separate bill with different co-sponsorship to restore injunctive relief as the norm after patent infringement has been proven. That bill is called Restore. And actually, of the three, that might be the most important of all, but it's also the most controversial, and it's further behind in the process because there have yet to be hearings in either House or Senate, whereas Prevail and PARA have had hearings, and Prevail a successful markup. So I'm very hopeful that Congress will turn its attention to these matters promptly and pass all three bills expeditiously.
And Judge Michelle, for the benefit of some of the law students that are here attending the conference, what's the importance of having a permanent injunction for an IP violation?
Well, it really comes down to bargaining power. After the adjudication in which I, the defendant, have been found to infringe your patent, I've basically got two choices. I can either take a license and, of course, pay a fee bargained for between you and me to something that's mutually acceptable in quantity of dollars, or I can just try to string out the litigation further, which is very easy to do because, of course, you have appeals, you have PTAB proceedings. Sometimes appeals take a long time. Sometimes they're even remanded, and then the litigation just continues. So in the American system, it's rather easy for the defendant, even after losing on liability, to string out the litigation process. And what the grant of an injunction after a finding of infringement does is to rebalance the asymmetry of incentives to make it more likely that the adjudicated infringer will promptly take a license, as I say, at an amount mutually agreed on between the parties. And in my opinion, not only does that shorten the litigation, save everybody time and trouble, redress the imbalance of power that otherwise exists, and on top of that, it saves the court time. And best of all, in my judgment, courts do a very inadequate job at measuring damages. Even after extensive efforts in damage trial evidence evaluation, because they just don't know enough about the markets, they don't know enough about the plans, the vulnerabilities, the strengths of the various parties. They aren't able to make predictions. They're looking to the past. So the result is, and this is controversial and many will disagree, but in my opinion, the result is the damage amounts routinely awarded are woefully short of what they should be. But if the parties who know all the things the courts don't, and in great depth and context, agree on an amount, it's much more likely to be a just amount that truly reflects the actual market value of the patent that was infringed.
So if I could just extrapolate, Judge Michel, on what you've just said, tomorrow in Congress, they'll be debating both eligibility issues, so whether or not a patent should even be granted, all the way to the end of the enforcement cycle of whether a permanent injunction should be automatically given against an infringer. And then on top of that, Judge Michel, your comments about, even the calculation of damages with the trial court. I think there's a lot of very important issues that impact, not only IP holders, stakeholders, but then impacts commerce here in the U.S.
Well, one of the developments, Adam, that has shifted again, an imbalance, created a big asymmetry, is that when I was on the court, 101 issues, eligibility issues, were virtually never raised. I think I saw 2 in 22 years on the court. But then after the Supreme Court's quartet of cases between 2010 and 2014, eligibility issues are now raised in practically every case. Understandable, because if you're the defendant, you want to use every tool you have, and the Supreme Court gave defendants a great tool with vague standards for determining eligibility. So it's complicated litigation. It's made it more expensive, slower, more difficult, less predictable, and I think less fair. And what the HERA bill, the eligibility fix would do is to basically put the state of eligibility law back to where it was before 2010, where there were some judge-made exclusions from eligibility, but they were quite narrow, fairly objective, easily administered, and had a reasonable predictability to them. The standards later enacted by the Supreme Court, really functioning essentially as a legislature and not a court, changed all that, and the bill would change it back.
Well, it's certainly an important issue, and I think going back to the very beginning of this panel, we talked about investment and slowed investment. And if there's uncertainty in our IP system, I think that will then impact whether or not and to how much investment organizations would invest. And Justin,
I think you're right that investment incentives are the single most important thing that patents or other IP rights can achieve. And when they're weak or uncertain or unreliable and vulnerable for every day of their life to being eviscerated, that has to depress the incentives for people to take big risks and invest big bucks. And modern innovation is expensive and usually very slow and very risky. So the incentives make a huge difference, and they're now depleted. And even beyond investment incentives and adequate levels of investment, there's also an issue of whole technologies that have been made automatically ineligible, like medical diagnostics. Any doctor will tell you that early, accurate diagnosis is the single most important thing to effective treatment and cures where cures are available. We destroyed our domestic diagnostic industry because of the way that the Mayo case played out as applied by the lower courts. And frankly, the Federal Circuit expanded the scope of the Supreme Court exclusions and made them even less predictable and manageable than the Supreme Court left them. So the law is a mess, to quote former Director Kapos. It's chaotic, and it needs to be fixed, and it's the job of Congress to fix. After all, eligibility is the subject of a single sentence in the first section of the Patent Act, Section 101. It's a single sentence. It contains no exceptions whatsoever. But the Supreme Court dreamed up 3 or 4 on its own anyhow, and then kept expanding them, which I think is inappropriate judicial legislation and wrong on the merits, and competitively terrible because all of our trading partners have much broader eligibility, routine injunctions, and nothing resembling the PTAB. So we've hogtied ourselves in the competition on an economic scale and on a scale of technological leadership, which of course has major military and foreign policy implications. Again, we've handicapped ourselves severely in recent years, and I think the U.S. Has misjudged IP policy to the point where we're on the installment plan for economic and technological suicide.
And Judge Michelle, I hope you can hear that applause that's coming through your microphone. Actually, be the earpiece, not the microphone, but yeah.
Yes, I heard it, and I
Yes.
appreciate that people are awake and paying attention.
They are.
And if they agree, that's fine. But of course, many strongly disagree. The bills that I support are stoutly fought in Congress every step of the way by many entrenched economic interests. Certain business models want a weak patent system, and others want a stronger patent system. So there's a clash of titans, and it's not clear which basic side is going to prevail, but it's very harmful in all technologies. Some people think these problems only affect, drugs, but they affect everything. And nowadays there's such a convergence between computer-related technology and medical technology that they're all kind of one and the same anymore. So our policy is really very unwise and unhelpful, and I think it should change. The bright light is that there are a number of senators and also some congressmen, particularly senators. I called out Coons and Tillis, but there are others, Cotton and Hirono and some others who've been great to take the time and trouble to learn the IP policy issues and to act and support good legislation. So there's hope because there's leadership, but there needs to be followership, and that's yet to manifest itself in adequate numbers.
Well, Judge Michelle, I think you've hit on a number of topics that folks, the law professors that are here, as well as the law students, I think you've given them great subjects for them to write scholarly articles about, so we can continue the discussion. I know that we're coming to the end of the time of our panel, but I'd just like to offer each of our panelists maybe a final thought. And Justin, I'm not going to pick on Brad. Justin, why don't you go first?
No problem. I think the key thing for me is that uncertainty, and businesses like certainty when you're making investments and decisions. And I think while there is uncertainty, you may find that some businesses look elsewhere for investments. And I think there's also, I read an article about many Indian nationals going back, being repatriated back to India. They're moving back because of the H-1B visa situation, but many different situations that are here, and actually investing back in, or taking on much bigger jobs in India and helping India grow. And I think there was actually, I read an article, in this article, one of the ministers was really trying to advocate for that as well, the return. And I think that's knock-on effects. And I think when you look at commerce, you look at uncertainty, that's kind of one of the things. It's bigger than just one particular track. It's more all-encompassing.
Well said. Brad, any final thoughts?
Yeah, I would just say the whole environment right now is one of uncertainty, and just bringing it back to intellectual property issues, it's not just that there is uncertainty perhaps for certain technological industries, just on fundamental issues like eligibility. It's also the fact, right? I mean, as anyone who's tracking things knows, you have the Secretary of Commerce talking about radical new concepts for the patent system, like valuation fees, the government getting a cut of licenses that universities may be transacting with private businesses. And so I think for so many innovative companies, again, who are working on 10, 15, or 20-year pipelines, that's a lot to grapple with. I don't think we've seen the full impact of it yet, but a year from now, we may be having a very different conversation when that data starts showing up in the marketplace.
Well, maybe we should put in a plug to resume this panel a year from now and have reflections on 2026 of 2025. Judge Michel, a final thought?
I'll just put it in this nutshell, Adam. And I claim Adam as a protege of mine. So if he's done a great job here, I want to get a little bit of credit for that. Adam, the thing that just troubles me and keeps me awake at night is that a very respected think tank based in Australia, partly funded by the U.S. State Department, has done repeated studies, empirical studies, quantitative analysis, extreme masses of evidence, and they end up concluding that of the 64 most advanced technologies across the board in all the different fields, China now leads the U.S. in 57 of the 64. End of case.
We just heard some feedback, Judge Michel, hence the laughter. My final thought is, I think a lot of these issues are very important, and I would encourage each of you to think about this, collaborate. This is the value of having an ecosystem of professionals together, whether it's the folks online or the folks in this room. These issues aren't going to go away. They're not easy. They are complicated, but we have a lot of really smart people in this room and beyond. They're going to help pave us the way forward, right? Anyway, thank you for your time, and I don't know what we have coming up next. I don't have the agenda.
Thank you, Adam, for moderating. That was quite the pulse check. My pulse definitely quickened. How about yours?
Ashley.
Yes.
Ashley, 1 minute.
Sure.
Judge Michel, could you turn on your camera 1 minute, please? Could try one more to take a picture, if possible.
Get him for the photo. I think there's a Judge Michel fan club brewing in this room, a little bit of a fan gathering.
I'm too technologically handicapped to be able to make it behave.
There you are. Got it.
Finally.
Nikhil, where would you like
Yep.
us to stand?
I'm taking a picture. Give me 1 minute.
Can you put the soft light filter on?
We don't have that here, Adam. I already checked. Well done, panel 5. Thank you, Adam, Justin, Brad, and Judge Michel. Okay, it is now time for the last break of the day. If you guys could be back in the room by 3:10, we'll have your final 2 panels.
Sure.
At Ecobana, we manufacture sanitary pads. And here is a box of Ecobana sanitary pad. It has 8 pieces of sanitary pads inside that are of quality, will provide you comfort, and we've made sure that they're most accessible out here.
A conventional menstrual pad is made of 91% plastic, an equivalent of 4 plastic bags in just 1 pad, meaning most girls usually complain of itching, burning, or irritation effect. But this kind of product that we are making and pioneering right now is made of 0% plastic. There is no scent, there is zero chemical being used, and the product biodegrades after being used. If you vouch for comfort, if you vouch for hygiene, and you vouch for a product that you can easily embrace and sustainably grow with, then this is that product for you.
When I started using the pad, and when we came up with the whole innovation, of course, I was the only girl. So most of the tests, we had to start with me. And it being my product, who else would believe that they could use that product if I've not yet used it at all?
But right now, we've been able to build what is being termed as Kenya's first biodegradable sanitary towel.
I can confidently say that we have the best sanitary pad in the market today.
I look at it and I'm filled with immense joy. I'm proud of the product. I'm proud of the team that has created the product. I'm proud of the collective community that we've worked with for this product to be able to be the way it is. It has been improved. This is now the last approved by the Kenya Bureau of Standards, and the product is good quality, very nice for girls, women, and all menstruators to be able to use this particular product.
As technology reshapes our world every day, millions of students must be empowered to tackle the 4th Industrial Revolution. Hi, I'm Ashwati Venugopal, and back in my student life, I represented India in a youth leadership program in USA, where I was mentored in entrepreneurial skills. I recognize the impact such a structured mentorship can bring to the student community. Today, I sit on the leadership board of Kettle Youth Program in USA, and I founded my social organization, Avasar Shala. We have created a system to upskill students in 21st century skills through opportunities and partnerships with government entities, multilateral organizations, and non-profits. This year alone, we impacted 10,000 students with $7 million worth of opportunities, benefiting students from India, Middle East, and Switzerland, working together with avenues like Youth Forum Switzerland, Earth Prize, Kettle, and even tapping into the rich Shaper community. World leaders, most of us have a story of a mentor or a guide that changed our lives. Pay it forward. Let us directly reskill the future. As technology
At Ecobana, we manufacture sanitary pads. And here is at Ecobana, we manufacture sanitary pads. And here is a box of Ecobana sanitary pad. It has 8 pieces of sanitary pads inside that are of quality, will provide you comfort, and we've made sure that they're most accessible out here.
A conventional menstrual pad is made of 91% plastic, an equivalence of 4 plastic bags in just 1 part, meaning most girls usually complain of itching, burning, or irritation effect. But this kind of product that we are making and pioneering right now is made of 0% plastic. There is no scent, there is zero chemical being used, and the product biodegrades after being used. If you vouch for comfort, if you vouch for hygiene, and you vouch for a product that you can easily embrace and sustainably grow with, then this is that product for you.
When I started using the pad, and when we came up with the whole innovation, of course, I was the only girl. So most of the tests, we had to start with me. And it being my product, who else would believe that they could use that product if I've not yet used it at all?
But right now, we've been able to build what is being termed as Kenya's first biodegradable sanitary towel.
I can confidently say that we have the best sanitary pad in the market today.
I look at it and I'm filled with immense joy. I'm proud of the product. I'm proud of the team that has created the product. I'm proud of the collective community that we've worked with for this product to be able to be the way it is. It has been improved. This is now the last approved by the Kenya Bureau of Standards, and the product is good quality, very nice for girls, women, and all menstruators to be able to use this particular product.
It's crazy. That's something I right. Like I was telling my wife, I used to work for Deloitte, and I said, like, the partner on that who didn't review it, they didn't say where did this come from. It's crazy.
Hey, good looking group of people here.
We're just missing one person.
Miriam said I could speak on behalf of the Copyright Office.
Did she?
There you go.
Okay.
So we're good.
Okay. It's nice you get to wear that hat.
Yeah. I have a lot of hats. If you don't have enough conflicts, you just don't care enough.
Love this.
We're ready.
You guys are ready to go?
We're missing one, but we can't do anything about that.
Zoom?
No, you can't.
She's government shutdown.
Oh. Minor challenge, right? Miriam, choose your this one. I'm going to give them about a couple more minutes. I'd like you to have an audience.
Yeah, give them a
That's
few minutes.
fine.
Absolutely.
Should someone go tell them the sessions are back in? Because I don't think people
typically
notice.
go out there and group them. I'm going to go do that. I forgot my giant hook, so I'm
Supposed to like have a bell you
Bell,
ring. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Flash the lights, all those.
Have a yodeling pickle.
Oh yes, that's right. That's right. I did. I lost to you because you drink coffee and I don't. I stopped drinking coffee about 2 years ago.
Yeah, I do still drink coffee.
Oh, so you started and I gave it up.
I started because of this job.
Yeah, and I gave it up because of my job.
I actually didn't drink coffee until I was in my medical residency. And it's not that I needed it. It was that I was looking, there was a lot of literature, and coffee is good for you.
Yes.
And I'm like, you know what? I wasn't drinking it for health reasons. I'm going to start drinking it for health reasons. Now I'm addicted to it.
Well, now the thing is mushroom coffee. Have you guys read about this?
Yeah, I just can't.
I've never
bring
tried it.
myself to do that.
I've never tried it.
I'm not a mushroom guy, so every time you like drink mushrooms, I'm like, Yeah. Okay. That seems more appealing to me than mushroom. I do love coffee with chicory. So
So I'll just start at that end. You can introduce yourself,
This is like
your
false
daily role.
marketing.
We'll come this way.
Chicory coffee with no actual coffee.
Yeah.
They're networking very passionately.
That's good.
They did interrupt.
That's good.
And demanded their presence.
Let them network.
Any moment.
Just don't let them get on the elevator. That's all we, yeah.
Stay lost.
Yeah, you were gonna give them all free Sora too. Speaking of which, I was thinking you were doing a demo, but.
It's funny.
You guys all playing
It's
with
funny.
the
I
Sora
mentioned it to him too. So everybody who stays to the end gets an invite to Sora.
I wish I had that. Very nice.
Oh, well, I mean, that's the only one I've done so far. I'm terrible at, is it, this is my first Sora thing. Do you like find people on here and you invite them?
Yeah, so those are people's cameos that they've published
Yeah.
that you can use in order to make videos.
Sure. And do you can you invite people or you just pick random ones there? Or I guess that you.
See, these people have all shared theirs publicly. And I thought with other stuff in the tool, we might be able to search for people. Share would
Invites or invites? I believe it. So how does someone get like a celebrity on this?
It's a matter of that person sharing that cameo with you.
So they have to specifically.
Yes. Or like the ones that you saw, that list of them, those people that shared their cameos publicly for people to use.
Got it.
So you can use those. You can try mentioning people within the prompt to see if they've tried their cameo public. Yeah. Yeah, you can do all sorts of stuff with it. So better.
Precisely. Oh, there you go.
You will not find micro here.
That seems prudent.
Like you can make one in order to capture screenshots or an application, but you will not find micro.
I had a couple slides. We don't have to use them.
Oh, no. If you,
Well, we don't have to.
does he have them?
I sent them to somebody. Maria should have.
Probably Maria.
Maria should have.
Ask him what?
Don't ask him immediately. She's going to get the slides to him.
Yeah, I know.
We don't. He does. Well, we're just going to ask questions. So then, but when I can go back to him because he's going to be involved in other conversations.
Carlos. All right, I will
Tell Allie I said hi. I will. Should I wait for no. Okay, everybody, we're back.
Themselves, like what they do on a daily basis.
This is our last segment of the daytime event. Thanks for all of you who are still with us online.
Very AI related, but then feel free. I mean, we'll get your slides and you can.
I'll explain. Don't worry. Don't worry. All right. I hope you enjoyed your break. We've got two more panels and closing remarks coming up before we adjourn and head over to the celebration tonight. I thought of introducing our sixth panel in a robot voice, but then I feared our online viewers would think I was glitching and log off, so I decided not to do that. MC voice it is. But our next panel was here in the room, ready to go when I came back in, to offer us a timely discussion given the proliferation of assistive technologies that we're using in our world. Here to tackle the blurred lines of AI-assisted creative ownership are Ryan Abbott. Miriam Lord could not be here today, unfortunately, due to the government shutdown, so this very real effect on all of us today. Gideon Miles and Shakur Sahani. She can't talk virtually either. Yeah, hands tied, I guess. Okay, and then we also have Shakur Sahani. Our esteemed moderator chosen to help sharpen these blurred lines is John A. Hudson, Senior Managing Director with Ocean Tomo. Take it away, John.
Thank you. Scott, thanks for having me in the Alliance. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here today. Everybody can hear me okay? Yes. So what I was going to do is kind of set the tone of where I think AI and IP are converging, and then have the panel introduce themselves and talk a little bit about what they're doing on a daily basis, and then we'll go into questions, and Ryan also has a couple slides to present. But in the last 2 weeks, I attended an LES conference in Europe. It was amazing. Over 2 days, probably 12 different sessions that I attended. Every single session addressed some form of AI was the topic, whether it was disputes, whether it was tools, whether it was white space, R&D. I mean, I left thinking I was in an AI conference, not an IP conference. So one of the things that we wanted to do is talk about things that are going on in the industry. I mean, I've got a statistic that by 2030, 1.8 trillion will be spent on a yearly basis on AI-related hardware, software, tools, services. So when you think about that, legal services, hardware, all sorts of things. In the last 2 weeks, there has been a group that calls themselves an AI Industry Association. They filed 8 IP litigation cases, each claiming over $100 million for each case. So the future of AI disputes, product, services, it's not in the future, it's here right now. So to me, this is a really interesting topic and one that I hope you guys will be engaged with. Feel free to ask questions. We'll start down at the end. Shakir, feel free, introduce yourself, what you do, who you represent, what you do on a daily basis.
First of all, good to meet you all. I'm Shikhar. I'm representing Graby here, a technology advisory and analytics company. And I'm heading the Research and Innovation Division as Senior Vice President. My role here is to talk a bit more about in the nitty-gritty of AI and the intellectual property, what type of tools are coming up, how we are using it, and where it is adding a real value. And special thanks to Scott, Mafe, and Nikhil for having me here.
I'm Ryan Abbott. I have a few different hats. I'm an academic by background and wrote about AI before everyone was spending trillions of dollars on it. I day-to-day help with resolving disputes. As a litigator, I'm behind the Thaler and the Allen cases you heard about earlier today. And I'm at JAMS. Thank you, that's way better. I'm at JAMS where I'm a mediator and arbitrator for a growing number of AI-related disputes, and looking forward to today's conversation.
And I'm Gideon Miles. I work for OpenAI. My title, head of patents and trademarks, but my daily responsibilities really are basically all of IP except for copyright. I'm leaving that to a very, very skilled team to handle.
Yeah, and as was mentioned, we were going to have somebody from the Copyright Office to talk about, where they see the copyrights mixing with AI, but they're not able to join today, unfortunately. What we'd like to do first is start where are the opportunities and where are the challenges in the convergence of AI and IP. And I figured we'd start with Gideon, as he is with a very large AI-related company. Challenges, opportunities.
Yeah, that's a really, really big space. I think the challenges, if I focus in on kind of some of the areas where I work in and concentrate on with respect to IP, some of the challenges are AI is becoming more and more capable. Right now, with the patent system, we need to involve a human in that invention process. So is that the way we want it to remain? With these tools becoming so incredibly capable of inventing on their own, what does that mean for the innovation that is created out of them and the companies that are directing that innovation using those tools? Do we want to think about how we can protect that? Do we need to think about different ways to protect it? So that's one of them. Another one being, similarly on the copyright side, the authorship side, what does it mean for authorship and everything that's being created? Those are two of the big ones for me. And I think there's both opportunities and challenges there.
Absolutely. Ryan?
No, it is a super big question. I think the big opportunity is more work for lawyers, which are most of the people in this room, so that's good, right? There's, of course, we heard this morning, the fair use, the training question, and all the stuff going on with that. The patent stuff's near and dear to my heart. For those of you who've been following Thaler, I was here today mainly to talk about the copyright stuff and to debate this with Miriam because, in Thaler v. Perlmutter and Allen v. Perlmutter isn't so much there anymore, but anyway. But I guess because Miriam wasn't able to attend for the government shutdown, we win by default. But these are questions. I'll just focus a bit on the copyright output subsistence question because that's kind of the question I'm most interested in. You have people using AI to make stuff all the way on a spectrum from Thaler basically saying, generate a creative image, and it makes a creative image, and can you own that? To, Allen being as involved as someone could realistically be involved in having AI make creative output the way most LLMs work these days. So, exciting times, open questions. Very interesting to me that people have been talking about this for literally 50 years. And now everyone's we don't have answers to these questions? That's kind of weird. Shouldn't someone have thought about that before? But it's okay. We're here thinking about it now. So we'll have an answer by the time we're done today.
Kind of a follow-up there, and then we'll move to Shakir. We've got copyrights, we've got trade secrets, we've got patents, different ways of protecting forms of AI. There's been talk, at least there was when I was in Europe a couple weeks ago, about a new form of IP protection around AI. To the two lawyers, thoughts on that?
I think there's a lot of different ideas being tossed around on new protection, but I would also toss out contracts as another way of protecting content. If we want to focus on just the existing mechanisms. But I've been hearing talks around different types of protection, new type of protection for models themselves, because they don't fall nicely within our current system of protection. And a variety of different, I think right now we're at a place where we can be thinking about this and we can be thinking creatively about it as to what do we want to protect? How do we want to protect it? And we have the opportunity to do something new and something cool.
All right, I think it was a great answer. I think it's complicated and it depends very much on what you're trying to protect and why. So if, for example, you're protecting a new drug, and a lot of people are using AI to design new drugs. It's complicated how they do that. But, if you go to the far end of the spectrum and you license an AI model at a pharma company from, Google or OpenAI, and it generates a new drug molecule, you really need a patent on that to pursue clinical trials, right? Other areas may be different. Pharma development, not so much. The Thaler cases, which for those of you who aren't aware of it, was someone used an AI to invent something and, named the AI as the inventor and claimed he owned the patent because he owned the AI. That case was granted in some jurisdictions, not granted here in the US. It raises very interesting questions about what do we want to protect? Why do we want to protect it? And for me, rather than maybe focusing on laws written 50 years ago without this in mind, we should be asking, well, what do we want out of the patent system? What's the better outcome and how do we get there? Patents particularly are about rewarding innovation, commercialization, and disclosure. And so for me, whether or not you're using AI to invent should really play no role in whether the output is something we want to be protectable or not. But that wasn't the view of the Federal Circuit, and it is something people are discussing. One final thought on that was when we announced those cases like 7 years ago, people thought, maybe this is interesting, but it's definitely stupid. And now, when I go to conferences like this, people are like, oh, this is kind of a problem, isn't it? Well, we should probably do something about this.
Moving on to Shakir, and talking about your business, how do you see AI tools becoming, important, making IP systems more accessible, more transparent, more efficient?
I'll start with my 2 cents with where Ryan left. I have numerous examples in the industry where AI is being used for drug discovery. Companies are using AI for new fragrances, flavors development. And it's a blurry line, whether AI as a system can be patented or it's going to be the new thing. So people are going after the new innovations that are getting out of the whole ecosystem. Now, coming on to where AI is supporting this whole ecosystem is, I see a lot of opportunities. Where AI tools are now contributing for faster innovation management, faster innovation development. Imagine in the morning, Jamie talked about language coming as a barrier and how we can make more transparency. Now, AI is enabling us to do that. Imagine someone sitting in China innovating on something in Chinese. There is some innovation coming up in Japanese. And then someone doing a patent filing in Germany. Using AI models, all such type of innovations can be easily tracked, can be drawn for inspiration purpose, doing a horizon scan where the intersection of technologies is coming up, like the use of AI for fragrance development by using all the past data from a company like Simrise. That's what AI is enabling for faster innovation. Now, on the other side, there are tools that are coming up for even de-risking the litigations that are there. Imagine in the developing countries where people don't have much knowledge about the use of intellectual property, they are using AI as a guiding tool because they can't afford to go to an attorney. And they are using it as a precursor to evaluate which type of ideas they can actually pursue for filing. And I would like to start it with a story. In India, we have a story of Padman, a famous movie, and it represents how Arun, a person who identified a problem that in the female hygiene domain, the sanitary pads are very costly in India, wants to do an innovation that there should be something which is cheaper, but equivalent to the quality. Now, not having the knowledge of a skilled person in the art, spends a lot of time in hit and trial, a lot of hit and trial failure, again hit and trial failures, and then contact some agencies to get the knowledge, what materials they are using, how to develop a successful innovation. And after developing that prototype, goes into a lot of self-education to file patents. Imagine such type of people in the developing countries having access to AI to guide them, have knowledge equivalent to a person who is skilled in the art to at least start something because they have the zeal to develop something. They know the grassroots level problem in these countries. And talking about all these, Sherry mentioned that 18% of the people in developing countries, they know how to manage finances. Imagine when AI is enabling all such people in the developing countries who are in the age group of less than 24, but have the zeal to solve a problem. This is where I see the opportunities coming up. Now, how AI tools are enabling that? Easier access to the freedom to operate analysis. Quick analysis, whether they can file their patents or not. Do they have a precursor check? Are they allowed to file something or not? There are numerous opportunities that are coming up. And this is where I see that even Scott guided us a few years back under the guidance of Sam that we should launch a system, PQ.ai, which is now on USPTO website, an AI-based system to support inventors to get a quick check whether their idea is novel or not. But now we are way advanced, corresponding to what started as a project of social good few years back, but now it is a lot advanced where innovators and inventors can not just take a clue, but they can have a guided roadmap how to protect their innovations, how to take inspiration of what innovations are coming up in the world. And that's I see as a contribution of various tools, AI agents, and a lot more that is happening in this space.
Staying on the topic of tools, Ryan, when you think about your daily business of arbitration and mediation, using AI and IP tools around solving issues and disputes, thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't use AI tools too much as a procedural matter, although some people do. And, mediation in particular has people working on automating it. You can use wrapped LLMs now as like AI mediators, and people are advertising that. I see a lot of kind of AI-related disputes, though, in the substance of disputes, and I think there's good reason to kind of arbitrate and mediate those things. We heard about the fair use cases, and there's many of those, but lots of products and implementations of AI, very complex ecosystems of integrators and stakeholders, people, making AI, building models, licensing open source content, building them into systems, very complex contracts around these, lots of trade secret issues when you get into what training data is and where an AI went wrong and when, and needing experts. So there's a lot of disputes. As people use more AI, there's going to be more disputes. And these disputes can be very technically complicated to resolve. They can take a long time. They can have negative publicity. They can involve very high costs. These are the sorts of things that arbitration and mediation, came about to do to help resolve disputes more cheaply, quickly, and efficiently. So we see a lot of these, usually when there are parties who agree contractually in advance to resolve it this way, but JAMS now has special AI rules that are, designed to kind of deal with AI-related disputes. So we're seeing a lot of it now.
Yeah, definitely in my practice, we're seeing, I was on a call the other day where there's an investment group that's raising $100 million to go out and buy patents and patent applications. My group does a lot of IP valuation where we would never even value an application. You put that off to the side because you don't even know if it's going to issue. Now you've got groups that are looking to invest and buy applications, assuming that some percentage of them will issue, and so they can be used to monetize down the road. Monetize could be a lot of different things, whether it's licensing, litigation. But definitely the dispute part is going to follow the money, so it's going to be here for a long time. You had some slides that you wanted to kind of walk through, and I saw them up behind you a minute ago. If we could get them back.
They were there, just a couple pretty pictures. I don't know if any are quite as great as a slice of American cheese, but Ken seems to be gone. So anyway, here we are. This was the piece he was mentioning about that won the State Art Fair. So Jason Allen made this. He made it in 2022. He used Midjourney. But for those of you who remember prompting in 2022, it was really hard. Like, prompts were very detailed. He had to prompt that 600 times to get this, and he edited it. The Copyright Office caught wind of him having used it because when it emerged that he had used it, though he disclosed this proactively, but nobody noticed until, people took notice, he got a lot of backlash for using AI in a creative work. People thought this was awful, that he was, killing art, the same sorts of things they said about photography. Attitudes have shifted towards that in 3 years, but at the time, this was kind of a cultural moment. And the Copyright Office picked up on social media statements and denied him his registration. So this case is now in district court in Colorado. I think that the law is pretty favorable in this case, that, federal courts have said a spark of human creativity is what you need for protection, not that you have to directly do anything to produce an image. Indeed, there's a lot of case law on photography related to this, where when you use a camera, you are providing instructions to a machine to generate an image, so you're producing it. I could pull out my iPhone, snap the right button, and I own the copyright in that. My only choice was timing and maybe height, which is really more genetic than anything, and or that I'm on a platform. Alan, by contrast, put a lot of time and energy into this. On the next slide, this is a little less snazzy, but it was made in 2012. And this was the far end of the spectrum, where you basically say to something like, ChatGPT, generate a creative image, and then it does, right? And we could ask kind of, why do we have copyright law? Like, why do we have patent law? And you heard earlier in a panel, it's a means to an end. It's, at least in the US system, it's because we think that having this financial incentive of getting a copyright will encourage people to make creative works and disseminate those creative works. And so now that people are increasingly using AI to make and disseminate creative works, I would argue that we still need that same incentive, and that it really shouldn't matter where you are on the spectrum. If the work is objectively original, it should get protection. But anyway, those are two pictures. Oh, sorry. No. And 5 minutes ago, I sent off the final brief for the SERP petition for Thaler, so that goes up on the 9th for anyone who feels like writing an amicus brief.
And switching to Gideon and thinking about like your company and the history of your company and where you are now, and that you're out like leading the industry. Think about talk about IP, AI specifically IP related to like valuation and M&A activity, where companies that you guys are looking at. I mean, you focus on not just their technology, but the IP protection around those assets?
I guess from just the company itself, IP is, it's what the company is. Without the IP, we really aren't a company. So we do think about the protection of our IP, and we think about like all the different mechanisms that we can use, whether that's patents, trademarks, trade secrets, which is a really important aspect to our mechanisms. When it comes to like M&A, I don't think that like registered IP is necessarily what we're looking for. It's more about, and I think this is true for a lot of companies. I don't know if it's all, but a lot. They look at the IP, they look at what the company is already producing, what the company brings to the table, but also the people and kind of what you can do going forward with all of that.
Trade secrets, know-how.
Yeah.
Engineers.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And Ryan, in your practice in mediations and helping those disputes to come to some type of agreement or settlement, again, the importance of the actual IP assets in those disputes.
Yeah, I'd say to give the lawyer's answer, it depends a lot. I mean, a company like OpenAI is, very different than a company that, kind of has brick and mortar stores and makes physical devices. But even there's lots of important IP at stake. And when you do have something like an M&A deal gone wrong and people are thinking about suing each other, inevitably the people who will make money for that is lawyers, which is, again, fine because we're all lawyers. But it's a very difficult, distracting, expensive thing. And so, to the extent that you can get, commercially minded people in a room and talk sense to each other and settle a dispute outside of litigation, it tends to have better outcomes for everyone.
And we think about like regulations and legislation. Europe has the AI Act. The U.S. doesn't really have any form of national litigation or at least yet. There's talks, but then with the current administration, that probably isn't going to be where we're going. You have certain states like Colorado that are leading in certain things. And as we're talking about the blurred lines between AI and IP, what do you see, what does it look like in 5 years from now? Is it still as blurred or blurrier, or are we getting, a little clearer here? Shakir, everyone.
Here, I would like to copy the answer. It's uncertain, and well, it depends. We do see that maybe the number of innovations will increase, the litigations will increase, depending upon how easy it's going to be using AI, identify your patents out of a huge portfolio, linking it with the product information that's out there, preparing an automatic claim chart where you don't need to spend maybe 20 or 30 hours and attorney needs to just spend maybe 1 hour reviewing what AI has generated. Is it making sense or not? But the true answer is, at this point, the way I see it, it depends how it's going to unfold. Whether it's going to make the litigations easier, definitely the number of litigations will increase eventually. Even the number of filings will increase, considering that the examiners will be using AI systems. Maybe the patent grants will reduce. The things are going to be easier. So the lines are still blurry at this point.
Well, I was going to say, I hope they're not as blurry, because just from like a implementation standpoint, having like the EU AI Act, and then like if we end up with like 50 different state level acts and they all require different things, like that is very, very difficult to accommodate from an implementation deployment stance.
I don't think it could get any blurrier than it is now. So hopefully in 5 years it's less blurry. I think it will become more economically pressing as more and more AI gets used and does more and more. And I think it really is very complex and depends on the area. I don't know that you need a bunch of AI-specific laws, because there's a bunch of laws right now that apply to the use and development of AI, right? Like laws about unfair advertising and use of synthetic content and personality rights and so forth. But if you look at like the biggest litigation thing right now, the litigation over fair use, there's 50 plus lawsuits in the US. We've had 3 decisions. One said fair use, then not fair use is up on appeal. 2 said fair use. 1 then settled because of the way that Anthropic did things, was problematic, but it was kind of fact specific. We don't know the answer to kind of how these are going to play out over the next several years, but in 5 years, as this just becomes more important, we should have clear answers to these questions. And we're not going to get an internationally harmonized system until like each jurisdiction figures out, well, what do we want our answer to be? Now let's get some consensus, because right now in these meetings, no one seems to really know what they want to do, especially policymakers.
Do you see that the world is looking to the U.S. to kind of figure this out? Because that's what I gathered when I was in Europe.
I think that European regulators would take great umbrage at that suggestion. But, the U.S. is where a lot of the AI development is. Places are definitely looking at the U.S. kind of as leading AI development, right? The U.S. and then China and Europe, of the 3 places. And a lot of it is like you could make, if we stick on fair use, for example, you had the Getty v. Stability trial in London, and there was no copyright infringement because the training was in the U.S. So, a lot of this is going to kind of matter more or in different ways in jurisdictions where you have the AI developing or centered. So people are looking to the U.S. for a lot of guidance. The current administration was very clear, like, we don't want to regulate AI. We want to let this to the market, which is one way to approach it. Europe philosophically has a very regulator-driven customer protection approach to that. The EU AI Act is a big act and kind of complicated and not so clear how that's all going to work. And, the effect of it against the U.S., a lot of interesting stuff's going to happen in the next 5 years.
And I think that maybe if Europe did want to look to the U.S. for some guidance, they are not necessarily wanting to wait for us to actually move in the space.
Yeah, what I heard was that, as Shakir mentioned, a lot more litigations. Obviously, litigations are prevalent in the U.S. with our IP system. And some of the views were that the U.S. would lead because it would follow the money in the litigations. And so, I guess kind of the final topic on AI and IP, I think the disputes, as we've all said, are here to stay. And how do you think those kind of play out without a formal regulation or guidance? Is it more complicated? Is it more arbitration? We're going to see the cell phone war cases coming into AI? Start here and we can just go down the line.
I think, again, it depends, and it depends on like which space we're talking about. I do think that we could very easily be headed in the patent space for another war. I kind of view this as we're in another one of those bubbles where everybody is doing AI and not everybody is going to succeed. But there are a lot of patents out there, and they're going to be in somebody's hands. So, yeah.
A lot of good ones, a lot of bad ones.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think kind of comparing us to Europe, we do have a much more market-driven approach, and when you have a hands-off regulatory framework, you get more private disputes. So I think a lot of the rules of the road are going to be driven by commercial considerations, market considerations, private dispute considerations. And in that environment, I think you're going to get a lot more stakeholders opting to ADR mechanisms, so arbitration and mediation, rather than leaving it to the courts. You know, in Europe, where you have a regulatory framework that says this is what you can do, this is what you can't do, and a regulator will sort out when you do or don't do it, you know, you don't have that same environment.
And also, you've got a lot of AI startups that are never going to generate revenue. And so where's all this IP going to go? It's going to, you know, is it a consolidation model? Is it an NPE model? You know, where do these IP assets end up going? Shakir, thoughts on kind of future of disputes and litigations, both in the U.S. and as well as your country?
It's a good question, and I'll share a non-legal perspective first. The way I see it, it's going to be a lot easier to do the preparation for litigation or for licensing opportunities. Imagine a startup who is fearful that they need to invest a lot just to have claim charts prepared, just to see that how the patents are mapping onto something. All that cost is going to get reduced. This means they don't need to have a lot of big pocket to go into the litigations. The only thing they need to worry about is, by the use of AI, if they are getting sufficient hints that there is a strong overlap, someone is using their intellectual property, there are many entities that are coming up that are financing the lawsuits, and they have an easy route to go towards such type of disputes. Same is the case with the big corporations who have 10,000, or maybe the likes of Qualcomm having 160,000 or 100, you can say 160K patents lying in their portfolio. How they are going to pick all those patents which can be used for defensive or offensive purposes? But by the use of AI, you have a kind of live monitoring in front of you. You just run a command, hit a button, and you have your live portfolio coming in front of you, which are the technologies, against whom those can be used, what is the level of overlap. You have the claim charts prepared just within a single click. All these things, by the use of AI, and definitely a human-assisted claim charting, can result into a lot of disputes that can be on the way. Now here, the main factor that I'm going to highlight is the cost of all this pre-preparation is going to reduce by the use of AI. That means companies will not be worried because they don't need to have upfront cost to go into the litigations. And then there are entities that are already financing litigations. So it's an easy route to increase the number of disputes in the coming time.
That's a whole nother panel about IP litigation financing. Yeah, and you know, I think that wraps up because we don't have our additional panelist who is going to have about a 5-minute discussion, but I want to keep us on time. I think we're at 3:50. But feel free afterwards, any questions for the panel, approach us. Thank you.
Thank you, John and panel. Great job. We appreciate you all. If you'll come over here for your requisite photograph, please.
Yeah.
So I know, where can I be out of the way in the queue? One more round of applause for our AI Meets IP panel. Thank you so much.
You got a screen right here. You see a screen right there. Yeah.
And now to bring us home, our 7th and final panel discussion today. We're taking IP to the grassroots, where it begins and ideally flourishes to form a larger movement. You're going to hear directly now from the wonderful leaders of our state IP alliances in North Carolina, California, Georgia, and Washington. And in an IP conference twist, which I love, this one will be co-moderated by a duo, State IP Alliance co-chairs, because who doesn't love a twofer? So meet your moderators. We've got Zach Dottino, Chief Operating Officer for Paximal, and Sam Zellner, Founder and CEO of Inspire IP. Your presenters are Lori Coynes, Eric Johnson, Karine Sukinik, and Mauricio Uribe. Zach and Sam, you may mobilize your grand finale panel. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for this. I want to thank, Zach and I want to thank Scott and Mafi and Nikhil, and put in another request that we put in last year that said, do not make us go last or offer drinks during our session. Obviously, neither of those came true, so we will do it again, hopefully. Yeah, that's right. So,
but a big part of this session is kind of bringing together some of the things we talked about throughout the day today, piggybacking on some of the sessions, especially things like the IP education session. So we're going to walk through, talk to some of the people that actually are impacting our communities that run the state IP alliances throughout the country. So looking forward, if everyone wants to
we should do one thing, just to be clear here. This is a sampling of state IPAs. There are a number of other IPAs that are in the crowd, representative. Illinois there with Adam and Nikhil. We have Texas. With Jamie. She threatened me.
No, she's Florida. Watch out.
Oh, Florida. Oh, yeah. But Carlin, with Texas. And obviously Scott with Georgia, plus a number of other people in the crowd from Georgia. So.
You were just the ones that didn't say no.
So hey, you want to show up? You're gonna get a speaking engagement. So we're gonna walk through something that we talk about all the time: crawl, walk, run, and we're gonna walk through phases of the, kind of how we manage the IP alliances on a state and regional basis. Again, very important to implement some of the programs that we've talked about today. So if maybe start with doing a round of introductions. We can start Corinne at the end and work our way down if you want to do a quick introduction for yourself, and then we'll get running.
Hi, my name's Corinne Sukenik. I'm the executive director of GIPA, and my background is corporate. I'm not an IP attorney, more of the administrative, the herding the cats kind of contribution that I make. And basically, the influence I had in my professional career was in the area of licensing, technology and brand licensing.
Thanks for sharing that snippet. Great job highlighting your role and background.
Ashley, that's you.
I'm not sure how to follow that.
We just followed AI, so what are you going to do?
I'm Eric Johnson. I'm with the California IP Alliance. My background in IP is licensing patents, typically standards essential patents into cellular communication technologies for Orange and UCSD, UC San Diego, that is. That's it.
All right. My name is Lori Goins. I'm representing the North Carolina IP Alliance. I'm, I guess, president because everyone else stepped backwards and I was the one standing at the front. But I do have a good group of folks in North Carolina that are assisting me. In my day job, though, I actually work to monetize patents, background in computer science, decided that I didn't have enough torture in my life, so I went to law school, graduated 10 years ago, started working at IBM in the monetization group. Loved it so much that after I'd left, went to Kyndryl, I realized I missed monetization, so I left Kyndryl and jumped back into monetization about a year ago.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, happy October IP month. All right, it's a good time, yeah. Near and dear to my heart, my name is Mauricio Uribe. I'm a patent attorney based in Seattle, co-chair of Washington IPA, and also work with USIPA and GLIPA on October IP month. The corporate IP roundtable that we do once a year in April, and then working with GLIPA on the AI initiative that we've done over the years. So I'm super excited to be here, and thanks.
And I'm Sam Zellner, CEO of Inspire IP. It's a software platform to capture innovations from employees and get them protected. I also lead the PQAI effort, the AI prior art search engine.
I'm Zach Tutino. I'm just going to go ahead and get us started with talking about laying the foundation. So one of the things we talk about all the time is how we communicate. I think a good place to start is technology and communication, how we get started, and learning about how each individual IP alliance has implemented technology within their organization. As you know, we do have organizations throughout the country and IP throughout the world. We do have representatives from India here too. One of the first things to establish is really how do we communicate. Laura, your team at North Carolina did a great job, learned about some partnerships. What are your kind of tips from a technology, interested from everyone, what are the tips? But Laura, if you want to get started with kind of tips for collaboration and communication from a technology standpoint.
All right, thanks. First and foremost, don't reinvent the wheel. Learn from those that have already been through this. So if Washington has something to offer, learn from Mauricio. Everybody up here collaboratively works, and Scott's done a great job of setting up the USIPA. We have, is it quarterly calls, monthly calls? Monthly, sorry. Sometimes it seems like it's every week, but anyway. So definitely it's a collaborative, congenial environment, so learn from others. But one thing that we did in North Carolina was computer science undergrad, so I'm going to use the internet, use as much resources as I can. I found that Microsoft Office was free to nonprofits. So I applied, and it gives me 10 licenses that I can use for my organization. So every bit of Microsoft Office is available, Teams and Outlook and the calendaring. And then I know that nobody's going to stay in their role in the IP Alliance forever, so I chose to set up positional email addresses, president@ncipa.org, vice president, and so every pillar chair has an email address. So if you're on my team and then you get called away and you can't work anymore, all I have to do is replace that underlying email address as opposed to publicizing out to everybody that Eric's no longer part of the IPA, but they're still sending it to president. So they don't need to know that there's a different person answering the emails. So, figure out what works best for your organization. Use tools. I know that Sam's done a great job, and Zach, about using Google Docs. But one of the challenges we had was some organizations couldn't use Teams, others couldn't use Zoom. And so it really became frustrating initially. So that is important to try to figure out. Everybody just has to either bite the bullet and say, we're using Google or we're using Microsoft, and then just figure out if you're trying to do it from a work computer, if there's firewalls. But that's some of the frustrating stuff up front.
I know Maurizio and Eric, you two have been instrumental over the last couple of years, in particular in setting up the corporate IP roundtable, which does have a virtual component to it. What has helped from a virtual component standpoint in organizing those events? And Eric's like, oh my gosh, I don't even want to get started. But you guys have done, again, one of the key things that we do here at the USIPA, you've been instrumental in. What are some of the things that have been helpful for the two of you?
Getting together, talking, planning out calls and going through things. I'd say testing the environment before going live, although that hasn't worked out in some of the live environments, but learning from those mistakes. I think one of the first corporate IP roundtables we didn't have the capability to mute everybody that was there. And there was one individual that was on a call, and it was coming through loud and clear. So turn around to the second corporate IP roundtable, and that was something that everybody knew how to do when that was set up. We can't always fix the technology that we're given, but we try to do the best with it that we can.
And I think the key there is when you think about like a corporate IP roundtable, we're trying to get 100 folks live. We're trying to get 400 to 500 folks online, which is a pretty big scaling issue, right? And getting folks registered for 25, 30 different IPA organizations, international organizations. We've tried to sort them into meeting rooms. It has not gone without learning curve in terms of being able to do that and do that fast in a way that's receptive. But for if we're on the walk or the crawl stage, it can be done on a much local level, much easier, right? I think our first corporate IP roundtable had 25 people.
We registered them with a spreadsheet. We just had a contact email. We didn't have any fancy registration software. And we didn't even do it Zoom. We just said, hey, this is live. We'd rather just have 20 folks who can make it. So sometimes it's intimidating to see that and say, well, we've got to get Eventbrite or some other registration software. We've got to do Zoom and breakout rooms. And so start small, start simple. It'll scale. And then when it scales, you'll have a new set of problems and we'll solve those. And then we'll get bigger and we'll solve those problems. And then hopefully we'll be dominant to the world and be the program. Great. We'll solve it one step at a time.
You said something important there, start simple, right? And I think it's not that simple, but we are in IP month and we just started establishing IP month proclamations. Mauricio, you were counting number of times yesterday. Do you want to give us an update on where we are with proclamations right now?
Sure. So first of all, for those of you here who've worked on that and folks attend online, thank you. It really has taken a group effort to do so. Georgia led the way with getting the proclamation. I think year 2 we had Illinois and Washington, so a total of 3, and then we went to 6. And last year we made leaps and bounds to get to 10. So then we committed to 25. Right now we have 15 and roughly 10 to 12 still waiting for consideration by their governors. So we're going to exceed. We're going to hopefully make 25 and 25, but it's much of the journey is the result. I say that because I don't have 25 yet in hand. But it's a great thing, right? It's a starting point. We were, by way of example, Washington had been in existence all of 2 months before we did our first proclamation. And it just took a little bit of effort. You looked it up, you submitted it. And when it came through, that was a really significant event for us. It really wasn't as intimidating as it seemed. And it was a great launch event for us because it's not only so much of a piece of paper, a form, a document, a letter, whatever it is that you're getting from your respective governor. It's the value that you can turn around, and I think we'll talk about this, is then reach out to organizations, all the partner IP organizations, the corporations, the universities, and say, look at the work we did. We did a little bit of legwork. We've got this proclamation. We don't need money from you. We don't need anything for you to volunteer. We just want you to celebrate. And what an easy sell that is, right? You're not asking them to do anything. You're giving them the opportunity, and who doesn't want to celebrate IP? So it's probably one of the easiest things any state organization can do.
And I'll just add to that. One of the things that's interesting, the proclamation doesn't have any names on it in most cases. So they're just putting it on the website and putting on the names there that says these are the people who support it. So it really gives you a lot of flexibility in terms of doing it, which is another benefit.
And this year we had a lot of success driven from some of the planning that happened in North Carolina, and Lori kind of bringing together community presence and partnering with the right people. Do you want to talk a little bit about how you took partnerships and really advanced IP Month proclamations, not just in North Carolina, but throughout the country this year?
Well, I'm just following what Scott's put in place. It's a network of networks, right? So I'm fortunate to have on our board in North Carolina, Steve Susalka, who's CEO of Autumn, which he knows all the tech transfer offices throughout well, probably even the world, because he's always traveling. So I thought, well, let's ask Steve if I can get Autumn to endorse, because he was working on behalf of the North Carolina IPA, going to our local universities to get them to support. And I'm like, Steve, will Autumn support? And he said, yeah. And then during our monthly call with the U.S. state IPA calls, I suggested Steve would do it for all of the states. Sorry, Scott and Steve. There was a set of twins when I was younger. They were Scott and Steve, so I get confused. But anyway, so then he lent it to any state that wants to say Autumn is endorsing this. We had the same situation with CHIPS. One of my board members is the local representative for North and South Carolina. She got their support and then reached out to the California main office and said, yeah, they too support it. And then somebody else did the USPTO. But, we, in our call, started saying, what are the network of network participants? Who else will say and lend their name? Because, again, it costs nothing, just approval saying it's great.
Just one quick comment. Homework. I would ask that every person at this conference repost our October IP Month celebration. If you need it, just contact me. I'll give you all the materials, the logo. It's a really easy, just celebrate October IP Month. It doesn't matter what state you're in.
I would ask if we, just within this room and online, could do that. It just gets the word out. It's a great celebration, super easy, and I'd ask that as a favor for you.
Are you saying on LinkedIn? The
LinkedIn, whatever,
page?
yeah, whatever social media.
What about, Corinne, we haven't heard from you in terms of the GIPA and what they're doing with a lot of partnerships.
Well, I knew the question was going to come up, about partnerships, but also what was the biggest impact that GIPA has had in the past several years. And towards that end, we just launched yesterday the GIPA 2005 Impact Report. And James, if you could advance the slide to share the QR code with everyone. Not enough time in this session to share everything. However, as Lori mentioned, we don't want people to have to reinvent the wheel. So basically, we've tried to share with you the activities that our team has been involved in. And I'm just going to take a quick walk to the podium there to get my clicker. Or can you get it? Thank you. Thank you. And James, can you advance to the actual report? And before I do that, we want to ensure that you not only download the report, but also there's a form there that if you want to join one of the state alliances, we encourage you to do that. So going back to, there it is. Okay. James, if you could go back to the beginning of the report. And it is a long one, as you will see here. Page 1. I could have gone backwards in this. You can stop there. Basically, I wanted to share this graphic. You all have it. And we've all talked about the pillars and what's going on in the pillars, but I'd like to concentrate a little bit on the foundation, the people, the relationships, and trust. If you look at the impact of GIPA and our organization, it's not only those that we serve, but it's also for those that are serving the organization. And I see Keith Cohen has joined us today, and he was one of the instrumental individuals that launched GIPA. But before he left, he gave us some sage advice, and he said that you need to recognize your volunteers and ensure that you're giving them something back. They're giving back to the community. And basically, if I can just summarize, it was make sure that you recognize your volunteers, that they feel that they have been valued, and that they feel as though they've made a difference. And I think encouraging our recognition of our volunteers, which makes everything happens, along with our sponsors, our donators, we will ensure that we have retention, because this is a lot of hard work. It's time, commitment, and energy. And so that was one of the impacts that I hope that you will take with you. GIPA is still working on metrics in terms of how many patents and copyrights and visits and so forth to the website. But throughout the report, you'll also have quotes from the volunteers themselves. And those quotes indicate the kind of feeling that they've had in terms of the work that they've done. And I believe that's an impact that is very significant that we should recognize as well.
And I think we're going to build on one of the points you made about finding passion areas and making sure people are getting something out of and really feel the impact that they're making as we talk a little bit about walking and running here. Corinne, anything else you want to go talk about when it comes to the report?
Well, I guess I'd like to kind of rephrase that. You know, GIPA, as we were kind of indicating what area we would talk about, you have the startups that are just starting out crawling, and then you've got the walkers, and then you've got GIPA, who's kind of in the running stage. And even with runners, they have to stop once in a while and and take a breath and have perspective. And we do that every year with the strategic retreat. It gives an opportunity to celebrate the accomplishments as well as to really talk about what our needs are going forward. And so having that kind of interchange is really important. With GIPA, we did a study early on to say, you know, what's going to engage our volunteers? And networking was top of the list. And unfortunately, then came COVID, and basically we're all virtual. So I think you have to recognize that events such as this, where you're actually coming together, exchanging, communicating, establishing new partnerships is really important to the success of the organization.
It's a great segue, and we're going to lead to something very close to Scott Frank's heart, which is his kind of hosting initial events and things that go beyond October IP month and go into more of that walking category with the corporate IP roundtable. We'll call it low-hanging fruit. Maurizio, do you want to talk a little bit about corporate IP roundtable? And we'll talk about a couple of the events that we've hosted. And I know Eric's doing great things with the with the IP attaché program. So really finding partners and finding a way to spread community. But talk a little bit about the corporate IP roundtable and just setting it up. We've had three over the last couple of years that have been great. We have someone, Gideon, who was in our fireside chat here. But how did that come about, and just what did you concentrate on talking about that corporate IP roundtable, and why was it important to the organization?
Yeah, so I would say we were we benefited very much right when we formed Washington IPA. Georgia IPA invited us to their corporate IP roundtable. So we attended at Guest, and it was Manny Schechter from IBM. It was a wonderful program. I was like, wow, this is let's do it, right? And you just sometimes have to start, and we had Bill Harmon from Uber, wonderful speaker. It was 20, 30 of us, and we got through it, and we just like, this is something we can do. And it was a lot of fun. It was very... the folks that went got a lot out of it. We were able to invite college students from the local universities, folks from the industry, and just give them something. It was an insight of a fabulous, and then it scaled up to the kind of event that hopefully you're aware of with Gideon and Scott Hayden from Amazon and Jada Masami from HP last year. And so it's really great, but the tools are there. We have those for you. So there's really no reason. I mean, you think of all the great individuals that you have in your region. You can come up with a long list really fast, and folks benefit that. There aren't any other programs that offer those kind of insights, and so all of a sudden, it's something that you as an IPA organization can offer other IPA industry. Join us, come participate in this, and then usually those individuals are gracious enough. There's probably a lot of folks in this room who would be amazing speakers. And we've got the tools to help you carry it out. And it doesn't have to be like a massive event, and all of a sudden you've got one under your belt.
I think Scott would also say that a lot of the community, a lot of the corporate, at least the corporate people, don't get a chance to talk among themselves. And they really like this opportunity to just chat and talk about issues and challenges they're facing. So that's another outlet.
Very easy to move that program into university roundtables. And again, we don't need to recreate the wheel. There are very established programs, things that GIPA has set up and ran through for years. So if you are interested in hosting any of these types of programs, please talk to some of us. Go talk to Corrine, go talk to Scott. We'll talk about playbooks and how you can get these things established within your community.
I would say another area that's really ripe for tapping into, and Florida's done a great job with this, is students. You know, students really want to get exposure to old people, and this is a great opportunity. No, they obviously want to get some experience, and they're obviously looking for jobs and things like that. So this is really a great opportunity, and Florida's done a great job of getting students involved that way. So that would be one piece. And the other piece I would say is, and people have touched on it a little bit, but working with other organizations that we have MOUs with, Delaware and the DMV have done a great job working joint events with INTA. Texas has done a great job with doing things with the USPTO. And then Chicago or Illinois has done events with IEEE. So really, that's a great way to take advantage of our relationships that we have forged at the US IPA level or the global IPA level.
And from a state level, Eric, do you want to talk a little bit about the IP Attaché program and what you've been able to do partnering with the USPTO or some of the things that you've collaborated with the USPTO on?
Sure, and it was actually one of our board members, Jonathan Hyman, brought this opportunity to us, and it just started from a conversation with somebody from the USPTO. They mentioned the Attaché program. Jonathan said, "What's that?" And from there, we realized that, we needed to create a program to highlight what the IP attachés do, because there's a lot of people that really didn't know the services out there, and that they are there as, to assist U.S. stakeholders throughout the world. And so for the last 2 years running, we were able to connect with Terry Davis, who unfortunately is no longer with the USPTO, recently left, and they were great to collaborate with. The attachés come back to Washington once a year in early December for meetings, and during that time they were made available to have a webinar with us and just kind of go around and discuss the types of issues that they deal with in their daily life.
That's a great, again, another great program. Not a huge lift. You're just bringing it to a broader audience. WIPO, Mafi's brought a WIPO program. WIPO has a lot of resources that they're happy to offer us, and we continue to see the states have opportunities to bring these programs to their communities. Jamie Renee right now is working on bringing their innovation report. I don't want to get yelled at by Jamie later, but an innovation report.
State of Innovation.
State of Innovation report to a number of different states. Florida just wrapped theirs up, working with a couple of different states. So again, very easy ways to impact your community. We want people to get involved. There's students in this room. So students, we want you to get involved. If you aren't with the Georgia IP Alliance, you're at Georgia State, please get involved.
I wanted to share that in North Carolina, we've had even just friends of friends type of thing where the guy was a UPC judge. So he came in when the UPC was first kicked off and just, talked with those that wanted to know more about it. The Inn of Courts, we're partnering with them at the end of this month. Their members are going to attend a Halloween party social in Charlotte. And then also your IP section of the local bar association is a great organization to reach out to also. So don't reinvent the wheel, use their resources.
And then one quick plug, and this is low-lying fruit. We will be doing another national, international corporate IP roundtable in April. And Scott will be the first to tell you, in-person watching seminars are our ideal goal. It's a great event. It's easy. We will do all the legwork. You just have to get a volunteer to get the organization. And credit to North Carolina, when we had Gideon 2 years ago, afterwards they stopped and had a discussion of all the stuff they'd heard. What does that mean to their local community? Everybody has their own perspective. And so the program's already there for you, right? It's just getting the organization. We'll handle the registrations. We'll handle the promotion, host it, and then make it something meaningful for your IPA.
Yeah, we had, I guess you could kind of go into the patents and pints type of portion, but that's what, after the corporate one, we were local. We had both in Raleigh and in Charlotte, and then we had a discussion and libations as part of that discussion.
It's a nice way to get people together, talk about what they're passionate about, and you'll see from a lot of people that are up here today and the team that was talking about IP education earlier, the way to really get people involved is to hit their passion points and what they enjoy doing. Maurizio, I feel like, is just a great MC and great at talking to people and very connected. So running things like the corporate IP roundtable and really leading the charge on the October IP month is right in his wheelhouse. But California and Texas have really, they've bonded over education. And Eric, you can talk for days probably about what you're doing in education if you want to continue to plug what you've been doing.
Well, I'll plug Chinwe Ohanale. And Chinwe is on our board. She's also on the US IPA board. She works with Michelson IP as well. She's an adjunct professor at USC Law. She is passionate about education, and she is actually working with Qualcomm and their Invent Together program. I believe they're doing a pilot in Ohio coming up. Actually, do you know the timing of that, Ramesh? No? Okay. It is in the works. I know that. And Ohio is the launch point, which is interesting since it's the California IP, it's Chinway with the California IP Alliance and Qualcomm, which is a California company, but Ohio is where this is going to start. Chinway's also put together a program that's being piloted at a couple of schools in what would be called the Central Valley of California, more like the Bakersfield, Fresno area, if you're familiar with that. And they're going to see how the innovation education goes there and the teaching of IP, and possibly build that out to other schools in other states, hopefully.
If I could just say something, this kind of brings up, at least in my mind, every state's different. Like California is huge, and you've got different cultures in different cities. North Carolina, not as big as California, but I see a difference even from Charlotte to the RTP area. Like in October, my RTP folks, they're like, we just want to get together and drink and socialize. Charlotte, they wanted to plan 2 events where it's sit down, it's content, and, very more formal. So, figure out what works in the different parts of your state and meet where they're at. So I know California, you have quite a challenge there.
California's virtual right now. That's what works for the span of our state, which takes about 13 hours to drive.
Okay.
Randy, want to
Yeah,
jump
I'd
in
like to
here?
recognize one of the partners that we just developed, and that's with Georgia Entertainment. And Jeslyn Monet was the moderator of the Entertainment, Arts, and Sports panel that we had today. And that really came from a relationship that we started with one of our board members, David Sutherland. And David Sutherland, University of Georgia, School of Business, basically he's done fundamental research on the value of intellectual property in the creative industries. And he actually has been publishing in this journal. Some of you may have picked it up. And basically, Scott was interviewed in one of the more recent articles. But this publication goes to about 10,000 people in the entertainment industry. So it has much broader reach than GIPA could alone. It also goes to policy makers within the state. And basically, I think we're going to continue this relationship and hopefully do more as it relates to the creative industries. Also, another relationship we had was, again, with a board member, Ashley, our moderator here. And I don't think you mentioned, but the Tiny Mics program, which was supported by Georgia Tech and Georgia Public Broadcasting and the Department of Education, when we do the metrics, it has over 100,000 visits, 100,000 takes. And so that enables us to have a broader reach when we partner with others. And I think you'll see that, leveraging skills of other organizations is something we need to do going forward.
I don't have Nikhil here flashing a sign at me, and I know he would be flashing a sign at me, but I think the Tiny Mics thing is a really great example of a way that we do need to, it's great content that is really important. It tugs at a heartstring, right? And it's funny as well. So it's something that, we want to that kind of collaboration and being able to spread the word online is really helpful just to raise awareness about intellectual property. Let's wrap up maybe with some just quick reflections from everyone, final thoughts of, key lessons that you've learned from starting your alliance or getting your alliance going.
I guess I'll start, and it's not necessarily a reflection, it's a vision going forward. And that is, the vision going forward is that we make IP literacy something that happens throughout the state, through the citizenry. What you've heard in the past are target audiences, the K through 12, the university, the entrepreneurs. But going forward, we want every citizen within the state to appreciate, understand, and actually become an inventor or someone who has the creative talents to have copyrights. Going back to why we're here today, IP Month, the proclamation, if you read the language, yes, it's for economic prosperity, it's for increasing cultural vitality, but it's also to have Georgia be the best state in which people live, work, have families, and have quality of life. And I think that's the underlying goal that we have.
I would say small teams can be highly effective, and that, you know, in California, I'm fortunate to have a small board, but we've been able to do quite a bit with what we have, I think. And to kind of echo what Mauricio said earlier on, you don't have to start off with a big event. Sometimes you get thrown into a big event like the Global IP Conference and figuring out how to help with the logistics on that when it shows up at your doorstep, but you don't have to start with a big event.
My points would be to reuse what's already out there. Don't feel like you have to create it yourself, but also don't be afraid to question it. You know, just because another state is using particular bylaws, if you don't think that's going to work for your state, then step back and question it and tweak it. But don't feel that you have to create everything by yourself, because you don't. There's a lot already out there. And then secondly, find people that are passionate, that have time. In North Carolina, we decided to do co-chairs instead of just one person being the primary responsible for the pillars, because we know that we all get busy. So we shared the load. But just realize too, if people don't have the time, then it's time to bring in somebody else who is passionate. That's where I'm at now.
And maybe my last thought is, so to me, the secret weapon that we have is that as state IPAs, we operate under USIPA, we operate under GLIPA, we have examples, Georgia and other states that have been around, but you are the most flexible organization that of any organization I've ever been a part of, right? If you're passionate about education, do education. If you're passionate about doing IP attaches, you do IP attaches. There's never been a more flexible organization, and I think folks really appreciate that. You tap into the energy, as they've said, and you have the complete liberty to understand your state and what makes sense, what other organizations are doing. You don't have to follow a specific template. You borrow what you can, you change what you don't want, and then you blaze new trails because that's what you're passionate about. And that's what makes this organization fun, and that's what ultimately will make our organization great.
Well said. Can we put up the QR codes up there just so if you're interested in getting involved, you can reach out to us. If we can't get it up, you can talk to Zach or myself, and we'd be happy to direct you to the right group. Again, we're here to help and support the states. The states are not in competition with each other, although some do seem to be a little bit, but they're not supposed to be. They'll work together, and so. Again, lean on Zach and myself or any of the state leads. They'll help you out, as they said, with whatever you're trying to accomplish.
And are there still opportunities to start up chapters in other states?
There are lots of opportunities, although we have about 18 states going, but there's always opportunity to start a new state that's not started, or contribute to a state that's already started.
Or volunteer somebody you know to start it up in another state, right?
Yes, yes. Please send volunteers. If you're sitting in this room and you are not part of a regional or local state alliance, please just join. And if there is some sort of passion that you have, something you want to work on, bring that idea, or you have a lot of people to support you in making it programmatic and possibly taking it throughout the country. Kind of final thought is there's people that talk the talk. The people standing up here actually walk the walk. So we did a lot of talking today. Now we have to go home and walk the walk. So please join us in kind of doing this and walking the walk.
And thank you all for taking the time to be a speaker.
That's what I call ending with a bang. Thank you very much, you guys. I love that panel. IP Grassroots, hearing from all of our different state IP alliances was very powerful. You guys can come down here and make sure that we get Nikhil's photo. Where's my photographer / timekeeper / moderator? I might just have to fill in. You got it, Scott? Okay. That's so unfair. After he takes this picture, you're going to get to hear Scott's final remarks for the program today, and then I'll close this out.
Just for the record, just like any good fourth quarter team, you need someone to get you across the goal line to finish the game on a high note. So great job, and we won. Okay. All right. I'm going to say a few words. We're going to wrap this thing up, and we're going to get ready for our big celebration. First off, I want to thank all of you for attending today. It's been a full day, and the day's not over. But I appreciate you joining us and hearing all the good things that are going on. We continue to build momentum when we have these conferences. I really appreciate you. Want to give a big thank you to our speakers. Just insightful, just working hard, just doing so many amazing things. Can we give them a big round of applause, please? I also want to give a big thank you to our MC, Ashley. First time she's done it, she's a pro and really did a great job, so thank you so much. Last few thoughts. First big thought, I just want to reinforce, I'm kind of preaching to the choir, but it's so important to me. IP is critical to the future of civilization, and it's important for us to get what we want when we need. And it's not just vaccines for the next pandemic, which there will be one day, but it's if you want music, you heard Lana Love. I mean, if you want anything, you need intellectual property to incent. Otherwise, people, why are they going to create it? It's just going to get taken from them. They're not going to get paid for it. People need to get compensated for their ideas. So intellectual property, critical for the future of civilization. I hope everybody takes that to heart. I also want to just remind everybody, why we're doing it. So intellectual property is the key to the future of civilization, but why are we in existence? And it's about helping people. It's about helping every human being on this planet. I mean, that's the ultimate mission of our organization. And I'm not asking each of you to help everybody on this planet, but if everybody would do a little something, I mean, that's how it gets done. And everybody on this planet has the need to get things, and they deserve it, and they deserve us. And so I hope everybody has that mindset. If everybody can do a little something, and we can continue to connect people all over our community, all over the world, we can do this. And we've seen I'd say a relatively short period of time, the number of people that have joined our journey. But our journey is, again, about helping people, but it's also about people like us working together. The two reasons I do this, I want to help people, and I want to be around people like you. And I just encourage you to continue to bring your friends and your family and just your colleagues. We just need to continue to bring people together, and it's fun, and it's exciting, and it's energizing to be around people like you. And that's honestly why we do conferences like this. It's one thing to do Zooms and texting and emails and all that stuff, and that's how we transact a lot of our business. A conference like this takes a lot of time, a lot of energy, a lot of money, but I'll tell you, it's to bring us together to truly, energize, network, and again, build the momentum, continue to build the momentum that we have to take us to the next level. So I appreciate you joining us today and this week. I do want to make sure you're aware of the next conference, and we try to do these every so often. We are going to be in London following INTA, as we've been doing for the last several years, on May 7th of next year. So if you're going to go to INTA, please book your extra day, because we are going to be doing like we've been doing. Etienne hopefully will again participate. But it's great to kind of travel around the world and to meet people. And And again, it's great to be in person. And so we're going to be doing that. Again, I can't thank you enough. I look forward to celebrating with you tonight and celebrating the rest of October IP Month. With that, have a good day. We'll see you in a little bit. Bye-bye. Thanks.
Thank you, Scott. Okay, MC gets the last word. Please attend what I'm calling the after party tonight, which is actually the IP celebration. It's the triennial event. You won't want to miss it. Registration begins at 6:30 at the fabulous Fox Theater. And if you enjoyed Rebel Raffle today, I have 3 incredible prizes left. I'm going to give them to the first people to come up here and grab me. I'm not going to show you what they all are, but here's one hot example. This men's large could be yours. Gone. Hang on. I've got 2 more. This hot ticket is a new young adult book. I don't know if you've heard of it, called All Rights Reserved. It's a dystopian novel. Lori, is she approaching? It's a dystopian novel about a word where all gestures and words are copywritten. So the protagonist decides to remain silent to protect herself. It's very interesting. Okay, good. It's a makeup bag inspired by Taylor Swift. It's me. Hi, I'm the lawyer. It's me, if you know that song. Congratulations. Thanks for playing, guys. I'll see you tonight.